pain, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man, moving too quick. Keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never faltered. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah, no lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break.
call me a monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop this building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop this building up inside of me.
They say that I'm
strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile, and I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar.
can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the final day of the SEA qualifiers for the Esports World Cup, and it is MLP Dota on John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're into the penultimate day. We have Blacklist rivalry up against TNC. You couldn't make this storyline up. I mean, it's unbelievable that these two teams have made it here in the lower bracket. And I mean, you must be excited, Jonathan. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. One thing, penultimate is the day before the last day. So this is the... I don't think you say the ultimate day, but this is the last day for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup Southeast Asian Qualifiers. TNC versus Blacklist Esports. Coming up first, of course, up against Talon next in the lower bracket finals after being knocked down by Aurora for the last slot. How excited can one be to have TNC versus Blacklist, to consider the Filipino versus Filipino drama on board as we're taking a look at our bracket here and seeing the journey the teams have taken to reach this point? A little bit of a rocky start for Blacklist and for TNC, dropping to the lower bracket immediately in the first round, but making it all the way out now. It's going to be a very exciting time. Again, a lot of... I can't even say that it's a lot of history in this matchup. I suppose with like Darling versus Blacklist before, you could consider that. You could consider the fact that these guys are all friends. They like sitting in Cuckoo's Discord. They like talking crap to each other. I want to see the copy pastas come out in chat. I want to see how low can we go here for us Filipinos, because there's a lot to say. There was the boxing match that happened. There's the fines that came out for Blacklist. There's the Peacemaker and Cuckoo on TNC. Oh, this is exciting, Mike. This is exciting. And we heard what Savage said yesterday. He wants Blacklist to lose, so we get a round 2 fist fight. And I'm selling those exclusive tickets right now. 100 pesos each for admission. No seating, just a standing outside the ring, and the arena will be the sidewalk outside the boot camp. Get your tickets now. This is gonna be a good time. This is gonna be a very, very good time for the teams. I don't know if this is gonna be a good time for Blacklist or TNC, but for all of us watching, for all of us that are into the memes and the drama, this is gonna be some spice, Mike.
It sure is, and I wonder if Master Cuckoo's come up with anything to get into the minds here of Blacklist rivalry. I mean, we saw yesterday against Bleed Esports, he had the whole side just spamming the Bleed for me line, which, at the end of the day, you can say what you want, Jonathan. They won the game, it must have worked out for him in some way or another, and well, here we are against Blacklist rivalry. I mean, everyone knows about what's happened at this point, so I wonder if Master Cuckoo decides he wants to, press the buttons a little bit, or whether he wants to just leave it, just let the better team win. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Blacklist, I could have, when they first announced this news, I thought it was a joke. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But, I thought Gabby was talking crap again, but apparently not. Gabby was telling the truth for once, which is incredible. Incredible.
It's amazing. It's amazing. This drama. You couldn't even make it up if you wanted to. Of all the people to do that as well, the quietest, nicest person. It's insane. You have to do. It's an achievement. Again, we've discussed this. It's an achievement to get that to happen. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a hats off moment or whatever, but it's something. I have to say as well, the lobby's been extra quiet. Only John Yuel's been coming in asking. You know, I was asking for Alphon and Joyce. You've got Natsumi, you've got Cox, Jing, all of them. Well, Zhao, no, but you know, Natsumi, Jing, Cox have all been with Alphon before. Mr. Lane of formerly Boom Esports, formerly Geek Fam. And only Zhao replied. He's the only one that's saying Alphon and Jory here. It's like, all right. No words from Cuckoo. No words from Natsumi this time. No banter out from anyone. It's all serious mode right now. This is tense. This is the tensest Filipino versus Filipino lobby we've been in.
I mean, it is tense. Literally nobody says a word here in this lobby. And I mean, there's a lot on the line. They've both said ready now, so they are ready to go. But I don't know what to expect here, John. Of course, there is a slot up for grabs here for the Esports World Cup for the Riyadh Masters, and both sides are one step away. I mean, they win this series, they've got Talon up next, and after that, you're qualified. So a lot on the line here. I can't blame them for not talking to each other, for not being too friendly, John. Again, we'll have to wait and see if either side's going to try and press some buttons here against each other to try and get some mental warfare going. I'll be frank, John. If I was Kook, I would forget friendships. I'd be like, screw it. They'll be fine. I'm just going to press their buttons just a little bit, you know? I'm going to... Game 1 starts. I'm going to call out somebody. I'm going to be like, Arbit, what happened? Or Gabby, what happened? You know? You're scared, Gabby. I'd start getting into the minds of Blacklist Rivalry, Jonathan. But I don't know if Cuckoo's feeling a little bit savage today. So we do have the draft underway now. We can head over to that and see exactly what these teams are doing. I wonder, does Zeus get banned, Jonathan? I mean, for the love of God, can we ban Zeus?
It feels like it. I think you have to. You have to ban Zeus in the first phase. You have first pick on Blacklist, so they could gun for that for Abed. It doesn't feel like Abed. We've seen him play too much Zeus anyway. So I wouldn't be too surprised if it's not a priority for Blacklist still. You don't want to have to deal with that live war. You don't want to have to deal with all that damage coming true from the Zeus. 2 right clicks plus a spell, half HP gone. It is not a good time. Do you have the voice lines pouring out? It is just the bleed voice lines from Jing and Cox spamming out the you can't improve until you make mistakes Gaben voice lines. So not quite in sync this time around, Mikey. But again, it's serious mode for both sides, considering the stakes here. Also, I do want to give a shout out. I thought Armel was missing this entire time. He's streaming elsewhere. He is live. So shout out to Boss Armel, I suppose. No, I mean, he already has his viewers. If people will come here, because not everyone speaks Filipino, Mike. You know? That and Armel's missing his co-caster.
I suppose that's true. I suppose that is true. I'll give you that, John. Final ban to come out. We did actually ban out the Zeus here for the side of TNC Predator, so no messing around with that. One more ban here for Blacklist Rivalry before we can get going with these first initial pickups.
5 seconds remaining.
Have a think about it here, Jonathan. I mean, Blacklist Rivalry, not to take too much time, but they are going to think a little bit more heavily about this final ban. I mean, there is a lot of broken heroes right now in this patch. It's kind of hard to ban out everything that you don't want to have to play against. I wonder if we'll see the priority for the damn gyrocopter pickup that we saw a lot of yesterday. I mean, it was Aurora in particular that just kept choosing gyrocopter, which obviously made me very sad, John, but it might be a kind of similar case here today with these two teams.
It could fit in. Not the biggest fan, but maybe Blacklist can pick Gyrocopter first. If TNC don't ban Io can come out, or the Crystal Maiden. Heck, even something like Winter Wyvern, again, could also be the way to go here. I mean, it works if you manage to play around it and just kind of farm up. Use the laning phase into a very secure farming state at the 10 to 15, 20 minute mark. Gyrocopter is still very strong with those kinds of timings. They'll take care of the Shadow Fiend on Blacklist's end, and DK was left alone. So Blacklist do get to pick up the Dragon Knight with the Corrosive Dragon Facet. And that hero, again, it melts towers so damn quickly. And laning against the DK, it's still the same story. You know, you have Breed Fire. You're not going to knock out the DK from lane. He can trade nicely now with his facets as well. All of his melee attacks do have some bonuses now, so trading with the DK won't feel great either if he does manage to gap close. I like this early priority from Blacklist. I was almost expecting them to prioritize Storm for Abed, as it does feel like that's something Blacklist has leaned into with a static slide. It does feel like Storm gets much more stable laning. TNC, for their part, into the Slardar. We've seen Yoa play this a lot on mid. I'm unsure if that's necessarily what he wants up against a DK matchup, but that is something I can see him picking up.
I mean, absolutely. If you did have the DK mid, then the Slardar obviously feels very good in the 1v1 matchup. I mean, if I was Blacklist Rivalry here, John, I think I'd prefer to give the DK offlane here to Gabby. So I don't think Abed needs to necessarily play a hero like Dragon Knight, and we've seen a lot of offlane DK do a lot of good work as of late. So I don't think it's really required to throw that into the mid lane. I think you could just opt to be very, very flexible with the Dragon Knight, which is why it's probably a very good first pick. We'll wait and see, though. I mean, TNC, they've already got a bit of an answer here to the DK if it was to be thrown in the mid lane anyway. So
5 seconds
either way, you know, TNC doesn't care too much.
Yeah. Again, it's still somewhat flexible for sure. I would say, I honestly don't know how Slaughter versus DK actually goes nowadays. Again, because of the facets, like trading with the DK probably isn't the comfiest, honestly, considering the facets you have. They'll go with a Weaver pickup for TNC. So you've got your slippery win condition now, if that's the way they want to go here. For Palos, they can still flex this onto support. Is still a possibility, especially with the facets, just to gain EXP. Weaver does scale up quite fast in his level spikes. So I wouldn't mind that too much from TNC either way. And if you are considering the DK flex, Weaver offlane up against DK, it's a pretty stable lane for the Weaver. That is a pretty manageable lane. So I like that read out from TNC. We do get the Disruptor out for Blacklist, though, into the Dark Willow. So this is a rather interesting set of picks. We haven't seen that much for Disruptor on this patch as well. It was very common in the last patch. He has some interesting quirky facets. The Kinetic Fence is a strange one. Like, it somehow blocks debuff immunity heroes anyway. I don't know if that's been fixed in a shadow patch or something, but I did see that interaction. For whatever reason, he can block debuff immune targets, but I don't think that's the better facet anyhow, unless you can really use those blocks. Like the fact that it has 2 charges, you can just choke people off in certain areas. It can be a little bit more impactful. So I'm curious to see if Blacklist have figured out a way to maximize that other facet. TNC, for their part, into the Lesh and Winter Wyvern, so that should be our Yoa hero now coming out. Still holding on to some of the flex of the Weaver and the Slaughter, but theoretically just looking for a last pick now, perhaps for Jing. Again, with Winter Wyvern and a mana-hungry hero like Leshrac, with her facet to restore mana from healing, it's pretty big for the Lesh to just self-sustain, on top of his facet as well to regen mana through his right-clicks.
It's a nice little facet, that's for sure. I mean, you know, the Disruptor, the whole wall thing, like the fact that debuff immune heroes can't really go through those walls, I kind of like that, if I'm honest with you, John. I feel like that should just be a permanent change. Like, because the walls are just never going to be as good as the actual kinetic field. So it's like, well, if you did make it so, you know, debuff immune targets can't go through the wall, that makes enough sense to me. You know, I don't think it's that broken. I mean, up until you get a player that's just unbelievably good with just lining up those walls, I actually think it's a really nice change if they keep it that way.
Yeah, and I think it's a big trade-off anyhow. Like, your synergy with Static Storm isn't as great with the Kinetic Fence. It's very much position situational. Choke points work great. Everywhere else, you're dropping maybe a fence in the middle or trying to herd them towards your team, which, you know, sometimes you just aren't in position to really maximize the fence, and it doesn't last the longest as well. So I would probably agree on you in that. Whether or not that's something Valve does down the line, who knows? You know, as far as I know, it still hasn't been patched out, so maybe it's working as intended. Do you see the rest of the bans? Ursa being taken out by Blacklist, TNC taking care of the Night Stalker, and for Blacklist's part, they do pick up the Razor. So very stable choice for the offlane or safe lane here for the side of Blacklist. Curious as to where they do decide to run this. It does feel like a Razor versus a Slardar lane if they're expecting this offlane now. For Cox, does feel really good here for Natsumi. So I would expect just a Razor safe, a last pick for Gabby to come true here. And TNC is expecting the same with these offlane bans. Still options like Axe, LC in the pool. Maybe not the most amazing considering there's a Winter Wyvern. They will take care of the Centaur instead on TNC's part. Blacklist, what pause ones do you not want to deal with from Palos? There's still a lifestealer on board, but the Razor does make it awkward to consider. It does look like they are seeing the Weaver as a support for Jing, which I don't mind. Slaughter Weaver lane is pretty strong. Does have a lot of synergy there to play with as well.
5 seconds.
We'll have to see how TNC does flex it out. They do have last pick overall, so if they feel the need to, you can still just give Palos that Weaver and pick something else, I suppose, for your support here for Jing.
I wonder if TNC considers something like a Morphling to come out here against this Razor. I mean, Morphling seems kind of dead at the moment. In fairness, the facets don't seem incredible by any stretch, and the win rate's been quite low. But well, Blacklist Rivalry, they are going to go ahead and pick up a Mars, so it actually is going to be the Arbed DK coming out, and Gabby will go ahead and take the offlane Mars for himself. So a bit of a switch up here for Blacklist, but I do like it. I think Mars with its arena facet is pretty ridiculous right now, so can't blame Blacklist Rivalry for going ahead and picking that one up. TNC Predator, how do they respond is the question. They still need some kind of answer here in the position 1 role. I mean, even if you threw Pos1 Weaver into the mix, I think it's still perfectly fine. You are kind of limited on options against Razor.
Yeah. It's... I feel like you just kind of cop the Slaughter versus Razor lane. You go with Weaver 1. Weaver into Mars is still workable for the Weaver. I do like the synergy Blacklist has. Really strong team fight, really good push presence as well. Just with the DK, you can actually opt for Kinetic Fence because you do have the arena to set up for the Static Storm instead. So we could see a bit of a different shakeup here for Blacklist on that Disruptor. TNC, they will go to Faces Void. That was left in the pool. That's not something we see too often, but tends to be a last ban out. He will, of course, not go for the time zone, as it is a pause 1 Void, so you will go with Temporal Impunity. That immunity is pretty big for the Faces Void to play on edge. And lanes, again, decently into the Mars. There is a little bit more play there for Gabby. I do like this from TNC. You do have ways of working this Chrono really well. You've got good follow-through for the Chrono. You can either Chrono after Curse or Chrono in and then Curse afterwards. Like, either order works. You've got great jump in with a Slaughter and with a Weaver as well. And you've got good damage in Chrono to apply. Corrosive Haste to debuff them. The bugs from the Weaver to soften them up as well. The Leshrac can stand outside, gain some mana back, spamming out his own spells. There's some good synergy here for TNC. For Blacklist, again, the team fight is still looking strong, but it's not lacking from TNC either. And whenever you have Chrono and Winter's Curse, it can complicate matters for you here on Blacklist's end. I will say for Blacklist's draft, they certainly are looking at a little bit more of an up-tempo style. They want to play early. You've got really early scaling from the Razor into DK. You've got this overwhelming team fight with the Arena and Static Storm, and it's on a much lower cooldown as well. So I want to see Blacklist play this one fast. Again, this is the one thing we've seen from Blacklist. At least at their best, Blacklist tends to play really strong lanes and kind of snowball from there. We have seen a little tendency to slow down in the mid-game. I don't think you want to do that in this case for Blacklist. Again, your scaling is sort of fine, but when it comes down to it, you're up against a Faces Void, and I don't think any of your cores measure up to that in terms of how well they scale into a very late-game scenario here.
We are getting into it, John. Game number 1 here between Blacklist Rivalry and TNC Predator.
Yes! Bleed for
Here we go. The matchup everyone's been wanting, everyone's been waiting for, and we actually end up getting it.
You make mistakes.
You're going to have to do a lot of translating, I think, Jonathan. It's already started. Palos is saying something.
I was just saying...
Good luck.
Good luck.
Kuya John,
Kuya
why is
Gabby,
everyone addressing
older
you?
brother Gabby. No, it's not me. That's Natsumi. He's John Anthony Vargas. And Gabby's not wishing good luck. He's saying watermelon fan. All right. Not that much spice. These guys are holding back. No spice. Maybe when someone loses, there's gonna be some spice.
What is it with you Pinoys and having like a billion names? You say John Anthony.
Yeah. Then there's the middle name as well, which is your mother's. Yeah. Our names are long. All right. You tend to have 2 first names. Then you have the middle name, middle initial, which is your mother's maiden name, and then your actual last name. So, I don't know, it's a carryover from the Spanish, at least, with the middle initial, I think. Everything else, I know, it's just silliness. We like our weird names, Mike. There's John Nathan, there's Jonathans, there's Jonathan. No, there's a lot of ways to do stuff here, Mike.
Certainly is, John.
You're one to talk with your first name.
Oh,
Don't let me dox you here.
Cox. Cox is going to go for a fight over this bounty rune and actually does get it. Natsumi, he went for the plasma field level 1, so he does take a fair bit of damage on the way out. But he's alright. He'll make his way out just fine. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade in terms of bounties. And of course, we should start with the mid lane, shouldn't we? John Yoe is going to be up against Abed in the DK vs Leshrak matchup. Pretty boring match here, John, between these two players, but do you expect anything particular to happen?
Should be stable for Abed. It should also be stable for Yoe. There shouldn't be any big kill threats coming out here. You're actually pretty happy on Yoe overall. Stable harassment onto Abed. You're not going to be held back too badly by the Reed Fire. It will impact your mana regen a little bit, I guess, with the Chronoptic Nourishment, but it's not really a big factor here for Yoe. So, should just be able to farm up. Level 6 is when it gets spicy. If Abed can get some room to shove in mid, that should force the response out. Rune control is much more important for Yoe as well in comparison. I don't know if you're really going to emphasize that mid rune control though, as again, you're up against a DK, you probably don't need the additional reinforcements to just steal a rune away, so you might be able to afford to hold on to just your side lanes here from TNC and just try to build off of that, considering how strong these side lanes can be.
Well, why is Tim's getting tipped? Tim's has done something. Cuckoo will let him know about it, as Cuckoo actually forced to run back towards his fountain, actually decides better of it and does come back towards the bottom lane. Because you do have Gabby and Palos going at it here down to the bottom lane, and it seems like Tim's has been doing some good work in forcing Cuckoo away from this bottom. Again, the Wyvern will make its reappearance. He won't go all the way back to the fountain because he still had some tangos to regen with. It does seem like this bottom lane is proving to be rather challenging here for Cuckoo. So you see, as soon as they see the Wyvern, Gabby and Tims are both running right at it.
I mean, you gotta send a message, right? And this is the lane that's a little bit more spicy than most. Palos, Cuckoo, both were part of Blacklist at certain points. Both are not, obviously. And, you know, you want to lay it on just a little bit. I'm sure they're all friends, but there are no friends in Dota, Mike, when you're up against each other.
Absolutely not. Well, what about that top lane? You've had Januel and Natsumi against Cox and Jing. Because there'll never be a day in SCA qualifier history where I can avoid Cox now, I think. Johnny's just always going to be here.
Yeah.
I wonder if one TO is going to make him change his name. Like, if he gets the TI, are they going to make him change his name, or are we all just going to be calling him Cox the whole TI 13?
Yeah.
Is that what's going to happen?
It's just Cox. Yeah. It's much better than Avatar mode with a 3 for the E.
That is true.
Admittedly.
That was cringy.
You know, you had some cringy usernames here. And also, the history of this top lane, I mean, Cox, Jing, Natsumi were all in Geek Fam before they all left, so...
True.
Lots of back and forth history here. Still looking like a very decent lane coming out from Natsumi. Not as much pressure Cox can really put out here. Zhao's doing a great job just with the Thunder Strike, of course, to just make it a little bit hellish for Cox. He does have the stick ready for some flash regen, and they do have the Lotus on hand. So at the least, they can play around with that. And you are still in a pretty good spot overall for the side of Blacklist in the laning phase. Again, you're getting good time for Abed. You're having decent time for Gabby and Natsumi. You're not able to capitalize as much on TNC. And their aggression against a little bit slower, although.
They're going to move in now. Natsumi's been left behind here by Januel, who was trying to clear out some creeps by the small camp. So Natsumi does immediately get taken down here by Cox and Jing. Now, Jing was very good with that as well. It's noticing the rotation from Januel. He immediately just Sakuchi's right behind the Razor and sets up a beautiful swarm to secure the kill.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Again, and the Razor does have a decent time here. The lightning synergy between these two heroes are nice. A lot slow, a lot of damage. But you managed to get the swarm on, and you managed to get the crush off. It's a lot of damage early on. This is just set to get a little bit worse. Mind you, whenever Januel can trade blows with Jing, it's not going to feel comfy for good old Jing as well. But he does manage to get the block off while he's in the area, so the pulls shouldn't be coming out as frequently. Zhao.
I think Zhao's just dead here. And Jing is still going, has the Fairy Fire, he's going to be just fine. Natsumi's unable to get within range to actually get the kill on the Weaver, but Zhao gets him from the grip. It's a bit of a trade, but still very worthwhile for the side of TNC.
And it is. You're feeding a lot of these kills over to Cox. Already level 4 now on that Slardar. Phase Boot's not too far off. Is having a grand old time. Again, not farming the best, but finding these kills does compensate quite a fair bit, and it gives a bit of an opportunity for Jing to top up Yoa down mid, which is, again, it's not the best lane for Yoa, it's not the worst. He is still finding farm. Abed's certainly in control of that mid lane, which is to be expected for the DK overall. So you're kind of just happy enough to give Yoa more tools to play with. He is getting his stacks up. No real contest for the runes again, much more focused on those side lanes. I think the one thing that is going fairly alright for the side of TNC is the fact that they are just really pressuring in bot. There's a huge creep wave, a lot of EXP for Gabby to find. At the same time, they're making this very uncomfy for Gabby, especially while Tims is out.
Yeah, they try to abuse Gabby as much as possible while Tims is not around. Tim's currently just by Arbit in the mid lane, just
Radiant's middle tower is
making
under
sure
attack.
Arbit can secure some damage onto this tier 1 mid tower. Looks like Tims will leave the area. Arbit's going to run out of his dragon form in about half its duration, as Jing has also shown up on the Weaver. So they are defending that tier 1 tower. I mean, it's a very slow process here for Arbit. Does at least force the rotations here from the supports of TNC. Nothing's going to come out of it. I mean, Tims is already rotating down towards the bottom lane again. So he might try to set up onto Palos. Yeah, Palos is salving up there. Looks like he's going to be alright.
Rather interesting from Yoa. Doesn't go for any points in the Edict, so is really focused on just controlling the lane. And that does mean he loses a lot of push pressure if he is left alone mid. But again, he just wants to maintain that form up against Abed. Abed is starting to pull fairly ahead though. Is already looking for a bit of a movement out, maybe trying to snag a rune. Or just get a D-ward off. No wards in the area. It's looking out for the courier. But isn't also able to really get anywhere else, so... just a little bit of a back and forth. A little bit of a slower period right now early on in the game. But they are all ramping up towards that initial farm. It does feel like for Blacklist, the moment you hit some level 6s here, you will want to get active, especially on like Gabby, on John Uel. Once he has a 6, you want to connect the Mars and the Disruptor. Look for a jump onto anyone. And see if that opportunity will present itself once these levels are up.
Top lane, Zhao could be a little bit in a bit of danger here. They might even go after Natsumi. Cox has got him. Natsumi trying to run, but the Bash of the Deeps are there, and at least Zhao is going to be able to TP on the Disruptor, but Natsumi is getting annihilated up at this top lane.
Yeah, he is. That was unfortunate from Zhao. He got the glimpse onto Cox to bring him even closer. Cox was already rushing towards Natsumi. And then the glimpse was just, oh, alright, just a little bit faster on that kill. Nice little find for the side of TNC. Level 6 up on Cox now. A slower start for Natsumi than you'd want for the Razor, as he really wants to be dominant in the lane. So now he's going to have to sit back, try to work onto the SNY or the Manta timing into a BKB, and that's going to take a little bit more time for the Razor. Again, your big strong point right now for Blacklist is this consistent pressure on mid. Already less than half HP. Rune control for Abed as well. Finds himself some nice amp damage rune, but won't really do much with it besides jungle. So again, not really focused on trying to connect anywhere yet. They are still lacking certain tools, like the blink for Abed has to come out first. Levels have to come true from your supports to really feel comfy, especially Zhao. This Disruptor has had a way slower time. Still stuck at 4, still ways off, does have some room up top. Gabby is going to make his way here though.
They're going to try for Cox. Cox is trapped in that arena, no real way out for him. Nice little rotation here from Gabby to make that kill happen. And how even Abed ends up finding Jing in the mid lane, so they'll even get a bit of a support pick off here for the side of Blacklist Rivalry.
Is under attack.
And Abed looks like he wants to get back to work onto that mid tier 1 tower. Pops the dragon form, of course. The Cuckoo is around the corner, but can they really defend? Abed's actually going to go for the Dragon Tail onto the Leshrac, but Yoe's going to go for a chase onto that Dragon Knight, and oh, misses the stun. Misses the stun, a little bit unfortunate, but Abed is still going to melt. Yoe does get it.
Some sick punish from TNC. Saves their tier 1 for a little bit longer. Not quite in deny range, unfortunately. But they do get to hang on to that objective. I do appreciate the aggressive wards from the side of Blacklist. I'm a little bit surprised Abed still played into that, considering they had vision. We'll get a little bit of pokes on Yoe. He does not have mana to trade back here.
He does not.
Are scanning.
So he's still going to be okay to retreat, though. They are unable to secure the kill onto the Leshrac. And so far, 4-3 TNC's way. The problem is Blacklist Rivalry are slowly chipping away at your objectives with this Dragon Knight, so you know, whether these kills really mean too much for TNC is a different question entirely. For now, I suppose they're pretty happy, though, still holding on to that mid-tier 1 tower. All their cores are farming quite nicely, apart from maybe Palos.
Radiant's top
But
tower
I suppose you kind of expect a bit of a slower process here for the Void, so it doesn't really matter too much.
That doesn't. You're still getting a decent enough lane. You're going to hit your Maelstrom and then hit the jungle quite fine. You really want the initial farm to come out onto Yoa and Cox. This is the connection you're looking for here on the side of TNC. You want to be able to initiate, have the fall through damage. Just get that jump forward with Cox with a blink up first. And that's still 1,000 gold away. They are starting to apply pressure down bot. There are wards to at least watch this positioning of Gabby and of Tim's. So they should be able to stay safe on the side of TNC. They will have counterplay as well once Cuckoo hits his 6. So the curse should make things a lot easier when you do see that commitment out from Blacklist. Is gonna need a little bit more time. Just one creep wave to soak for Bosku should give that up. Should be maybe mildly concerned from Blacklist that they do overstay with the curse and the chrono available, but considering lack of damage from Palos, probably not a threat at this point yet. Yoa gets glimpsed back. That should tell the ward right on that ramp. Again, maximizing this tool here from the side of Blacklist.
Very unfortunate. The classic glimpse back from the Disruptor. Cuckoo's going to be spotted here as well on the Wyvern, so now it's very, very obvious. Sadly, no sentry wards on Cuckoo here, so he can't immediately get rid of that Observer ward. Meanwhile, Blacklist, they're going to smoke up as two. Head down towards the bottom lane and see if they can find Palos. And if not, you can always just secure that tier 1 bottom tower. And Abed wrapping around the right way. Looks like he is going to end up running right into the Void in a moment.
Radiant are scanning.
You've got Chrono on Palos, but he's going to need to use it to run, if anything. Zarbed does sneak up behind him, throws a blood grenade. Palos does avoid for now, but Zhao is going to find him with a Static Storm and locks him in. Palos still could time walk, but the glimpse back is there. Palos is down. He was surrounded anyway. And Blacklist Rivalry now, they should be able to slowly start into that top, rather bottom tier 1.
It's not too slow of a process. With that Corrosive Dragon form, even in melee form, you do get some debuffs onto the tower. It's not going to take too long to melt. They are trying to push in mid with Yoe, but the response is instant from the side of Blacklist here.
Nice glimpse back from Zhao. Yoe's going to be caught out. A very nice arena from Gabby, going to lock Yoe in. They'll get the spear off as well, and that'll be Yoe to go down. The Blacklist, they are starting to heat up quite a bit here in this game, number 1. The 3k advantage now for Blacklist Rivalry. They're going to find the mid-tier 1 tower as well, no problems by the looks of it. And TNC, they're the ones that need to try and slow this tempo down a little bit.
That they do. Again, they've got some tools available now. Cox does have his Blink Dagger up, so your Slaughter can start to initiate for your team. You do have some good levels on Yoe. He's got the Kaya going into the Bloodstone. It does feel like, at the least with the levels you have now, with a Curse, with the Chrono ready, there should be some counterplay available on the side of TNC. It's just very cooldown dependent in comparison to what Blacklist can do. Not that long on Arena, not that long on Static Storm.
Are scanning.
Even Dragon Form's not the longest downtime, so you always have some good play here on the side of Blacklist. And they are identifying that well. 4k lead coming out for Blacklist early, 4-5, 13.5 minutes in. Good forward vision as well from Blacklist. They still maintain that ward. It's just going to expire here from that ramp, getting full value from that. We do have vision over the stacks here as well, but not quite contesting, although lines are drawn. Might be able to snipe off Yoe here.
They're looking. Be a big pick off if they can get him. They won't make the jump in. Instead, mid lane, they are going to find the Weaver. Going to save, though, with the Cold Embrace for now. Just a little bit longer, but not for too much longer. Jing will die. Yoe also caught out here by Tims. Will go for a run back towards the fountain, but the link is out from Natsumi, and that looks like Yoe is probably just dead. He will be. They'll at least get Tims on the way out, but it's definitely not worth the trouble. Blacklist Rivalry fighting another 2-for-1.
Radiant are scanning.
No towers to be taken here, but they are certainly starting to dominate this map.
And they are, against off the back of this really good vision, scouting out the triangle. understanding how strong their early power spike is, the fact that you've got a Razor that can just show up with Yasha with no real imminent threat just yet for Natsumi. For TNC, it just feels like they need to wait a hell lot longer, especially under Lesh. Yo is off to a slow start, going back for the BKB now instead of the Bloodstone. You've also got Cox waiting for his own BKB before willing to commit. And this time to wait for the BKB, it's going to be 2 to 3 minutes where Blacklist are the ones that's just going to constantly jump you. Yeah, not that many long cooldowns here. Not much to wait for. All you need is Abed to jump in, or you get a good glimpse off from Zhao. And then you can just follow through with whatever combination you want on Blacklist's part. They even have this forward ward watching that bot jungle as well, right by the Watcher. So if Palos does sneak his way over at that point, at some point near the general area, could get some good punish. We'll just retake control up top instead. Are still hanging on to that tier 1 top. And they know this is probably where TNC will want to try to take a tower to open up the map a little bit more.
I mean, here we go, top lane. Big group up, big smoke up from TNC Predator. They're going to head into the mid lane, see if they can find Abed. Well, they just may as well. Abed completely on his own. Will get caught. He's a tanky boy. He's taken quite a while as Gabby's going to jump in, but the curse is out. Cuckoo going to ensure there's no follow-up quite yet as Abed. He will finally go down. A big static storm out. Yoesh should drop. Can they find more? I think they can. Cuckoo's been caught. Cuckoo will drop. Another double kill out for Natsumi. Even Jing trying to run, but Zhao's going to find him with the glimpse back. He'll go for the time lapse, but it doesn't matter. Natsumi with a triple kill as Cox. And they're going to jump in. Palos, he's going to try for the kill, but the terrorize. Oh, what a terrorize from Thames. They don't have enough.
Oh, man.
What a shame.
Palos?
And the spear from Gabby. Palos gets caught. Cox will try to help out. It's not enough. Cox will run. The Curse Crown will be there to stun him, but there will be no follow-up. Regardless, Natsumi getting away, and they still even find the kill on Palos. What a horrible scenario for TNC.
And it was such a good start as well. Like, they managed to get this really good chrono on the edge to allow even Cox to get a couple of hits in. It's just not enough. They need these BKBs to be up. They need to avoid all of this counter control from the side of Blacklist. And not many long cooldowns. Great setups coming out from Zhao. The glimpse backs, the static storms, all on point. Gabby syncing up as well with a spear. Connections off the back of those glimpses. And for the side of TNC, I like that they're getting aggressive. It just doesn't feel like they can, especially around these TP points. Mid tier 1 still stands, top tier 1, bot tier 1 still there. Blacklist have map control, they're invading even further. Again, playing off these wards they have, not able to catch anyone out, but you can see just the pressure from Blacklist off the back of this vision and added map reach. With their tier 1 standing, they can take any fight.
It's a very interesting kind of game here in TNC Predator. 6k behind now. I mean, no way out of the game yet, but it is looking challenging. This Blacklist rivalry certainly hitting the spikes they want at the moment. Mid lane, Gabby's just hanging around. His team is nearby as Cuckoo's going to get some wards down in the Radiant jungle, but we are going to have a quick pause out for Cox. Having some ping issues here on the Slaughter. I mean, that last engagement in the mid lane did feel very desperate. Like the Palos coming in to try and trade with Natsumi. A desperate play to say the least, and even with the chrono committed, like they just don't have damage with this Void Hero yet. It's just going to take such a long time to have the damage output required to find these kills in the chrono.
I feel like they do have damage. It's just the fact that, again, they were taking a fight 2v4, it felt like. 2v4, 2v3. And again, Gabby saying, good fight, or beautiful fight. Nice fight.
Oh, it doesn't matter how many times, you know, Gabby just never stays quiet.
No. Can you wait? Alright, Gabby. Alright. Balance the carries between two deaths. That is factual. Except Palos is 0-2-0, but you know.
Very true.
Palos! Palos said, we're not close, I might punch you. Gavin's like, bring it to late game, Palos.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Everyone else is
There it
very
is. That's what
quiet.
I was looking for.
Proud of you.
What's up?
Palos says he's just jogging.
Oh, no, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going
Cannot
to
pee during tournament. Let us said G. Okay. Reason mouse. Your face.
Oi,
Oh.
Gabby, let's take it
Oh,
easy. Huh?
Gabby.
Let's take it
I
easy.
think you've got to watch out. That paints a target on your face. Man, these guys are. This is the spice we're looking for, Mikey.
Gabby's the
It's
one
coming.
guy, I tell you. It doesn't matter how many times you bring this man down, Gabby just doesn't. He doesn't stop talking. You know, he's that one guy.
Oh, he never does.
He's the friend that relies on you to pull him away when he starts a fight. So guys, hold me back. That's him.
I don't think there's anyone to hold him back though.
No.
There's literally no one. He just goes. He just goes.
Yeah.
He has his manager, I think. I'm sure Nate, if he's watching and he hasn't muted, I don't know if he's shaking his head or is like still faced. He's used to it. He knows what's gonna happen. You know.
It is what it is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, let's be frank, John. They've been playing Dota for the last 15 years. You know, they probably punch like pillows at this point. Jing? Jing's gonna be alright.
Hey. Yo has been going boxing, okay?
Has he really?
He has said. He has shown it on stream. He has said he wants to go try a spar. Like, yeah, let's go sparring, Yoey. No problem.
Very
Should
nice.
be fun. I'm pretty rusty.
Keep that in mind for when we have the pleasure of seeing your way to land one day, John. See if he wants to. See if he
I'll
wants
bring
to
my
spar
gloves. It's gonna be fun.
then. Yeah.
I'll need a head guard and a mouthpiece, but it's all good.
I'll need to offer.
You could
TNC
shadow box,
though.
Yoey.
I'll stand in for TNC if necessary. It's fine. I'll take over. I can. It's been a while since I played POS 1, but I can dust off the POS 1 gloves. You know, should be right.
6K lead for Blacklist. 20 minutes in, looking good so far. Really good momentum coming out. Really great spell usage. Again, the way they stagger, the way they position out to have all of these pieces of utility to break up these engagements from the side of TNC has been a massive part of Blacklist's success so far. Along with, again, really good early vision. They still have some really sneaky wards on the triangle, right by the Ancient, not quite blocking it, so you can't really tell until the rotation comes in. TNC will just try to safely go for their Tormentor. A nice freebie coming out for Cuckoo. A little bit of utility on the Cold Embrace. Not the most impactful, but it can have a little bit of a difference in some of these scenarios. Blacklist going for their own as well. They will get Jows, which is still one of the more crazy shards. It has been touched down a little bit, at the very least, lasting 5 seconds instead of 7. But the information gain is still massive for good old Zhao, so he's going to be more than happy to have a freebie there. Can save up for the Ags, which it does look like he's lining up for. 1.7k in the bank. Could go for just an Ags rush if he gets lucky with the dig and finds even more bounties here as well. Oh, he does. More bounties.
Very nice.
Faster
Very
Ags.
nice.
Let's go, Zhao.
He's doing it. It's that quiet period of the game now where both sides are more than happy to just sit back and relax for a little bit. We talked to Savage about this yesterday. Savage, when I asked him how they were allowed to just farm for 25 minutes, he said, well, they just let me. You know, if they let you farm for that long, then so be it. I'll take the option every time. And I kind of wonder which team prefers to play the slower game, because you'd imagine it's TNC considering the state of the game. It's Blacklist Rivalry, smoke up, counter smoke from TNC already.
Well, theirs was under a ward on TNC side.
It was spotted. Blacklist Rivalry are very well aware that they are smoked up, and Gabby, he's going to move out, breaks his own smoke on Cox. It's like Abed will be able to take a shield rune for himself on the Dragon Knight, and that's going to be about it. So the smokes from either side don't really amount to anything.
Yeah, I think you're still happier on Blacklist. It is free space for Palos. And when it comes to the core head-to-head, the Face's Void can scale up quite fast, has the full Mjolnir, so there's some good damage to pump in onto the Chrono. Just needs the BKB to not get terrorized next time around. Still some waiting time necessary here for the side of TNC.
Dire's middle tower has been
And we'll deny off the mid, so take away some more resources that TNC could have really enjoyed. A little bit of gold boon would have helped along the way. 5k lead still holding for Blacklist. Zhao isn't quite going for the Ags. He is going for the Solar Crest instead, so wants to have frontline protection here. Jing.
Jing's alright. He seemed... Oh, hold on a minute. Jing? Never mind. He's not alright. Jing is dead.
That was pretty awkward. He time-lapsed back into the lane once he saw Gabby, and then they had Dust and Zhao. He's ready. So a nice freebie coming out for Blacklist into Roshan. They've got the damage output for this one with a Corrosive Dragon form. Not going to take too long. I mean, there is time for TNC to respond, but they are playing up top. Tims is holding them off, making them think twice about even committing onto the objectives. They will find a tier 1 at least, but a tier 1 for Roche. Take that any time today here for Blacklist. Do have one more piece of utility though. Blink on Cuckoo could help the cause despite the Aegis. Just all about angling, all about spell usage now for both sides. Let's see how much Blacklist can get out with this Aegis, but they are going to take the gate across, and TNC, they're stuck in this top area.
They are. Here we go, Blacklist rivalry, they'll show up. Problem is the TNC side, they just back out immediately. App damage rune going to be spotted out here by Tims, but Cox is making a run for it. Never mind, doesn't really see it himself anyway, so Tims will just go ahead and deny that one off himself. Blacklist, I mean, they're grouped up once again. Smoked up as 4, they'll head into that Radiant Triangle.
Dire are scanning.
The 4k advantage still standing here for Blacklist, but it's really nothing to write home about. Seems like Blacklist rivalry, they'll just get started in that top tier 2 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Doesn't seem like TNC are at all interested in trying to defend this. They've kind of just stuck by that bottom lane now, and it seems as though that's exactly where they're going to stick around. Not too interested in trying to force a defense.
No. Again, they need time. They need this BKB up in Palos to really be comfy and trying to leverage that chrono. Also have the BKB for Yoa not too far off. So you'll have your triple core BKB lined up relatively soon. And that should be the go point for TNC. Let's see if they start to feel confident then, but they are losing a lot of ground. Tier 2 top gone. Triangle invasions are easier. Good forward ward once more from Blacklist. The scout out if anyone's going to try to sneak around from the triangle into the left side camps.
Oh, don't mind me.
3k lead for Blacklist, though it has dropped. So TNC are working the map effectively enough to reel back some of that gold lead. There's that BKB for Yoa. Just need one on Palos. Again, the utility is there. Blink up on Cuckoo. You've got the Atos coming out for Jing. Down the line into the Gleipnir for more hold. They smoke up, but Cox does break the smoke, and Yoa does show us as well with the Lightning Storm just a bit. The forward vision from TNC, not that great. They have one ward top, but it's really not telling them much. We'll swing down bot, but they are blind in that area.
Well, here we go, they're coming. The Blacklist rivalry, they've got all the vision down at this bottom side of the map, so they're more than happy to fight around this area. Yoa's going to show himself to try to jump Natsumi, but he is already just too tanky to try and deal with, especially with the Aegis up. Meanwhile, they found Jing on the Weaver. Jing's going to be saved by the Cold Embrace, but Arbit's going to jump right onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo is gone. No Winter Wyvern available. He'll buy back for Arbit now in trouble on the Dragon Knight, but he's a pretty tanky boy as the arena. It's going to catch 3 targets. Yoa, they'll save with the curse for now, but Yoa needs to get the hell out of there. Natsumi's just going to chase him down. They have got the Leshrac on. Natsumi's looking for more. They even found the Void on the backside. Palos goes down. Gabby will hand the tip over. Poor old Cuckoo, he just bought back. But it's going to mean nothing. He's caught out on the high ground. And he's as good as dead.
Oh, it's just falling apart for TNC. Again, they're trying to play aggressive. I'm surprised they forced the issue out so hard. While Palos doesn't have that BKB, he's just a sitting duck to this control. Not to mention the complete lack of damage whenever that breed fires up, and if he gets static link, which didn't even happen in the last fight. Natsumi linked up Yoa instead. Just a very forced engagement coming out there from TNC. Blacklist come back on top, 6-17, 9k lead for their part. Siege onto the tier 2, still doesn't take too long, even in melee form for the DK. With a Worm's Rat. Should be able to find this one, no problem here. Or at least pressure in a little bit more. Aren't fully committing on the side of Blacklist with low respawns. TNC, they need to wait for that BKB, and at this point I would say they need to play off of the chrono, even if it's just a one-man chrono. If you can isolate someone away and get that instant burst, play with the Corrosive Haze plus the Face's Void, things can start to look better. It's very optimistic for them to try to burst down Natsumi. Like, even if they found the Aegis Life in Natsumi, there's no way they find a follow-through life unless, again, it's a strong chrono from Palos, taking away some of the saves in that chrono as well, which has been hard to find for this Face's Void.
Certainly has been. Palos just has not had a game in this game number 1 thus far. I mean, Blacklist Rivalry just being so dominant. As of yet, I mean, the TNC, they're still in this game, not out of it quite yet, but 10k behind is not going to spell a pretty picture for TNC. It seems like Blacklist are almost ready to just go again.
Dire are scanning.
Scan is out. They're going to find TNC with that scan, and immediately Blacklist Rivalry, they just pop a smoke. Tims will break his smoke. Palos will see him. Palos will back off immediately. And meanwhile, Gabby's having a look around for a nice arena. Terrorize is going to fly out. They found Palos. The arena's going to lock him down. Cuckoo's going to jump in for a cold embrace to try and save, but he's given up his own life. And Palos is still in trouble. Palos! He'll time walk away, but he's almost down. They've lost Cox. Jing will go for a run, but I think Yo is going to be left behind. Jing will come back to try and help out, but all he can do is throw a swarm out. He'll time-lapse away. It's 3 for the price of 1 again for the side of Blacklist Rivalry as Cuckoo will cop another tip here from Gabby. And the game, it just constantly continues to get more challenging if you are TNC. In fact, Jing is still around the bottom area. Arbit's going to find him. That's Jing gone.
It's a big mess for TNC. They popped the BKB in Palos a little bit too late. He's not able to find Chrono. They don't connect their spells. They're just feeding into the initiation of Blacklist. They're streaming in one by one. Gabby telling Cuckoo, don't be nervous. I don't think Cuckoo's nervous. I think you're... Yeah. Kabahan, don't be nervous.
Didn't even see that.
Cuckoo. And it's like, the Gabby's riling something up, trying to get... Yeah. He's also trying to play that mental warfare here up against the Godfather. We'll see. Sometimes this can galvanize a team into game 2. Because at this point, it's very hard to see the turn-back potential of TNC. Mind you, you've got Faces Void, you've got Winter Wyvern, you've got the Curse and the Chrono. But you're at the point where Abed went for full Daedalus. You've got the Satanic lined up for Natsumi. You've got the Wind Waker coming out for Gabby. They're also durable as well. 3 tanky cores that you have to contend with. No easy burst plays for the side of TNC. Unless they just gun for these supports first, which at this point probably isn't that bad of an idea. If you can find Tims or Zhao, you can certainly make your game a lot simpler here. Taking away the Static Storm, taking away the Bedlam, Terrorize, and the Brambles. I think that has to be the way these fights break out now for TNC. They will try with a smoke out. Again, very limited vision, limited reach here. See if they find anything.
And they're moving in. TNC, even just finding Januo would be probably a nice kill, but the problem is they're running right into the belly of the beast, I think, as Blacklist Rivalry, they are kind of surrounding TNC already. Cox will jump in, he gets pushed back though, and now Ahmed, he can intervene, he's onto the Slaughter, they'll glimpse him away though, so Cox is actually safe for now, but not for long. Gabby catches him in the arena, Ahmed will take out the kill, and now they've got Palos locked down. He'll go for a BKB TP away, and he will make it. But it's another lost team fight for TNC. They just can't really get away here from Blacklist Rivalry. Every single fight continues to work the way of the Dire. And TNC, there's just no opening for them.
It's not presenting itself. Again, they take a very risky smoke out. They don't have vision. They run into the high ground. Blacklist stays so disciplined to not be overly clumped. They know that TNC is looking for a desperation play outside. never giving any open opportunities. This is where TNC can be strong, at the very least, the high ground with the Chrono and the Curse. But it just feels so difficult when you're playing up against such tanky heroes. Again, it's a Razor, it's a DK, it's a Mars. These are all heroes that are just innately fairly tanky here. Your damage, even with a Corrosive Haze, even with this Leshrac, with a Kaya Sanj, doesn't feel like it's enough. The Yashikaya for the cast point. And it kind of goes back, right? If he does go Yashikaya, you do have a little bit more cast speed bonus.
They found Palos.
Palos?
They have found Palos. I mean, he's got Chrono up, but he's got no BKB to try and abuse. He'll time walk away, and thankfully they did not have enough damage. I mean, had Arbed had that dragon form, you might have actually just had enough, but it was 10 seconds on cooldown, and Palos is going to be alright.
Backs his way out, buys more time for him to farm up that Linken's. Just double defensive items for Palos. No other choice in this game. Again, I really appreciate the vision game here from Blacklist. Sneaky ward blocking the camp. They've got the ward right down on the mid lane. They can always spot out when TNC pops out. TNC, for their part, at least have one aggressive ward as well on that triangle. Spots out Abed. Not really the target they'd want to go for. They will smoke. That wasn't spotted out by vision.
They're wrapping around. Like, Abed's not an easy target by any stretch. Meanwhile, Roshan has begun. Blacklist Rivalry just allowing Natsumi to slowly chip away at the Roshan. Scan is out though. Perfect scan on the side of TNC, and Blacklist Rivalry, they'll get the Roshan raw, so it's almost just a bait. TNC, they have no idea it's coming. Cox, he'll jump in, but he's been caught out by the stun once again as now Natsumi goes right onto Yoa with the static link, and Gabby, he's going to find a double spear in the arena. Palos is gone. Not again. Natsumi will take down Cuckoo in the meantime. Palos, I mean, he just got caught by a beautiful spear of Gabby. It was a double spear right out from the Mars, and just nothing he could have done about it.
Man, I'm not sure what's happening to TNC. Cox manages to get a good jump in the backline. There's no follow through. Tim's manages to go into Shadow Realm. They can't get the kill. Their spell usage is just way too scattered. They're not able to get any Chrono at all from Palos. To be fair, there's a lot of pressure in the Faceless Void this game to land a good Chrono onto multiple heroes. That's your win condition. Either that or an isolated pickoff. But again, Blacklist have not been split apart long enough for them to find that isolated pickoff. Onto the high ground they go on the side of Blacklist. They've got the secondary life and the cheese available. Jing has to be so careful.
That bottom tier 3 tower absolutely not lasting. There goes your tier 3.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
There goes your bottom racks to boot. I mean, nobody is going to be around to defend here up against Natsumi. They'll just completely avoid any kind of fight. They might move in now. The melee barracks is still standing, but Natsumi's still just casually taking it away. His Gabby's just going to push Jing out. They're going to try now. Palos? No, he'll throw no Chrono. Just not seeing the opening he was looking for. That'd be about it. I mean, just the free bottom racks to be taken. No other contest, and Blacklist will happily retreat.
I mean, no need to really push the envelope too hard here on the side of Blacklist. They've got the advantage. They've got Arax up. They've got a lane that will constantly shove in. They've got good forward vision once more. And TNC, their options are just so limited. It feels like this high ground hold has to be where we get something from Palos. We have to see that Chrono come in. But Blacklist, again, just very disciplined. Every single time the front lines are up front, the supports are hanging so far behind. They've got far-reaching spells. They don't need to put their bodies forward. They can allow Natsumi to just take point for the team. And just slowly poke away. TNC. I'm not sure if there's any items that fixes this for them. It feels like, especially with the Ags finally up in Zhao as well, it's just so difficult for TNC. Like, this last pick faces Void for Palos. It is a strong core, but we haven't seen the Chrono come in at all. It came out one time and it didn't even land them a kill. Do have a reconnect for good old Palos. He was asking them to wait, of course. Gabby, take your time. All right, Gabby. Oh, how civil.
Polite. A bunch of gentlemen here in this game, number one. Very nice to see. Yeah, in fairness, I think Blacklist can afford to be, gentlemanly right now, considering how.
Gabby, come on.
Even address him by his name. My goodness. Here we go again. The one racks up is Blacklist Rivalry. They still have the Aegis available here for another 2 minutes 20 seconds for Natsumi. And it seems as though they're going to try for the top ranks. Palos will start chipping away at Natsumi's HP pool, but it is going to be a very slow process. Made even slower, of course, by Januel having the Solar Crest available. It's very hard to actually get through that physical HP barrier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's range racks. It is just going down for free to Natsumi. They are going to smoke up this 4 here TNT. They'll try to burst him down. Cox will make the jump in. They will try really hard for the Razor, but Natsumi's popped his BKB, and now they've just got the link out onto Yoe. Poor old Yoe being just stunned up for a million years. He'll finally turn around now as they lock down Natsumi. They've got the curse out. Palos, he'll drop the Chrono. He's got the Aegis at the very least. They'll take down Tims to boot. Now on a Gabby, they'll go. The Mars in huge trouble. Here comes Natsumi again. Gabby is down. Natsumi starting to lose a lot of HP, but the problem is Cox. Cox is about to drop to boot. Abed, he'll try to get the job done with the curse, or rather the embrace is there from Cuckoo to ensure Cox will survive. There's now Gabby, he'll buy back. He's on a Cuckoo again. The Wyvern is down. They will continue for the bottom, or rather the top racks. Well, no, they won't. They will retreat. The Glyph will be forced out. Gabby's still sticking around here as they found in the mid lane.
Abed?
They will run into Yoa here with Abed. Abed, though, maybe going a little bit too far because the rest of his team has backed out. Gabby sticking around for now, but it seems that they know they've lost Abed. Abed is gone. And Blacklist, they gave away quite a lot. And 3 going down if you include the Aegis and a buyback being committed by Gabby. Not very good news.
Not the best bit of news. Again, you managed to find the range racks up top at least. Oh, Cuckoo. This is it. This is the comeback. The Godfather planned to be at a 20k deficit to get more gold, Mike. It's all according to Cuckoo's plan. Of course.
It was always according to Cuckoo's plan. Nothing's changed with Cuckoo. He always knew this was going to happen. Yeah, I'll tell you what, John, if Gabby keeps talking like this, Cuckoo might have to bust out the Cuckoo Mancer in game 2. He might have to do it.
I thought you were going to tell him to grab some boxing gloves, Mike.
No, no need for that, John. You just be Blacklist, they'll let Albert take care of that part. Albert will take care of it, don't you worry.
Yeah, tickets being sold right now for the sidewalk. Pay-per-view, live, guys. No, it's not happening. Still, Blacklist, despite those losses, again, are still in a very strong position in this game. We've got the full butterfly up now for Natsumi. Ultra durable on that Razor. They're gonna need a way to pierce through. Palos is nowhere near considering something like the MKB. He needs that nullifier for how effective the Wind Waker from Gabby's been. And from Tims. Yoa
actually finds Tims. Pops his BKB and immediately just TP's out. Gabby's gonna cop the tip here from Yoa. This is very good news for TNC, all things being said and done. Like, it's still a 17k advantage the way of Blacklist Rivalry, but you keep finding these little pick-offs. And I do believe you have the better draft going into the later stages of the game. So it's all about buying a bit more time, I think, for TNC to regain a bit of a net worth advantage. And however, even if they can even out the net worth, at this stage of the game, things can get very scary very fast for Blacklist Rivalry.
And it can. And you've got the Chrono, you've got the Curse. These spells can always turn around a team fight if properly used. We're starting to see some of that more effective spell usage now from TNC. Nullifier for Palos, not too far off. So the Wind Wakers shouldn't be as big of an issue for him in the middle of these Chronos. Should be a lot easier to keep someone pinned down, get the damage you have out. And you still have room to scale. And you've got the Shivas coming out for Yoa. You've got a Wind Waker for Cox lined up. You could start to transition Jing to do a little bit more as well. He has the Gleipnir up for a little bit more hold. You can start to consider maybe trying to get some damage in through the Weaver on top of everything else, if space allows. I mean, that said, it's not like TNC are able to find objectives off the back of these kills. Tier 1 bot still stands, all Tier 2 is still healthy. Blacklist can just kind of sit back, wait for next Roshan. On the side of TNC, they still need some easy answers for this Razor. Again, like, Nullfire helps with Wind Wakers, but this Butterfly is going to be an issue for Natsumi. Didn't show it off in the last fight. It's going to be a big tool in the next one. And TNC can't allow the next Roche to go away. They can fight into that pit. They don't have really good forward vision on the pit areas at all. And their reach is limited without the Tier 2s. So we'll have to see if they can get in position by the time the Roche is up. Blacklist, a little bit of a smoke out.
They're looking at Gabby. The pings were there. They did want to make the jump. TNC are going to reveal themselves in that mid lane for now, as they are going to go for that 5-man smoke. Blacklist rivalry, we'll see if they're ready for a fight, as the whole side just running right towards Natsumi on the Razor. They see Tims as well. Tims will break the smoke of Yoe there for a second. That'll allow the info Natsumi does require to back his way out and maybe reposition with the rest of his squad. Blacklist, they are ready for a fight. I mean, they're hanging around this bottom area of the map underneath their own vision. Happy to oblige to the fight that TNC are looking for, but TNC, of course, not going to venture that deep away from their base. Especially considering they have no vision around that area. They'll buy a gem out for Cox, so Cox will start having a look around for some D wards. But Blacklist, they are still casually just waiting for the right initiation, the right team fight. You know, now Gabby even has a refresher orb available on the Mars. This could be a very dangerous position for TNC. They'll get their own vision down by the Twin Gates, but if the right arena is dropped by Gabby, then the fight could break out and be over very fast.
Roshan.
Oh, this could be a detrimental Roshan attempt here for TNC. Gabby's moving right in. Smoke is broken. He'll jump in with the Shiver's got to get all the vision. He'll miss the spear though. Still fighting the arena. There's your Chrono. Palos. He'll try to take Gabby down and he's got him. No buyback available for Gabby. They'll lose Cox on the slaughter, but this could be the fight TNT's been looking for. Problem is Yoe. Yoe's dropping, but the curse from Kuka's going to hold them back for a second, but not for long. Oh, they've lost Palos to burn. It was a great start. I mean, they got Gabby on the Mars. They got the dieback immediately, but it still wasn't enough.
Natsumi's a big issue. Gets the link off. Yoe had no way to break on the Leshrac. They have no way of hitting him with the Butterfly, and with the sustain he has from that Satanic. This Razor's way too big. The Chrono only landed on one. It had to land onto Natsumi as well from Palos. If that happened, maybe you could have tried to dodge out the Razor in the follow-through, get a reposition, reset a little bit, and go back in, but falls flat. And that's with Gabby not even popping the refresh. So when he respawns, Arena will be back up, double Arena is ready to go. And the high ground is open for the side of Blacklist. They've even got the Roche banner up as well if they want to just secure this push. Not going to go full force yet. Want that last set of racks on mid, and of course the top melee racks as well. They'll play it safe on the side of Blacklist. Maybe expecting buybacks to be ready. Not quite there on the two cores.
Absolutely not. Mid racks will basically go down for free here for Natsumi. It's just Cuckoo trying to defend on the Wyvern, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough. There goes your mid racks. On the top racks, Natsumi will go ahead and clear that out. Some Mega Creeps are now officially incoming. Jump in, Ahmed. He's already found the Weaver. Terrorize will land as well, but they've got the Cold Embrace to save here from Cuckoo. In the meantime, Natsumi starts to static link off onto Cox, but Cox will be able to walk away. Palos, dropping a lot of HP already, is going to try and chip away at Arbed. But he doesn't have Chrono for another 20 seconds. They'll continue to try onto Natsumi, but Natsumi is perfectly fine to just casually walk out. And even if they found Natsumi, he's got a secondary life for the next 3.5 minutes. It's a very challenging ask for this Razor to die. It's Tims. Bramble's out. He's going to catch himself a Leshrac. But Yoe is still going to be just fine. jump is there onto Natsumi once again, but the Razor happy to stand his ground by the tier 4 tower, just slowly chipping away. They'll just continue to let Natsumi do this. I mean, they're not even bringing Abed in. Natsumi now officially finding the tier 4 tower. That'll be the Ancient completely exposed here for Blacklist to try and take down. Do a lot of patience from Blacklist not to just try and go for the fight, because TNC are standing right by their Ancient, so you don't want to risk too much. Jump in, Natsumi, don't miss the stun. Natsumi now making the jump in onto the slider. Cox will be okay, the 4-staff away is there. Natsumi now being stunned up, may lose his first life. He'll pop his BKB in the Satanic, and no, he survives. He'll make it out. The Satanic BKB more than enough, he won't even lose the first life. But with the BKB Satanic down, oh, he refreshes, never mind. Pops the refresher shard immediately. Will have his BKB back up, but needs to wait on the Satanic a little bit as he has popped it to heal up once again.
Yeah, still in a good spot here for Blacklist. One last fight. That's all it is for TNC. You have to make this one work somehow.
They'll start onto Natsumi. Meanwhile, Gabby, he's found a nice arena. He found the void already. Palos locked down in a cold embrace is going to die to Gabby. Voice line's been committed. Meanwhile, Natsumi, he'll take down Yoe. Cox is trying to take him out. They'll finally find the Aegis. And oh no! Oh, the Chrono Whiff. Gabby just uses the Wind Waker. Abed's still going. Palos needs to run. This game's over. And they're still trying to take down Natsumi. They might find Gabby, but Abed jumps back in. They'll take down the left track. Yoe's down without buyback. There goes your the Winter Wyvern as well. They call it. A nice attempt from the side of TNC Predator, but Blacklist Rivalry proving to be the better team here for this game number 1. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan, I mean, as many jokes as we've made about the man today, Gabby, he really did play out of his mind here in the Mars.
That he did. He set up a lot for his team. He had a really good lane coming out. He managed to set that tempo for Blacklist, and I think that's the big thing that was lacking there from the side of TNC. He had to wait out for Cox to hit this blink timing with a BKB. Yoe had a little bit of a slower time in his mid lane, as well having to deal with a DK. It felt like TNC needs to look for stronger lanes, right? The last pick faces Void as well didn't quite pan out in the way you'd want it to here. For the side of TNC, they theoretically had some good damage to throw in, but the tempo was just completely lost. Right, like Yoe couldn't join in for early fights. Cox was lagging behind as well, having to go Slaughter into a Razor lane. Like, these lane matchups just weren't ideal for TNC. And for Blacklist, again, they have a great read on the draft. They have a great understanding as to what they have to do. And they had some pretty decent all-chat coming out there as well. So there is that to give to Blacklist here.
Oh, yeah, fantastic performance here from Blacklist Rivalry. I kind of wonder how you just change things up if you're going into game number 2 as TNC, because TNC, I mean, there was some moments where it looked like they were going to make some comebacks happen, but ultimately just still being outplayed. And I mean, maybe it does go back to the draft a little bit. Like this Void Pos one just felt like it had no impact. Even the offlane slaughter of Cox, it was okay, but after the laning stage, it just didn't really didn't do too much. I'm not sure if it's just a pure drafting issue, but it sure felt like Blacklist just had their number the whole game 1.
That it did. And again, for TNC, some severe course correction has to be taken here. 1 game down. It's a best-of-3 series. Blacklist 1 game away in facing Talon and potentially going to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And for TNC, again, this is their return to Dota. They want to send a message. They want to prove in this Rambulan that they are the stronger Filipino team. So far in game 1, didn't quite feel that way. We'll have to see what I was going to say Godfather, Grandmaster Cuckoo can do. Not yet a grandfather, but what Master Cuckoo can do to revitalize his stack and what ideas they have for that game number 2 here.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we will head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between TNC Predator and Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see you all again very soon.
Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry. me get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hang it up, these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Don't the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it in that Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Don't the same ones say they loyal, 'cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between TNC Predator and the side of Blacklist Rivalry, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, we do have a draft underway, so I'd like to just head straight into that before we get going. But Game 1, obviously quite dominant here for Blacklist Rivalry. Jonathan, not really much of a competition, I would argue, for the boys. What do you want to see changed up here in this Game 2 draft for TNC Predator?
I like this change already. They get to pick up the DK themselves, so they've got a very solid mid lane now for Yoet to just go ham on. But they left the TA in. Blacklist get to pick the TA up themselves. And we've seen how much that TA can do with a refractor facet. So much output in lane. Even TA into DK I don't think is that bad now, considering just how much output you have. And it is all bonus. It's not base damage increase, it is bonus, so it doesn't count in the reduction of DK. So you should feel pretty happy here overall in Blacklist. Still, I would rate the TA a little bit higher than the DK, although again, there's some tempo here for TNC to play with. Would want to see more presence out from Cox and Palos for sure. It felt like a very challenging game for both of them to just play to the tempo they'd want to. And I'd say maybe some more high-impact supports, especially for Jing, just to try to set that tempo. It does feel like in this iteration of TNC, you know, formerly Darling, and in the old teams Jing was on, if he can play make, he can make a lot of things happen for the team. It didn't feel that way in the last game, so I'd like to see much easier times to set up. The Weaver, it is a fairly annoying support, but it's not really a playmaker. It sets up for you somewhat, but it's not in the most straightforward manner. So I want to see that change up for Jing. We'll see. Blacklist do get to pick up the Venomancer themselves. So they steal away the Cuckoomancer here, Mike.
Oh
this
my
is the ultimate betrayal from Blacklist. They pick it up.
This is really, really scary from Blacklist Rivalry. I mean, you chose the Cuckoomancer into Cuckoo himself. This is unbelievably cocky from Blacklist Rivalry. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Of course, the Venomancer does do a lot of work nowadays with Noxious Plague Facet. Is a lot of damage, and it does linker for a very long time. Even just the magic damage to deal with the DK is already pretty good, just to slow him down, prevent him from blinking around, just be a complete nuisance here for Blacklist's end. I do like this Veno pickup for them. TNC, what's your response now? Again, maybe some playmaking for Jing. I don't think there were many issues with Cuckoo's Winter Wyvern considering the game. I think he was still doing a solid enough job. Just a very difficult one to find the right angles in. They'll go with Marcy on TNC first, into the Crystal Maiden pickup. So there's some options here for the Marcy. Palos is one of the players that does play pos 1 Marcy. I'm not sure if that's the route they'll go. It does feel more likely we'll get a Jing Marcy. I'm hoping it's not Cox Marcy, because on offlane it just feels like the hero doesn't offer you much. It will still need to sit back and farm. It can get aggressive, but it doesn't feel amazing. And Blacklist will go into the Centaur, straight into the Hoodwink pickup. So you have a very solid lane already. Bushwhack into the Hoof Stomp, lots of aggression. If they are expecting the Palos safe lane Marcy, the Centaur Hoodwink should make that lane rather challenging.
It certainly should. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing here at TNC Predator, though I do like the Clinks pickup here. I think Palos, I believe we saw the other day playing a Clinks, and it was a pretty dominant performance. I'm kind of worried about that Marcy pick, John. I know you kind of already went over it, but I really would hate to have to see a position 3 Marcy here for Cox. I do not believe it's the way to go. We shall see, though. At the very least, again, I think the Clinks is a bit of a nice spanner in the works for Blacklist Rivalry. And I mean, if Palos can have a similar performance to what he did the other day on this hero, it should be very, very nice.
5 seconds.
And it should.
remaining.
I like the synergy you do get with the support Marcy with Clinks. Just having sidekick on the Clinks is fairly big. Lots of regen. I'm wondering if Palos will go for the facet where you teleport to what you eat on the Death Pact. That's what he took yesterday instead of the strafe. And it did lead him to dying under tower at one point. So, you know, I'm sure he's adjusted to that one if he will go for that facet again. We shall see. Rest of bands coming out. Blacklist taking care of the off lanes for Cox, taking care of the Darkseer. TNC for their part taking care of, I'm assuming, some pos ones, of course. So the Weaver being taken out already very early on. Still
10
options like,
seconds remaining.
say, a Lifestealer is still in the pool. Does fit in with Blacklist. You end up with Centaur Lifestealer again. You could get 800 HP for free on each hero by 30 minutes. That's fairly annoying. I'm wondering if TNC will allow that through, because you already have a great vehicle in the Centaur. You can go a little bit more frontline utility on your Lifestealer here as well, focusing the damage on the TA. So I wouldn't mind that if TNC did decide to ban it out, even though the core-to-core direct matchup up against Clinks is, you know, theoretically not that bad for Clinks. It's still fairly annoying. Let's see what else Blacklist will want to ban against Cox. Mars is still in the pool. Axe, LC. Pretty much all the top tier off lanes.
Although, continue thinking here, Blacklist. One more off-lane ban to go. Hopefully one more off-lane ban to go.
Dire
Start
team back.
really diving into that reserve time, but they'll get rid of the Viper, which is fair enough. You know, you already picked up the Venomancer for yourself again, just so you don't have to play against it with your TA. Get rid of the Viper as well, just to ensure they don't really have the greatest ways of controlling this Templar Assassin throughout this game. TNC Predator
10 seconds remaining.
still looking to ban out another position 1,
5
I do
seconds
believe.
remaining.
Still feel like Lifestealer has to be banned out. You don't want to play against Centaur Lifestealer. They'll take care of the Gyrocopter instead.
Radiant
So
team
Blacklist could gun for something like the LS. They'll go with the Axe on TNC. Decent enough solution for the TA. Good tempo coming out here from Cox. Can work out nicely in lane depending on the matchup. A Lifestealer is starting to look really good for Blacklist though. Lifestealer into Axe. Can be fairly annoying for Axe in the first 2 levels.
seconds
Especially while your counter helix is fairly low in levels. Again, you've got the DK you could rip to shreds. You've got the vehicle in the Centaur. You've got a lot of HP with Centaur and Lifestealer up front. You've got the follow-through from the TA in the back. Wouldn't mind it if Natsumi went that route here. Other options, maybe something like Troll. It's still available if you want, although Troll into Axe sounds miserable. We've seen that before. Is not the way you really want to go. There's a cheeky Meepo pickup if they wanted, but it's also into the Axe. But some teams do seem to think that's not an issue. It was TNC who thought it wasn't an issue last time. So maybe Natsumi feels the same way, who knows?
They do go for the Ursa pickup. I do like myself an Ursa pick against the Axe. I think it's very nice here for Natsumi. We've seen the Ursa being picked up here and there, and I think it's actually a pretty strong hero at the moment. I don't think it's bad at all. Especially against the draft that TNC Predator have picked up. It does feel like the perfect pick here for Blacklist Rivalry. What are you thinking here, John?
I think it works out nicely for Blacklist. My one concern for the Ursa is maybe some kiting potential down the line. Outside of the call from Cox is going to be 50-50. The Blade Mail can do a lot of work. It does go to one-man army for a little bit more strength just to survive through, rather than attack speed, because I think you'll just die a little bit too fast. Especially pre-Blade Mail there for Cox. The lanes for Blacklist Rivalry should be fairly strong, though. Like, you're talking about an Ursa Veno, a Centaur Hoodwink. Those lanes should hold steady no matter what. We've got a lot of good play. I don't see how much Axe Marcy can really do up against the Ursa. It just feels very threatening. Zhao should be free to just play with the Venomous Gale. Should be no issues in just applying Safe Harass. Double melee into a Venomancer lane never feels good. I will say Blacklist probably are on top in terms of the draft. There are ways to play for TNC. They'll have to show us a way to recover from, especially a potentially slow lane for Cox. Because it does feel like the Axe, if it does slow down and say the Blade Mail blink timing, you'll end up with the same issues in game 1, where the blink BKB timing for Cox was a little bit slower than what you'd want it to be. Still, it feels like it's all down to how well Cox lanes go. Because that's the one that can really turn around. Like, if you get a quick blink blade mail, then you're fairly happy with this lineup. You can still bully out the TA, you can still bully out the Ursa to an extent. You can try to get some early dunks, tank up, and become unstoppable. But again, if it's a slow start for the Axe, this Ursa scaling up is going to be a massive threat. Again, your backs are against the wall here for TNC. Blacklist cozy enough with one win up. Do you see the confidence from TNC coming out? They are spamming out the bleed lines, but it's only really Jing and Cox. Cox wishing luck to Natsumi. Kuya John. Kuku saying, no, they'll have ramen later. They'll eat later. Alright. That was just okay.
Very nice.
Go game 3 first, Kuku says.
Shout out to the boys. I mean, they never invite you out to eat, sadly. The boys on
They know I'm
TNC
not
and
there.
Blacklist Rip. We were in Manila. We went to the Okada, Jonathan. I was looking for Cuckoo. You know how it was.
They were busy. They were all busy. It was like vacation time, actually. I think they were all out.
Zhao.
Oh, Zhao.
Nice scale.
Oh, nice scale.
Has a blood grenade if he wants to throw it. Tim's is around. Bushwhack is actually going to land, and Zhao, with that Gale, he's actually running. They'll throw another blood grenade. Zhao's still trying to get away, but is going to die. They'll get him eventually. The very, very slow first blood.
Man, does waste a lot of resources. That's a blood grenade coming out. You have pretty much just one spell cast left on Cuckoo with no mangoes. So his laning presence is going to be a little bit less now as well. You do still end up for a 2 for 2. And first blood going to Yoe does help out the cause down mid. Again, Yoe on mid lane is going to have to deal with Abed's TA. Might not be the comfiest of times early on. Already have a refraction up on Abed, of course. You do have the Saya Blades innate. You will want a little bit of that range later on. But with Refractor, even with Breed Fire, I don't think TA feels bad here at all. Again, you get easy lineups for Saya Blades. You can go into the Valley Point and melt instead. And every time you lose a shield, you're not really losing damage on Abed. It still has +2 with a Breed Fire up. So he's happy here.
I'm just looking at top lane. Palos is taking so much damage on the Clinks. And it's a pretty hard lane for the Clinks to try and deal with as well. It's like Gabby, every time Palos does come close, can just go for a hoof stomp. Tim's is always just behind the tree line, ready for a bushwhack. Cuckoo's going to be very cautious as well, because he moves like an absolute snail, so not too hard to land a nice bushwhack into a hoof stomp. This could be a very challenging lane for TNC. I mean, even as the levels go up, it's not going to get that much easier.
That it is. I do feel like the output of the Clinks does get pretty scary once you hit level 3, level 4. So you have that counterplay. It also comes down to whether or not Gabby will want to go into the retaliate just to prevent some of that aggression from TNC. That's a big part as well. It's not something Centaurs tend to want to go into, but it could be necessary considering double ranged. And again, this burst potential that the Clinks does always have on hand.
What about that bottom lane? Now, Natsumi and Zhao going up against Jing on the Marcy for now. Of course, we did lose our Axe, so Cox is going to have to make a bit of a TP back towards the bottom lane, but he did end up dying to Natsumi just a little bit earlier on. And this is another lane that I think is very challenging for TNC. You cop one Gale here from Zhao, and Natsumi can literally just run you down.
Yeah, and it's slower until you get your presence up for Cox as well. Talking about maybe a level 4 timing for the Axe to actually feel confident up against the Ursa. And even then, Natsumi still has the edge, of course, with the Fury swipes. Double melee lane into the Veno, never comfy as well for Cox and Jing. But there is some good synergy. If they can get a good rebound into a Dispose and maybe a call, things can start to lock up. It's just committing onto Ursa as an Axe early on pre-Blade Mail never feels good. So we'll have to see how much TNC will try to push there. So far, the lanes are looking nice and clean for the side of Blacklist. Gabby finding a lot of CS up top. You're having a stable time for Natsumi bot. It's only the mid lane that's slowing down, but it is still DK versus TA. And despite all the boons TA does have, there is still a threat from the DK. Yo, going so aggressive here.
He gets a refraction off just in the nick of time here, Abed, and he has a meld strike if Yo wants to keep chasing. He will not. It was a very close call here for the TA. Yowie doing some really good work in trying to win out this laning stage here for himself. And I mean, Arbit's very, very behind when it comes to CS, less than half of what Yowie has. So it's been a very strong lane here for TNC.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And it has been. Yoa's just been very on point with coming up for the Dragon Tail. With no Sideblade points up for Abed, he is in striking range of Yoa every single time. And it's also just a level 1 refraction. Does have level 2 up now, so the Dragon Tail combination shouldn't be as painful, but it's only still 3 instances. Still enough for Yoa to rip it apart. And great work from Yoa to keep that lane in balance. And again, the one big lane for TNC to win out on is that mid. Everything else still going Blacklist way. Free farm for Natsumi, decent farm for Gabby. You aren't able to really leverage the CM Clinks because of just how annoying Tims can be on the Hoodwink. Gabby, not even feeling the threat to have to go retaliate. And Palos is just very low. Does have the level 2 death pack, but not the comfiest of times for the side of TNC early on. They will scale up quite fast. Level 5, level 6 Clinks, things start to get interesting there. And again, Blade Mail timing for Cox should free up bot, but it does feel like that's going to take way more time than you'd want. It's going to give enough room for Natsumi to find farm, enough room for Gabby to potentially hit his own Blade Mail timing to make that entire engagement up top awkward. As we do have a little bit of a pause here. Yoa fixing some stuff. No questions being asked this time.
Very quiet here with the two boys. Nobody asking too many questions as we do have the go-ahead. I think there was a bit of a lag issue there for a second because I had a disconnection as well from the server. Zhao gets called here bottom lane. Natsumi is going to try and intervene. He already got the Gale off, so they can keep going. Bushwhack is out onto Jing, but of course Natsumi wants Cox first. We'll get the Cox, and now Jing also in danger. It'll be a double kill here for Natsumi. Very strong rotation committed here from Tims to make that kill happen, and I mean, it's a very hard time already. I mean, again, Natsumi, I already think the Ursa pick was a pretty strong pick to make, but with a start like this, he's 3-0-0. It's going to be a pretty good game, I think, for Natsumi.
And it is. Set to have a really fast timing on the Battle Fury as well. Cox really needs that Blade Mail first, and again, it's going to take a little bit of time in this lane. It's just trying to be annoying towards Natsumi. Again, the threat onto the Ursa is not quite there. You can try to keep bullying out the Venomancer of Zhao, but putting yourself in the firing line up against Veno as two melee heroes just never feels good. We shall see. They do walk Cuckoo through the gate. Maybe try to gun for Zhao once more. They could try for Natsumi as well, but
Tower is under attack.
it's just a little bit far.
It seems like they're just going to leave the bottom lane alone for a little bit here. Just allow TNC to do the creep skipping they want, but here come the TPs. Tims is coming. Cox and Jing need to run. It is not safe. Cox has been caught again. Jing's going to jump in, but that's going to make matters even worse, I think, as they're still trying to take down Natsumi. The call is there. Cox! He gets him. All right, it'll pay off. Cuckoo coming in at the last second, really just to ensure that they do secure the kill. Is now Jing still trying to get away. Does have rebound in one, but it's not going to matter because he will get bushwhacked, and Tims will still be able to find a successful trade for his side. The one saving grace for TNC is the fact that you found the Ursa as Gabby top lane. Bit of a chase out. He is not dead yet though, and it looks like he's going to be able to survive. Tips out already from Gabby.
Rotation for Yoa just doesn't pan out. That's his first Dragon form being committed to try for a kill. So he's not applying pressure on that tier 1. He's giving Abed room to just soak up. Abed gets rune control on top of that as well. Amplify damage rune going his way. Still has the jungle to always fall back to. Overall, you're really happy right now in Blacklist. They're diving pretty deep for Cox.
They certainly are. Cox, he's going to be okay. Instead, they might have to settle for Jing, but Cuckoo is around to help out. Tims will cop the frostbite. In pretty big trouble here as the Hoodwink. Still rushing for the Wisdom Rune. Does not get it, but here comes Natsumi. They'll at least pick up the Wisdom, but now the double bushwhack. Tim's going to leave a gift behind for TNT before he does go down. Here comes Yoe to try and help out. Complete chaos by the Dire Tormentor. This is Natsumi still desperately trying for Jing before he does die, but he can't get there. Zhao's going to try instead, but Jing gets the rebound. That'll be another kill for Yoe. What a mess. What an absolute mess, as Natsumi will hand over the tip to Yoe for saving the day here for TNC.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Again, Yoa's been very aggressive, leaving that mid, not really focused on just sitting back as the DK and just trying to push in. Is trying to help the side lanes out and is keeping them in the game to a very good extent. It's allowing some recovery for Cox to soak up. They're managing to get some trades for slowing down Natsumi, who again was lined up for a pretty good battlefield timing, still is, but could have been a lot faster if he doesn't commit that far for these chases. And again, with all of this action elsewhere, Palos doesn't have to worry about the support rotations up top. So your Clinks is starting to hit that point where once this Desolator is up, things can start to get a bit spooky.
They've got Zhao. That'll be the Veno down. And ooh, Abed. He's a much bigger target if you can secure the TA. Abed, he's going to try and go for a run. Now they'll pop the Stampede. They'll take down Jing. Yoe, they'll ignore the DK completely. They just want Cox on the axe. But Cox will be able to make a bit of distance between him and Natsumi, and we'll be alright. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 of the supports.
Not the biggest trade. Still a little bit better coming out there for Blacklist, a 5 for a 4, especially considering that the Marcy will want some space as well to try to soak into something like the BKB to have some frontline presence. Palos on the hunt though. A bit optimistic.
Not easy to pick off the Centaur of all people. Appreciate Gabby actually going for some extra points in Retaliate as well, so it does make Palos kind of second guess whether he can actually even try for Gabby's life, and I think the answer was a pretty resounding no.
Yeah, just a bit too challenging with the triple bracers up on Gabby. Typical build for the Centaurs nowadays. They are starting to converge up at top, but Tims is around to try to set up here as well.
Gabby for a hoof stomp opportunity, not going to get it. I do love the fact that Gabby just casually is at 360, well he was at 360 movement speed. Yeah, just with the braces up, it's kind of ridiculous. Back down to 330 now. But no boots required here for the Centaur, he's alright.
Nope. No need. All you need is that Stampede forward and a little bit of strength. You're feeling happy anyhow. Pretty static game in terms of objectives. No commitment just yet from Yoe again to try to do something with the Dragon form. Could eye mid, but Abed's not the easiest target in the world. They will find themselves a regen rune on top. They've got some leeway perhaps to start to clear out some stacks. Those stacks are in a very weird position. But we'll be able to find it. No problems here.
They will.
The big thing right now for TNC is this is a lot of good space for Cox. Blade Mail is up on our axe. Blink next. The timing is lining up. Palos.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cox getting very low, just farming that the triangle at the moment.
Dyer's top
He's
tower
going to be
is
alright.
under attack.
The top T1 tower, still a very slow process to be taken down, but they are trying. TP's coming in from Yoe. He'll set up here along with Palos. They'll try for Natsumi, but they are slowed up here by the Gale of Zhao. Of course, that Noxious Plague going to start bouncing around now between TNC. Not going to feel very good as Palos is still copping quite a bit of damage.
Dyer's structures
Palos dropping very, very low. We'll be alright ultimately with the Dark Pact, or the Death Pact rather, but not a good kind of gank attempt, I don't think, from TNC. Doesn't really amount to anything.
It's very responsive. Again, Palos was scouting out as the Clinks saw Natsumi through the gate. Tried to look for a flank in the rear. And just no easy TP points for them to try to sneak in fog. Still have the position to try to push in. Mid was being shoved in as well by Abed. Quite nice and fast. He's going for the Dragonlance first. Maybe the Deso Blink afterwards. Again, the key thing is this is mainly Cox they're prioritizing in the jungle. They're allowing this axe to farm into that Blink off the Blade Mail. We'll have to see if that impact is there and whether or not he can actually weather the storm if he does catch someone like Natsumi out. Smoke out this time from the side of Blacklist. No blink yet in Gabby, but Stampede is ready. They are playing off the back of Abed pressuring mid.
It feels like the Stampede's all you require anyway. We go. Bushwhack is going to land. They will find Jing. Be about it for now. Gabby not popping the Stampede quite yet. Wanting a bigger target, I think, because he will see a couple. They'll make the jump on Natsumi, but he got the enrage off in time, so it's not going to last very long at all. And now the Stampede. It's a perfect initiation. They're going to find Yoe. They're going to find Jing on top. Cox is trying to move in a fight back with the Frozen Field. Cuckoo might be able to do it. Gabby dropping low, will go down. But now without that freezing field, Cox is a sitting duck. Cox is gone. Cuckoo still trying to deal with Natsumi, but Abed will happily intervene. Takes out the CM. They still see Palos. Palos, what are you doing? He was still dusted up there for a second. He'll be okay. It'll wear off and they'll back their way out. But it's a horrible team fight here for TNC Predator. They only find a Centaur and they'll lose 4 for their trouble.
Yeah, it drains so much out of them. Just way too many slows coming out here for the side of Blacklist. And TNC, they can't compensate for that move speed difference. They get slowed up and they get stampeded on. Just an easy way for Blacklist to get on top of you early on. At the least, the damage is starting to scale up. Desolator up on Palos. Again, the blink not too far of Cox going into the BKB. A necessity in this game. Once you have a couple of those BKBs on your Axe and DK, things should start to go your way. Smoke out. TNC wanting to get some early Deso charges up.
You're just choosing the hardest target, though. I mean, Gabby's got a tier 1 tower that they can rotate to as well. As they are going to try it, but he just pops his Blade Mail and they can't kill him. Look at the DPs come in immediately. Of course, they want to try and punish for this attempt. Jing's still running, but Tim's eventually going to find him. So it seems as though TNC... I mean, yeah, they'll waste a couple TPs here, but they'll save Gabby's life. And, of course, they will take Jing's life as punishment, as Tim's will be the one to take it.
Again, very optimistic with their target choices here on the side of TNC. They'll come in for the defense, but Cox does have that blink.
They will. Oh, that's a quick Blade Mail kill. That is very, very fast. That is the one thing with the Ursa. As much as Cox has had a horrible game, if he catches you with that blink Blade Mail, you were as good as dead. Xiao can have the Stampede to try and run away, but the chase is still ongoing. Cox will land the call. That should be another kill to come out, as Palos will be the one to take.
No dunks coming out from Cox, unfortunately. Not as much armor as he'd want to harvest, but does provide that opportunity for the top tier 1 siege, forcing a kick away onto Gabby. Still, for Blacklist, this is a ton of space out for Abed. Already at the Dragonlance and Blink, trying to go for the Deso and Shard next. With that Shard up, the trap slows have already been doing a ton of work. The trap silence could just ruin TNC if they're not too careful about where they are on the map. Have to see how it starts to pan out. I am loving the impact from Cox. Again, very different from game 1. With his Slardar, felt like it wasn't achieving as much, with the Blink BKB timing taking longer as well. The Axe, a lot simpler. With just Blink Blade Mail, a lot cheaper to get that timing out. And the BKB on top is going to tie it all together, along with Yoa's Blink lining up at around that same timing as well. So the tools are ready. A rather even game, 12-10. Slight net worth lead for Blacklist still. But TNC has some fight coming back in here. And you have to respect the output of Palos with the Deso up and with the sidekick. Can self-sustain in these fights quite nicely. Has a lot of output and has a lot of siege. He's going for another free tier 1 here for the side of TNC.
Why the hell not? Give it a crack. It seems like Blacklist Rivalry. They will slowly start chipping away at the top tier 1 tower here with Gabby. Because the rotations are going to come in from Jing and Cox, and with the scan that was committed, they will be very well aware of that rotation. Gabby's going to move in again, though. He does have help on the way in the form of Arbit and Januel. It looks like they'll be able to get away with it. I mean, they've already gone back through the Twin Gates here, TNC, looking for a gank attempt down to the southern side of the map, but it's not really going to pan out in their favor. Nothing to come out of this rotation. Now Natsumi's got the blink up as well on his Ursa, so this is that point where the Ursa starts to feel really scary, because he can just prioritize whoever the hell he wants in the middle of a fight. In fact, speaking of fights, they might have to fight pretty soon, because Palos is just casually taking the tier 2 bottom tower.
They are going for Roshan though, and this is a very quick process for them as well. Tier 2 gone, they should know Rosh is happening. Off the back of that, there's no defense, but Rosh does fall fairly quick as long as Natsumi has someone to tank for him. And this is without Abed coming in, although they will TP to the outpost. See if they make it into the pit in time.
The wards are there from the Radiant end. Blacklist Rivalry are very well aware of this rotation. 4-man smoke has been committed. TNC, they are ready to try and swipe this Roshan away. Yoe's going to get started on his own. Meanwhile, a bushwhack is going to land onto Cuckoo so they can snipe the CM, though she is not dead yet. In comes Gabby. He'll scout out the Roshan's HP. The Roshan's still relatively healthy for now. It's TNC, they are wrapping around the Roshan pit. They will try and take down Zhao. Jian already caught out. Should go down and does, but they found the DK. Yo is gone. Oh no, and now Gabby's with a 3-man stun. Gabby finds a massive stun. Abed's got the Aegis. And that'll be it, I think, for TNC, as they do at least get the Aegis off the TA, but it won't matter. Cox is down. Cuckoo's not out of the woods yet either. Abed's going to find him. What a beautiful stun in from Gabby, finding 3 targets with a hoof stomp again. And that'll ensure they do pick up the Aegis for themselves.
It's not going to lead to too much for them, but they win out the team fight. They snag the Aegis away from TNC. Really awkward angle for TNC. The blink call from Cox was only onto one. Of all heroes, it's Zhao, and he pops his Blade Mail for that as well onto the Venomancer. So he doesn't have the Blade Mail to threaten back quite nicely onto Natsumi. And their front line is split off from Yoa. He was just isolated in the pit, and it just becomes a mess from there. Great counter initiation coming out from Blacklist, snagging themselves a 3k lead on top of that. And for TNC's part, again, it's good ideas. It's just there was vision to watch the teleports onto the outpost. Even with the smoke up, they knew that the fight was coming in. They disengaged just properly on the side of Blacklist. TNC, they're not completely knocked down by that loss. There's still this BKB timing for Cox. There's still the Manta timing here for Yoe. They still have a lot of room to grow, but it does get worrying with the extreme scaling on the side of Blacklist with an Ursa and a TA. It does feel like eventually this Axe might not be able to keep up in armor. Mind you, already 7 stacks of Coat of Blood. Has a lot of armor still coming out with Berserker's Call. And again, you do have the one-man army facet for him. So he can cop through quite a fair bit. It just doesn't feel like he'll be able to tank through enough as time goes on.
I mean, they're going to try now. Well, they might have to try now because Blacklist Rivalry, they're looking for a fight. Trying to just get the vision removed. Jing's going to jump in.
Jing?
He'll find Tim's immediately. Tim's almost getting bursted down here by Palos, but Natsumi's going to jump right on the clinks. Palos is gone. Jing is gone. Tim's will die, but it doesn't really matter because Natsumi can just keep getting to work. A nice call from Cox, but he had the enrage going. It just lasts no time as now Gabby jumps in again. Another perfect stun from Gabby. The chase is on for Cox. They might just find Yoe here on the Dragon Knight. He'll blink away for now, but the slow is still there. I'll bet not going to find it, but won't really matter. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Blacklist again. Nothing can be done here. John, TNC, they're just not finding any openings.
It's just way too late from Cox to join in that fight. If he managed to get the call much earlier on, if he was in position much earlier with his team, might have been able to work out that way. Again, Cox is just trying to wait out this BKB. But they don't have enough space. Blacklist are just pushing every single time. Palos has to be careful in trying to play this sort of assassin as the Clinks. He is very soft. And doesn't take too long for Natsumi to finish him off. They will find our Tormentor nice and safe here at the least. Nice shard for Jing. A rebound off of enemies can be quite good. So there is a little bit more reach out for the Marcy. At the least as well, your Marcy can just trade supports quite fast. So you do have that potential all the time to just take Tims or Zhao away from the fight ASAP. Although they are making it annoying. There's the Yules up on Tims. You've got the Ghost Scepter coming out for Zhao as well to protect from the Marcy and from the Clinks. So the quick assassinates aren't going to be as easy to find here. 7k lead for Blacklist. Full Ags for Natsumi, just about 300 gold away. And with that Ags up, it's going to be so hard to pin down this Ursa. You have to be perfect with how you get your calls here on Cox. It has to be preemptive. It has to be TNC initiating. That has been easier said than done across these 2 games.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing. Like if you get the enrage off in time, the call just does nothing. TNC, they are desperately trying to find a target. They are they're gonna find Gabby, but the Sentry Ward was already there, so he saw Palos moving in. Just blinks away. It's just so tough. Every single time TNC have somewhat of an opening, it just gets shut down immediately. Now the counter smoke
again.
is here. Blacklist want to go for the fight, of course. You've got the full Aghanim Scepter available on Natsumi, so now it's going to feel impossible to actually kill the Ursa off.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's like you just call him and he just pops in range anyway. Like, who cares?
Yeah. It's going to be tricky for the side of TNC. I know, their initiation's really just down to that call, too. It's going to be a tough one. Smoke all the way across the map, not finding anything. Blacklist as well, not finding anything. They will at least snipe the courier of Gabby that has the Shiva's Guard recipe, but he's still a ways off anyway from plate mail. It's not going to be the most impactful find. 6k lead still holding for Blacklist as well. At this point, perhaps you have to consider just trying to kite around Natsumi. Maybe get a halberd onto someone. Maybe some utility on Jing after the BKB. Just try to get a halberd, disarm, kite around the Ursa, clean up everyone else. Because as it stands with that Ags, as you mentioned, Natsumi just feels impossible. We'll have to see down the line what solutions TNC will try to work out for that one. But Blacklist are in control once again. Good forward wards to watch by the tier 2. Wards to watch down bot as well. They've got the trap vision all across the area. Information is much stronger coming out here for Blacklist. And for TNC, the map's not completely shrinking just yet, but it certainly has been a challenge to find anything.
It has not been easy. Palos is slowly trying to move in onto this Radiant Triangle. They'll find Zhao. Zhao has help right next to him as well. Tim's is just going to use up the clinks for a moment as Cox. Cox is going to jump in, trying to find a call. Natsumi in the meantime will go on to Jing. They'll try to deal with the Ursa, but he's just fine to keep going as they'll find Jing on the Marcy. They'll TP everybody else out. But that is actually a successful fight for TNC. They do find a 2-for-1. They force a buyback from Tim's. And they only lose Jing out of that. So it's a positive fight.
That it is. Could have been a lot worse for the side of TNC. Nice hit and run for them to find. Just a little bit more coming out here for Palos and the Deso. 8 charges up. Not the biggest plus damage just yet for the Clinks, but slowly getting there. Working onto the Scotty as well, which I like to see. Just a little bit of ways to try to kite around the side of Blacklist as well. Blacklist, though, for their part, still ready to go. Not many long cooldowns to wait for. Are eyeing that mid into the triangle. It'd be a very good fight to find. Palos might not be ready for this. Oh. No. Yeah. There's not much holding him back. The side of TNC, yeah, there's room to grow. I just don't know about these choices. Like, say, Cox going back for the Bloodstone for the added AoE, a little bit of that healing in the middle of a counter Helix. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Granted, it is down to just 4 attacks to Helix, so there could be some good spins if you catch a big call. I'm just not sure if that's where the investment should go over just more armor to play off the one-man army, to survive through the physical onslaught of that Ursa and of the TA. Outside of Call, the Axe doesn't have the most just yet. It's a decent amount, to be fair, but not enough to really be secure considering just how much physical burst the side of Blacklist has. A good scan as well from Blacklist.
I mean, they're moving in right now. Palos, he saw Zhao. Easy Veno kill to take. Problem is Gabby and Arbit are right behind him. They drop the sentry, Palos. He's alright, he backs off at the right moment, realizing that he was spotted. And, well, thankfully for Palos, the Gale did not connect, so you didn't have the massive slow kicking in here from Zhao. Roshan is available. Jing will scout this one out on the Marcy. It's a Roshan that I think TNC can definitely try to take here, and they will give it a crack. They'll try as quickly as possible with the freezing field committed from Cuckoo, and it's a matter of whether Blacklist realize it's happening. It seems like they just may. They've smoked up, they'll try to get towards the pit. Oh, it's too late though. They are running the wrong way. Roshan is gone. Yoa will take the Aegis. Cheese to be picked up by Palos. Can they get out of here though? Gabby's looking for the fight. They've already found Cox. They will take down the Axe, and now Palos has been caught. He'll try to pact his way out, but it's no good. Gabby's looking for more. Won't be able to find it, but I mean, that's 2 down. And that's a fight where your TNC have the Aegis up, but they just don't want the fight.
They expended a lot of ultimates to take that Roshan. Had to use the Unleash, had to use the Freezing Field. You lose a lot of that middle team fight impact, and now Cuckoo gone as well. Tim's setting up with Yule's Bushwhack to give Natsumi a freebie. And Tim still cleans it up. 24 to 15, the TNC having a lot more play this game, but it's still not quite enough. Side of Blacklist still in control. Taking a tier 2 off the back, up top, TNC. Again, it boils down to this initiation. It's got to be a big call from Cox. But it's a lot to ask for from this Axe. And for Palos, it almost feels like he has to play very far back. Removed from the fight until that call comes in. He can't hope to assassinate anyone with all of the defensive items that these Blacklist supports have picked up. Just the Ghost Scepter and the Yules have been ruining these assassination attempts from Palos.
It's been very, very tough. The Blacklist looking for another tier 2 tower. They're going to head down towards the bottom lane. Natsumi will make quite short work of the tier 2 tower. TNC, once again, just trying to avoid any kind of engagement, even with the Aegis up. They still have the cheese on Palos as well, but they just do not want to try and force a fight at the moment. Maybe just hope that Blacklist try to force high ground here and think about fighting in that defense with the Aegis up. But I think if the Blacklist will just patiently wait for the Aegis to go, and then they could think about high ground pretty easily. So no need to rush. Instead, Abed will start on the tier 2 mid tower. And that tier 2 will go down pretty much for free. There's no defense to come here from TNC Predator. Maybe they can think about Natsumi top lane, but Palos might be the one to get hunted because Natsumi's going to see him. Palos trying for the TP. Is there any cancel? Not quite. He's alright.
Doesn't mention bail out. Keep a little bit of a shove up top. Prevent some creeps from coming in. At the least, hanging on to the high ground just a little bit longer here on TNC's part. Do have the full BKB up on Jing, so the Marcy can take point, but again, the damage is overwhelming. Daedalus up now on Abed. You've got the Basher for control from Natsumi. Doesn't feel like you have enough. Cox actually had to go back for the Yules. Not even going for the full Bloodstoning longer for that AoE and the healing. Just needs some utility. Yoa trying to go back for the Orchid as well. Let's see if it starts to make a difference, but the full Ags up on Gabby. This is actually huge. A cart ride for Abed, an invulnerability point, a very big save for Gabby.
Yeah.
Like, this Centaur Ags is no longer a meme. That invulnerability is just insane.
It's pretty ridiculous. It's amazing what a cart will do for you, John. You just can't die in these damn things. You see a 4-man smoke here from TNC, but they're running right back towards a creep wave. So I mean, Palos is still going to try and work out this mid creep wave before they really get going. So they're hoping Blacklist Rivalry would try to take the bait and try to go after Palos, but Blacklist weren't even around the area at the time. So we are going to have a quick pause to come out from Cox. And the smoke doesn't really seem like it's going to amount to too much. I mean, it felt like they were trying to use Palos to bait Blacklist in and they'll take the fight that way, but without the bait of Palos, I don't think they really want the fight too much.
At the least...
What's Gabby saying?
Gabby says, just farming, waste of ages.
I mean, I can't disagree with him, I'll be frank with you.
I mean, we've seen a lot of farming Aegis. This feels like something that tends to just happen with Aegis 1 and Aegis 2 anyhow. I don't think it's too off the norm, to be fair. It's also into just this heavy aggression from Blacklist. They need a space to catch up. At the least, again, they've got the Nullifier up on Palos. Take care of some of those defensive tools coming out on these supports so he can snipe someone in backline at the very least. Whether or not he can actually focus on to anyone at the back is another question. Whether or not that damage is enough, considering how much coverage they have here on the side of Blacklist, is quite a fair bit. I'm still looking at Cox. I feel like this game is still on the axe. It's got to be off the back of these calls. It's got to be a big one with blade mail. You've got to hammer in Abed or Natsumi at this point and just take them out of the equation. Both of them just feel like such difficult targets to go for. Natsumi with the Yags, the Refractor, Refraction up on Abed. His output with Daedalus just feels like the axe could potentially just melt, even in the call. 15k advantage for Blacklist. Looking to be in very strong form today. And TNC. Wait, okay.
Oh, Gabby's he's a busy man. He wants it done over and done quickly. It's like you're always trying to buy a bit more time here for Cox. Gabby doesn't have the time for these stupid games. He just needs to get through to that final. And I wonder what does happen if Blacklist do make it to the finals here up against Talon. I mean, Talon have not looked too bad themselves in the qualifiers, so it could be a very spicy matchup between those two. Hopefully closer than the series we're watching right now, because this series has been pretty one-sided. Blacklist sway.
Yeah. It's been really slow from the side of TNC, just a little bit disconnected. As they are still telling Gabby to wait. Going ready. What do you mean Cox isn't there yet? Huh?
Here he is.
Okay, he's back.
We're ready to go. It's all
That's
right.
a bit preemptive.
I mean, they know very well where Blacklist are. They're the one, TNT are the ones choosing not to go for any form of a fight, which again, I can kind of appreciate. I mean, there's 40 seconds for the Aegis to expire. It's pretty risky to try and force a fight right now if you are TNC. Problem is Blacklist rivalry, like they would have timed this, and naturally as the Aegis is going to expire, chances are they are just going to start forcing objectives, and well, they'll start with the Tormentor on the Dire's side, but they can start to think about the High Crown as well, as we just saw Zhao being dragged by a work card of Gabby.
Oh,
and here we go. Oop, Natsumi! What was that?
Huh? What?
What was that?
He blinked forward.
Yeah, he did.
Into the gate.
Gabby's probably just dead now. There goes Zhao. Gabby will pop the workhorse trying to run, but Jing's got him with the rebound, and Gabby is going to go down. Oh, what the hell was that?
What?
Why did he do
What is
that?
happening? Mouse issues? The only
Palos?
one explanation.
Abed's going to be spotted here by Palos. He'll just wait for his team to get closer so they can really just ensure Abed does die. There is still a sentry ward here, so Palos needs to be a little bit cautious, but he'll give his position away, and now Abed knows for sure that he's coming. Nullifier out, not really going to make too much of a difference here up against Abed. He'll be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
What have they done, though? Like, now it suddenly feels like TNC could maybe win another team fight and even out the game completely.
Yeah. It can work against you. It's such a bad move. I know what's up with Blacklist. Maybe they lose their mind a little bit off the pause. Natsumi feels like he can 1v5. Does fall down. They lose a very big net worth lead. It's still in favor of Blacklist, to be fair. But it does give a lot of breathing room out for TNC. And the side of Blacklist, well, they've got to be a little bit more cautious taking these fights. Right? There is still play on TNC, especially when you offer up your pause one like that. Smoke out from TNC, let's see if they can repeat that success.
Oh, mate. I don't know if it was a success or a failure on Blacklist's part, John. You know, TNC got a gift, I'll give you that, as Zhao and Natsumi going to spot out Yoed, but they don't want the fight long. In fact, Gabby's jumped in again. He's found two on the backside. Cox is almost down. He'll be able to walk away. Cuckoo is down himself. Now Jing going to try and jump in, but he just gets annihilated by Abed. This is the Ursa. Why is he in the cart? Gabby's just dragging Natsumi along. It's like, you can't throw if I put you in the damn cart, Natsumi. The Gabby just ensuring the Ursa can't do anything that fight.
Radiant are scared.
Palos?
He's alright.
Ooh.
That's the trick, Jonathan. Just put Natsumi in the cart every single fight. Just don't let him do anything.
Yeah. No. You could disable Help Natsumi if you would like.
Do it.
You could do so. And then you won't be in the cart. It could be one way for Natsumi to keep it interesting here, if he desires. Gabby's just been doing so much work for Blacklist. Saving the day without rotation, cutting off 2, forcing out the early BKBs. Jing trying to hunt for more with the BKB, melts to Abed. Oh,
Cox.
Natsumi.
That's a big call. Natsumi not going to get dunked, but is still going to die. Alrighty. Yoe. Yoe's going to be okay. So Cox for Natsumi. He had Enrage, I'm pretty sure, as well. I'm sure there was a good reason why he couldn't pop, but I didn't quite see myself. Meanwhile, topside, Gabby. Being watched here by Palos, though Gabby is a very tanky boy. They are going to give it a crack. Nullifier popped, he's got help in the way. A very nice pushback here from Tim's, going to make sure Cuckoo's in trouble. Cuckoo will go down. Gabby's still running. Gabby's out again. Palos is in trouble. Oh, Palos. He'll eat at least a creep to be able to get his way out, but Tim's is still chasing with a very nice bushwhack to land. But they will leave it at that as they are still lacking an Ursa.
That they are, and they are holding position for Roshan, spawning up in a few seconds here. Blacklist have the much more advantageous area, but there is a TP point here for the side of TNC and their outpost. See if they can line up this Rosh a lot better than the last time for the side of TNC. So you're well aware it should be coming back up. Good vision here from the side of Blacklist. Wards in the lane. Sentry down as well to watch Palos trying to get flank. For the side of TNC, again, this boils down to whether or not Cox can get the call. Will check Roche is under vision. Again, the vision control from Blacklist is just way superior. Traps are watching him walk in as well. They will start, but Blacklist aren't that far off.
Oh, they're going to give this fight a crack. There's a Roshan Raw. The DK Illusion's giving away quite a bit of info to his team, but they're just trying to get through them as Tim's here will scout out Roshan, but does get stunned up here by Yoe. Rebound is out from Jing. Tim's in huge trouble. Will go for the Yule Scepter. Meanwhile, Gabby!
Oh,
Gabby's
Gabby!
taking the Aegis again! Oh, Gabby saves the day another time! TNT need to TP out, but they've lost Palos. Palos left behind the workhorse. The card again, Gabby. You're drag along the TA. Ahmed will find Cox eventually. Cox will be okay. Oh my, Gabby. I mean, I think Ahmed must have knocked some sense into him, Jonathan, because Gabby's just playing out of his mind.
Yeah, it's certainly, you know, I think overall it's been a big boon for Blacklist. Who knew all it took for a Filipino team to be good is to get a fist fight in. Blacklist are looking a lot sharper off the back of that. Certainly, you know, dropping to lower bracket, still not feeling good, but they're having a good showing here so far. Who did they hand the Ags over to? They do still hand it over to
Oh, there it
Noah.
is. There it is, the card, Jonathan. Gabby's setting up again.
Why is he tracking Natsumi instead of Abed?
Oh, why not? Why not, John? You know, Gabby's got the Aegis anyway. Gabby couldn't give a crap.
If they had Abed at the back, they could have gotten 2 free kills. No problem.
Ah, screw that.
Natsumi was trying to reach forward. It's so funny seeing him trying to right-click from the cart. He just can't. They are threatening TNC. I mean, despite it feeling very bleak for TNC, they're only at an 8k deficit at 38 minutes in. They're hanging on to the high ground. They're doing great for themselves and the side of Blacklist again. They've still got a lot to play with. And TNC, it's funky, man. It's sometimes Blacklist throws, other times, well, TNC don't play clean.
You know, I'm not going to take this away from Blacklist, Jonathan. I think they're playing pretty well here. You know? I mean, Gabby's been playing out of his mind this whole series. I mean, Gabby clearly wants to prove a point against TNC Predator. Here we go. One up towards the top lane. They've found the DK, so you're always going to be somewhat cautious. They will scan him out. Blink in from Natsumi. Yoe's going to BKB TP, but the bash is there from Natsumi. So you've got to do it the old-fashioned way, Yoa, and just try to run with the Ancient Black Dragon 4, but he's still being caught out here by Gabby, and he is just gone. Abed will have the damage output. In comes Natsumi. He wants Kuku on the CM, but he won't go too far. There's no buyback on Yoa, though. Dire Straits here for TNC.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Still going to be able to defend slowly but surely, but... Oh!
Ooh,
Just
Jing.
lose there. Marcy. Jing almost going down here to Abed. It's the side blade's completely ripping him a new one. Scabby in again, has the Aegis up, but they'll take him down the first time. Here comes Natsumi. He's onto the axe. He's got him controlled up, but he can't really keep going. Palos a little bit too scary with the damage output from the backside.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
They'll still be able to find the top barracks, though, no
Dire's
problem.
top barracks has fallen.
They can head into the mid lane, knowing that Yoa is still 30 seconds away from respawning. "20 seconds now for the Dragon Knight to be back up. 25 seconds for the Dragon form to be back up. Plenty of time for one lane of barracks to be taken down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Rather an additional lane of barracks, but they are going to retreat for now, Blacklist. Even a damage amp room just sitting there for Abed when he does find it.
They
So
play it
Gabby's
safe in
actually going to find it.
Blacklist. They don't overextend. They play it safe. No, they have so much to lose. There's no need to risk it. They're already, again, in a heavy advantage here up against TNC. TNC for their part. And they find some openings. There is, again, still some output left on TNC, but I'm just not sure how you're expected to take these fights at all. Like, in an actual 5v5, if you don't manage to get a 5-man call, which is, it feels near impossible for Cox to look for that. I don't know how you're expected to control this team fight. You know, in comparison to having the Noxious Plague, the Gale, the Bushwhack, the Hoof Stomp. There's so much more coming out here for Blacklist and holding heroes down. And all you really have is perhaps a rebound from Jing if he doesn't die afterwards. And the call from Cox. And it's just difficult for them to fully commit that way. Smoke out from Blacklist.
Palos.
Could look for a sneaky flank.
He's going to show on the high ground there for a second. They won't make the jump in. Instead, they'll flank around through the top lane where there's no racks or tier 3 tower, and Palos going to be so careful. They'll break the smoke, but where's the vision? Where's the detection? Zhao had the gem on the Venom, but he was too far back for them to see. Jump in now, Palos!
Oh, Palos.
He moved back in. Gabby has his own gem now. Jing's in trouble. Jing looking to go down first. We'll be able to heal up just a little bit, but here comes the work cart. The hitcher ride. Arbit's in the cart. Get him out of there. Arbit's like, what the hell's going on? Gabby's messing around with him mid-game, John. Wouldn't even jump in.
I think a little bit of a preemptive click, perhaps. Some misclicks coming out. No call from Cox as well. That was such a good initiation. His blink was just on taken away still.
Nowhere. Jump is there. They found the Dragon Knight. It's a lot of damage. The Bushwhack to lock them down. Cuckoo to follow. A double kill for Gabby. Buybacks incoming here from Cuckoo to try and salvage this game. But they are now 2 Raxes down. They are fighting without Yoe another time. He's still got no buyback available. 530 gold short for the Dragon Knight. So it's a 4v5. Blacklist Rivalry 1 step away from the lower bracket final. They'll get started on the tier 3. Gabby's in again.
Oh,
they'll find Cox on the axe. Cox is gone. No, he's not gone. The work card. He'll drag him out of there. Well, Gabby, what team are you playing for, sir? He saved Cox.
Yeah. Saved Cox, but I guess Natsumi could have been in an awkward spot. They do find Jing. The defense for TNC.
Cox trying to drag Natsumi back. Natsumi's fine as Gabby's going to jump in again. He'll find Palos. Poor old Palos will actually be able to get away. They don't have the detection, but the Noxious Plague is doing quite a lot of damage here to Palos, but he'll still survive. The Rax is exposed. There is no tier 3 tower left, but it seems as though Blacklist not feeling confident with the respawn of Yoe. They will retreat.
Again, they play it safe. There's no need to push that hard here on Blacklist. 19k lead, 35 to 21. They don't want to give opportunities back to TNC. It is a little crazy. Cox had so many opportunities for calls, never felt confident. I'm not sure, especially in that mid defense. The initiation coming out from Yoe, or when Yoe was jumped, they were tightly clumped, couldn't get the blink off. I saw his blink off cooldown, it wasn't popped. There's a lot of hesitation coming out from Cox. And again, there's so much pressure on Cox. It's got to be a good call. It has to come out from that. That's their only piece of big teamfight control. Not counting freezing field for the slow. It just feels impossible. Like, if Cox can't get the call, then these scrappy fights are the best you can hope for from TNC, and that one can just go either way. It's still heavily in favor of Blacklist to play scrappy like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Very, very tough situation right now if you are TNC Predator again. I mean, they're still within this game too. They're still in this best of 3 series, but the more time that ticks on, the more Blacklist rivalry just continue to get stronger and stronger. And it's just not slowing down anytime soon. So looking to go again, I think. Arcane Blink completed here on Arbed. It's going to be so mobile in the next team fight. Cuckoo. Narrowly avoiding Gabby. They'll pop the Stampede for him though. They want the die back. They've got him. Cuckoo gone. No CM for this team fight as they're going to try and jump the Centaur now, but Gabby's just so tanky. They'll keep trying. Arbed to jump in.
Ooh.
No, he actually jumps back out. They'll lose the Centaur. Gabby down. Now Yoe, he'll find Arbed here on the TA. Arbed losing most of his HP already. Will try to run away. Jing trying to jump in, but Natsumi. He'll catch the Marcy. Jing is gone. Onto Yoe. Yoe's dropping very low to the noxious plague of Zhao. He'll still be alive though as Cox is right by him just in case he needs it. A lot of hesitation here from Natsumi to jump in, but there you go, he'll make the jump. Yoe is gone. Cox was too late. Cox now in danger. Cox is down. That's gotta be it. I mean, there's buybacks available on 2 of them, that is, but it's a 3v4 now. You're still lacking your support duo. Palos is gonna move in. They'll see him eventually. Palos,
what?
I'm not sure about that.
What?
Palos looking to die, but they are lacking detection now,
Cox?
so Palos is alright.
It's a dieback.
Cox is down.
What is that?
He was trying to help Palos jump.
Why would Palos do that? Why would you? You don't have enough damage for that, Palos.
In fairness, he did get out.
But he didn't get the kill. Why would he even attempt that?
No, I suppose they're kind of desperate here, John.
Yeah, well, at the very least, you still have Yoe with his buyback back in the game, up against the Megas. One last fight is all it takes for Blacklist to crush TNC's dreams. We'll have to see. TNC barely hang on. 1:10 until that axe is back up. Yoe trying to go hunting here by himself.
Oh, they're gonna see Yoe. Oh, the DK. This will be a dieback here for the Dragon Knight.
That's got to be it.
I mean, that's definitely it. Cuckoo's now chased down. Cuckoo's gone. They're on to Jing. Jing will barely make it out, but not quite. He's still going to die as Gabby will just rush up it towards the fountain. Gabby looking for some revenge. Not going to get it. The card a little bit too short. They'll take the tier 4 towels. They'll be on to the Ancient. Gabby will get the tip here from Cuckoo as they do call it. And Gabby will say, we're the real TNC.
Gabby. Oh.
Wow, wow, wow. The real TNC will make it through the lower bracket final where they'll play up against Talon.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Ooh. That one has not ended up well for Talon on these kinds of series where Blacklist shows up, gets a 2-0. If they always keep that momentum. So Talon has to shape up, especially after what we saw yesterday up against Aurora. A great showing from Blacklist. Very strong execution, strong lanes coming out, a great understanding of the meta right now. And Gabby playing out of his mind. You know, he's dishing it out. They managed to crush Godfather Cuckoo, and he gets to say that he's the real TNC. Oof. Those are some fighting words from Gabby. We'll see if they can maintain that and qualify.
Absolutely. I mean, Gabby might need to be careful. You know, if they don't qualify here against Talon, maybe he'll be getting an invite from the actual TNC. You know, you never know. Arbit's got a very short temper, I think, here with his offlane. Though I tell you what, Gabby has been All props to him again, John. I mean, we keep making jokes about what happened. He's been carrying the team. Straight up, Gabby is legitimately carrying Blacklist Rivalry on his back for this whole series today. I mean, the Mars performance was spectacular. The Centaur performance was even better. Props to the offlane of Blacklist. I think is doing a fantastic job. And I'll tell you what, if he keeps playing like that, I think Talon have their work cut out for them, John. It's not going to be a very easy series at all here for Talon Esports, as we are going to get into that series up next. John, I can only imagine. I mean, what are your predictions, John, before we do head to a break? Do you have a prediction for our next series? I mean, this is the last series of the SEA closed qualifiers.
I feel like if Blacklist has the potential to 2-0 it. I think that's my concern, because again, we've seen Talon in the circumstance. They dropped the upper bracket final. They're on the lower bracket. And then Blacklist comes in from the lower bracket on a hot streak, going 2-0. And then they end up 2-0ing Talon. This has happened historically. I think that was in the last Dream League qualifier, perhaps, if not one of the other EPT qualifiers. Talon has to step up their game, because when Blacklist is hot like this, they carry that momentum very well. This is a team that hypes itself up, and you have to unhype them. You have to prove a point here for Talon. We'll have to see. Blacklist are looking really strong. Again, we can take a look at our brackets here. Again, Talon got knocked down by Aurora yesterday. Blacklist take that 2-0 over TNC. They've had nothing but 2-0s in the lower bracket as well. A very spectacular run from the side of Blacklist Rivalry. And then they face off against Talon, who again has shown themselves to be a pretty strong team, but really struggled against Aurora. This is going to be an interesting one with Blacklist, because I feel like the power difference between all of the top 3, top 4 teams in C aren't that wide anymore. So this should be a fairly close matchup coming up for us right here to close out the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup Southeast Asian Qualifiers.
Well, I can't wait to see how it does break out, John. We are going to head to a break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 1 of the lower bracket final between Talon and Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see you soon.
So stick around. You're so cool, You're so
Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt. nothing. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir gefahren und gefahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt, ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschafft, wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft, 808, bist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen Stall, sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
James und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht, ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast.
Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass, ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin, ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin, leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall, sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I tell myself to get to you. Go straight through hell to get to you. Break all my bones to get to you. And give all I own to get to you. Yeah. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, ooh yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I walked through fire, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. Shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
Walk with me through these derelict streets. Threatening behavior spreads like disease. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Gaze in the fire, let me dance in the flames. Fuel my desire, there's hurt in my veins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty,
me with caution, might have to get hurt. I top up from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire.
not a king, I'm the king.
Just wait
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a mind, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in, never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock, I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees, way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest, Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it, My flow got a cold as sick as the illest, I know that I'm great and they about to witness me, going in, I went way up, about to go again, You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend, cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end, cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep them going now, you say you got it in that Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down, no, I keep it straight, every line is so intentional, this is your moment to let it go, you know that I'm into them way too cold, You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't too cold. Yeah.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now.
The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity.
Whoa.
It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity.
When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no to stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from our extended break here, back to the close qualifiers of the Esports World Cup to see who is the final team from SEA to make it straight through to the Riyadh Masters. And Jonathan, we've got Talon, we've got Blacklist Rivalry, we've got one slot left. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. This is going to be an exciting one. Blacklist took that 2-0 victory over TNC in a very dominant fashion. And again, yesterday for Talon, when they played up against Aurora, they looked really lost. So this is going to be an interesting one. We've seen this storyline before. In Dream League 23 qualifiers, Talon got knocked down 2-1 by Neon, faced off against Blacklist in the lower bracket finals, and then got 2-0'd by Blacklist. So this could be the same circumstances. Talon will have to, rally back, learn from their mistakes yesterday, but Blacklist, when they are in form, can be quite the force to face up against. So we'll have to see how it goes. This one is going to be a pretty exciting one. Last slot in. Can this be Blacklist redemption? Can Talon make it all the way into the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup? We'll have to wait and see. It's a best of 3, so not many games to test it out here. You'll have to bring your A game, start to finish for sure. And whoever gets game 1 is going to rest easy going to game 2. It feels like we have had more 2-0s than we haven't. And you can see in our bracket as well, majority of our series have been 2-0s. So I feel like that first game advantage does do a lot to boost a lot of these teams, considering they can snowball right into a second game win and just get that easy ride. It feels like the game 1 weighs a lot on all of these teams.
It absolutely does. And I think if you're Talon, you're probably going to be a little bit cautious because Blacklist, they're already coming off a 2-0 victory here up against TNC, and they were looking fantastic. They're looking very warmed up, and I'm sure they're looking very motivated to try and take out this series 2-0 against Talon Esports. Talon, I mean, yesterday, obviously, they had a pretty rough time against Aurora, Jonathan. It wasn't really much of a competition, but I'm sure they've kind of gotten together and worked out what the hell went wrong yesterday. And I mean, Blacklist arguably is not as hard of a team to beat, right? Arguably. Based off results we have seen between these 3 teams. So I'm intrigued to see what does happen. I hope we get a 3-game series, of course, here in this best of 3 finals, but I wouldn't be very surprised in a 2-0 either for either side. Again, I do think Blacklist should have some kind of mental advantage going into the matchup again, considering they did just 2-0 TNC. We'll see, though. We shall see how it all does break out. We haven't started our draft yet. I can give an update, though. We have got first pick here for the side of Talon, and it seems as though Blacklist Rivalry will choose the side of Radiant.
I do feel like first pick is overall a lot stronger no matter what side you're on, just because that allows you to pick stuff like the Phoenix, stuff like the DK, stuff like the Zeus, stuff like the TA. None of these picks feel easy to manage as a first pick overall, and you can only ban so many things at the first set of bans. So maybe Talon starting off with first pick does allow them to sneak away with one of those things. I'm pretty sure Blacklist will ban out DK Zeus at the least to try to make this game uncomfy for Chuen. But we'll see. Maybe something like the TA or Phoenix priority for Talon. We saw Phoenix be prioritized for them in their first pick overall. And Ponyo was not having the best of times, but mind you, Ponyo didn't have the best setups for his egg either. Like, they didn't have anything like the arena. It was really tough. WS didn't have as much playmake there as well. So maybe I think that's the one big thing I want to see from Talon to correct in the draft. The offlane for WS. They've been going with more Marcy offlane. It didn't feel great. They went with a bunch of stuff that just didn't feel great. They went with Axe next, which was fine, but you ended up with an Axe Muerta lane, which really didn't synergize all too well for JoeCam. So I think there are a couple of things in the draft that Talon were trying out that really didn't pan out. And again, for Blacklist, it's looked consistently good, especially in the last series. The drafting was very straightforward, very much within the strength of the patch. And again, it feels like they've gotten a grip as to what's good in this meta throughout their time in the qualifiers. They did dip down into the lower bracket at the first round of upper bracket, but it's been smooth sailing since then.
I think you've got to be very cautious going into this draft here for Talon. I mean, you kind of already went over this, but the picks like Muerta and Marcia, I don't want to see these heroes coming out, John. They haven't felt very good from the games we've watched, and I mean, Muerta looks horrible from what I've seen. Marcy hasn't really looked that much better, personally. So again, I think the only person that's made Marcy look good to me is Sin Q, and he's not here in the SCA qualifiers, Jonathan. So it's It is what it is. I think I'd like to see a bit more standardized drafting here for Talon, considering we are, again, in our final best of 3 of the whole qualifier. And they are still one step away from qualifying to the Riyadh Masters. You know, you're almost there, Talon. You're almost there, but you've got a bit of a juggernaut in Blacklist Rivalry to try and beat out. We do now officially have draft number 1 underway, so we can head over to the draft. Banouts to make, John. I think, against Blacklist, you don't want to give him Dragon Knight, because DK's been looking too damn good. I think you've got to focus on Gabby's bans a little bit as well, because Gabby's been popping off on the Mars and the Centaur.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's a lot to ban out as well. Don't forget the Zeus, of course, is completely busted, but Talon do have first pick, so they can wait for that Zeus themselves. And Blacklist, surprisingly enough, they get rid of the DK the tier.
Yeah, it's fair. Again, these are Chuen heroes on the mid. There's a bit of an overlap there. I mean, again, Chuen, since the last patch, in the past year actually, has been playing literally nothing but DK Zeus, maybe some DP mid. Those have been pretty much his best heroes there. So it's going to be straightforward for Blacklist to take that out. I would like to see Talon to do what you were saying, right? Like, take care of the off-lane picks, to take care of the Doom already. There goes the Zeus from Blacklist with the SF. Talon, will you take care of something like the Centaur Mars? There is overlap there for WS and Gabby. So I'm keen to see what they will kind of allow through. Still a lot of options on hand on top of that as well. What's left for the first pick for Talon? We've seen them play Storm on Chuen. You don't have the SF to worry about. They ban out the Marcy in Talon. They'll go with the Phoenix first pick. Just settle for the strong support right now for Ponyo. We saw him try both facets before. I still feel like the hotspot's a little bit better. And there goes the Centaur for Blacklist. So the coverage now for Blacklist with the Centaur pickup should be something like the Mars ban. Because that is the one big solution for the Stampede. And that's the one way to stop them from just running away or running into you as well. Really good area denial. And that is something WS plays. So I'm curious if Blacklist does remember to ban out the Mars. But starting off with the Centaur is super strong. You do pick Centaur into Phoenix. You do have percent-based burn, and Ponyo is playing that in the 5. So you have some good utility for the Phoenix early on in that lane. But it's not like you get Sunray early on in laning anyhow. The first 2 levels tend to be the dive into Fire Spirit, so you should still be in the clear for Gabby very early on. Should be perfectly manageable.
Well, what's with these Marcy bans, though? Like, why waste the ban on Marcy? That's my question here for Talon.
Again, it's scrims. It's more than likely scrims. Alright, like, we ask these questions, but when all the teams tend to do it, it's probably just information from scrims. They've let the Marcy through, they see its power, even though when we do see it picked up, it doesn't quite work out. Scrim results almost always influence these drafts a lot more, especially for heroes that seem garbage when they do get picked up. So it's just preventing anything like that from popping back in, which is fair. Again, we've seen a lot of other teams ban out Marcy, even though it hasn't been working well. So I do understand the sentiment. It's probably just scrimmages.
Fair enough. The teams certainly know more than I do. Blacklist Rivalry. One more ban to go before we can see the drafts continue here. Been a big focus on the mid lane matchups here for Blacklist. They're banning out the Zeus, banning out the SF. Chuen may get another ban here his way in just a second.
If they are focusing on mids, and again, allowing the Mars through, stuff like Storm, Flesh have been popular. We've seen some Puck. There's the Storm ban, so it'll take care of Chuen just playing with the static slide, just trying to clear out waves. It was a rough time for Chuen when we did see him play Storm last time, but his matchup again was pretty atrocious anyway. So I'm keen to see what options are left for Chuen, whether or not they still want something like the Puck. The Dream Coil does make sense up against the Stampede, so that could be one way to go for Talon down the line. Blacklist still looking for supports. Venomancer still an option there for Zhao if he wants it. Just very strong in lane, of course. Lots of damage to pump out. Snapfire to deal with Yegg, and they will go with a Snapfire instead. So you do have a quick way of removing the egg from the equation here for the side of Talon. And again, we've seen Ponyo have a rough time with the Phoenix beforehand. I want to see some coverage for the egg. I want to see a WS Mars. Like, I think that's the best way to go about this. Great egg protection, great team fight potential. The vision cutting is insanely strong. Just tie it in with that combination of Phoenix. It's been left in the pool.
Well, they're going to take the Bane for now, interestingly enough. They'll go for the Slardar instead, so opting to choose Slardar over that Mars. The Bane intrigues me a little bit as well. Like I do wonder whether they're going to run something a little bit cheeky and run like a mid-Bane. You know, I mean, the flexibility is certainly there for this hero at the moment, but a very interesting kind of draft forming here from Talon, choosing to go for the Slardar instead. I'm intrigued here, John. I'm very intrigued.
It's rather curious. This should be our WS hero, maybe a Chuan hero. I like that Blacklist just go ahead, pick up a Razor and a Disruptor. They have great ways to drag back the Slardar if he does chase in. It's a Razor into Slardar lane. We saw this be very painful for Cox last time around, so you can't really fault Natsumi for going back into it. Again, there is some flex. This could end up being Chuan's hero mid, but he doesn't know his matchup. And I think that's the worrying thing. Without seeing the matchup, the Slardar is... It doesn't do well with a lot of ranged matchups, like, say, Lina, Lesh. Can be fairly annoying for the Slardar. So, throwing out onto WS seems like the safest bet. But into a Razor lane, it's just not comfy. A Razor Disruptor once again. Seeing Talon should have showed her hand here, it should be either the WS or Chuan hero, again, depending on how they flex the Slardar. I would still say just go with Mars. I don't know why Talon's been avoiding that hero. It's been a little bit strange, considering how WS plays that Mars. But Mars Slardar sounds fine enough. Again, you end up with Mars Phoenix. Your one shortcoming is Slardar mid. But it is manageable enough if the lane matchup isn't too atrocious and you can ban to cover it. And just kind of last pick Akashi's here at this point. They are taking their time. I'm just not digging the Slardar offlane into Razor. It just doesn't sound like a fun time.
I don't think the Mars is going to be that great either, though, into that duo.
I think it's better at least. You have the spear back, and you have more team fight. Because if you give WS Slardar, the only thing for team fight now for Talon on mid would be a puck pickup. And I'm not sure how highly I rate the puck overall. Like, that's the only way I see this draft developing. If you will give WS Slardar, you have to go with a Chuan puck.
I'm going to go for a Weaver pickup. I imagine that should be Akashi's hero. So they've potentially left the offlane or mid lane for the last pick. We don't know yet. See what Blacklist Rivalry do prioritize as their bans. I'm going to take a wild guess and say we're still looking for a Chuan hero. It feels like they're giving WS that Slardar. As much as I don't really like it either. It feels like that's probably the way they're going. Talon, we'll see what their bans look like. 35 seconds reserve time left for this. Surprisingly, heroes like the Axe and the LC were still there as well. Neither of those have been touched.
Yeah, but neither one is really looking for a full offlane. Again, Talon could, if they'll give Chuan Slardar, but you could do something cheeky in Blacklist, give Abed Razor mid, you still end up with a really strong lane for the Razor. They will ban out the puck here on Talon's end, so opting to just remove it as a tool for Blacklist. Blacklist, it's down to how they read us. Do they see some flex for Chuan? Are they more worried about other heroes on mid for Chuan? And they are. They ban out Lina and Kotl, other Chuan specialties. What does that really leave left for Talon? Something like Leshrak, which is kind of fine, but again, it's very reminiscent of what TNC ran in their own game, right? They had Slardar Lesh into a Razor. Natsumi had a fantastic time once BKBs were up. Talon, what other things from Abed are you worried about? There's a cheeky OD pick. I don't think it's really necessary for Blacklist. That still stands out. Take care of the Timbersaw instead. Again, maybe Flux on Razor mid.
I think you could just take the Lesh for Blacklist. It feels pretty good at the moment. I mean, Talon, they might have a bit of a some kind of secret card up their sleeve here, but I think if you are Abed, Lesh seems perfectly fine. You do need some tower push. You do need a bit of team fight. It doesn't really feel too bad. Unless they want him to play a bit more of a carry style of mid. But you don't have options like the TA. Talon are going to go for their pick, and it will be a Primal Beast to come out for themselves. So it does seem like they are maybe just going to give Chuan... No, in fact, they could give the Primal Beast over to WS as well. Because against the Razor matchup, at least you have a semi-decent way out.
There is some flex here for Talon. It's a very durable lineup with Primal Beast Slardar. It's very single target control heavy outside of the Slitherine Crush. I don't know how you protect this egg. very safely. The Snapfire is already going to run it down. The Razor can kind of do it if the Fire Spirits don't land and he gets a BKB up. You're going to have to use Pulverize on him. I feel like Talon is going all in on like this minus armor, really tanky front line with Slaughter Primal Beast. They have some saves under support. They have good sustain for all of these frontline tanks as well with a Sunray, especially if you take the hotspot. I just feel like Blacklist teamfight is already better, just with Disruptor Snapfire. You get the Kinetic Field, Static Storm on top with the Kisses there. You can start these fights with a Centaur. You can get in position with a Stampede. It just feels a lot easier for Blacklist to consider like the 20-minute plus fights when everyone's starting to group up. For Talon, the pickups are looking a lot stronger if they can hit these timings with initial blink and tank items for the Primal Beast. Some like Eternal Shroud, Blade Mail for the Primal Beast, and he should be set to go. Blacklist seeing the Primal Beast or the Slaughter mid, I mean, that Leshrac still stands out here. It still lanes decently into both, maybe not as much into the Primal Beast, but shouldn't be too bad either way. OD actually sounds really good here, just because no one is high mana on Talon. Like 2 Strength Cores, pure damage. You can kind of save as well with Imprisonment. Oh, Razor mid.
Alright, they'll go for the Naga Siren, so Razor mid for Arbed, which still obviously works pretty well against the Slaughter or Primal Beast, doesn't really matter which one. So Natsumi's going to go for his classic Naga Siren. I mean, both drafts look pretty fine to me. Chuen's going to take the Primal Beast, so he's going to have a nice way of escaping the Static Link of Arbed. WS does pick up the Slaughter, but he's not going to have to be too concerned about his laning stage anymore. Much easier time against the Naga Siren, I would argue, here for WS. I still like the Blacklist draft a lot better. I mean, I think it just kind of covers all the bases much better than what Talon have got, but yeah, it's not looking too bad for Talon either, John. I think it could be a very interesting game one.
I think Talon have to play in a very specific way. They've got to take these early fights, like 10 to 20 minutes, get quick blink timing in WS, get that quick Blade Mail or Eternal Shroud on Chuen, if not an outright BKB, to sustain through the fights and kind of connect together for like 10 to 20 minutes while Natsumi's still trying to build up. If they miss that timing, this Naga Siren could scale up into a really big beast. You hit this Blink BKB timing that Gabby's going to be able to play with. You hit this Manta timing for Abed with BKB, and he can just run in, have a lot of good sources for the Static Link if you fully commit first from Talon. It just feels like it's easier to execute Blacklist draft. And it's really funny seeing this kind of draft, Mike. Centaur Disruptor Naga. It feels like something that we've been casting since the start of our casting careers when we were covering China. Yeah. Again, the more things change, the more they stay the same. This combination is still strong. It still does a lot. I can't believe we're seeing it again in 2024. But it works. I will say, one quick comment. I think Tim's Toad on Snapfire looks horrendous. What is that?
It is a pretty disgusting toad. I was seeing double of those toad as well, which is even worse. Might be an ice frog, Jonathan. Maybe that's what it is.
Ah, yeah, that is true. That is true. I didn't think ice frogs would spit lava. And maybe the cosmetic changes that as well. I've never seen it.
No, we haven't, Jonathan. We might see it now, hopefully. So we do get into game number 1. Again, the winner of this best-of-3 series does make it straight through to the Esports World Cup, Riyadh Masters, whatever you want to call it. It's all there. A lot of money on the line, of course. A lot of pride on the line. So the Good Luck Have Funds are coming out. Just hope for a good series here. I mean, the team, could make some waves here at the Riyadh Masters. It doesn't bother me which one makes it, Jonathan. I just want to see a good series here.
Yep. We'll have to see. Again, Talon looked shaky yesterday. Blacklist looks great today. It's really more of a testament to how well can Talon reset. Because I think Blacklist have already proven their point against TNC. They look sharp. They coordinate as a team well. They have Gabby with a workhorse if he gets it for free. Trying to save Natsumi from throwing. That seems to be the key. Maybe if GeekFam had an off lane. Maybe if Cox on GeekFam played Centaur and got Ags. Things could have been different. Sorry about throwing you under the bus there, John Anthony Vargas. Do apologize. Kuya John? Sir Natsumi?
Oh, poor old Natsumi, eh?
He cops the short end.
You say I've been hearing and Timmy's been getting a lot of offers recently. Jonathan, I think he's doing just fine. Don't you worry, sir. Gavi. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. A nice even start here between these two teams. Tips out from Abed onto Chuen, which is a bit of a rare sort of thing we see from Abed. He doesn't tip very often, but he's already started here against Chuen.
Yeah, something a little bit rare. And both of them were going for the high fives on each other, but end up high-fiving your towers as well. This mid lane for Abed should be fairly straightforward. Not the hardest thing in the world, as you do have a good static link target. Chuen, of course, down the line will have the onslaught to disengage. Doesn't want to commit for that level 1, of course. And at the very least, level 1 static link, not a big threat. It still has some play, so should be fairly even trading mid. I would say as levels go up, it should be a little bit better for Abed, as long as he times his static link usage and prevents the onslaught escape from Chuen, kind of baits him into using that earlier, you are in a pretty decent spot as a Razor. But if the Primal Beast gets on top of you, having you force out the static link earlier, then it is Primal Beast. A very easy lane for the Primal Beast as well. Rune control should be a little bit easier for Chuen at least. With the onslaught, we'll see how much they commit onto that mid down the line. Not the biggest deal for both sides, maybe a little bit more important for Chuen, but even Abed is going for the bottle to keep that spell spam up as well. Still have some time to look at the other lanes. Up top, we've got Akashi and Weaver with Ponyo on that Bane, up against Gabby and Tims on the good old Centaur Snapfire lane. A lot of stuns coming out here for the side of Blacklist. Ponyo can be quite a nuisance though. He did go for the Dreamstalker facet, so not the Sleepwalking one. Does have a lot of damage to pump out during Nightmare, but it is a support Bane, so you're not really going to be scaling up that well. Good hoof stomp, good wards early on here from Blacklist to punish Akashi. No clear from Ponyo. Does have the sentry ready at least.
We'll use it now, I think, and does eventually find the sentry ward. So a nice little pick off there from Ponyo. Of course, down at bottom lane, you're going to have WS and Jokam against Januel and Natsumi. And I think WS is quite thankful he's actually going to have himself a decent laning stage here on the Slaughter. Thing is, Natsumi's not going to suffer too much either on the Naga. Like, Jokam can be as annoying as he wants, but it does feel like the Naga Siren's still going to have a pretty damn good time. And of course, Natsumi, this is basically one of his favorite heroes, so knows the hero like the back of his hand. Should be a pretty decent kind of game, I'd imagine, for this Naga Siren.
Yeah, at the least, a very playable lane for WS. They've already expended almost all of Zhao's mana as well. He does manage to top up, but doesn't have as much spell uses left. Jokam's doing a great job of forcing all of that attention onto himself and give WS a 1v1 lane, which, you know, it's not the comfiest against the Naga with a Riptide, but also is a lot more manageable without the additional Thunderstrike to hunt him down. So far in laning, a little bit even across the board. No one really getting a big advantage. Both the carries maybe falling a little bit behind. Tims.
A spot of danger. It's going to be okay. Gabby was there to protect him. Trying to be as aggressive as possible here top lane on Talon. Like Akashi and Ponyo desperately trying to get the damage off onto the Snapfire, but it seems like Tim's going to be just fine. And as the levels do ramp up, maybe you've got a bit of a higher chance of finding these kills, but Blacklist Rivalry's offlane generally is pretty good at just not dying.
That it is. Gabby's been pretty fantastic. Does have the double bracers up. 1.2k HP. What's up?
Time to reconnect to the game. There we go.
It happens.
Oopsie daisies. It does happen.
No pause for the obs. No pause for the obs as well. Unfortunately.
So things get scary and you gotta hope that we can actually reconnect to the game. There we go.
Still, again, very even start across the board. A little bit better for Blacklist, but marginally so. CS is still rather even. You are starting to suffer on Chuen's lane. Abed is starting to eke out the lead, so it is getting a little bit harder to manage for the Primal Beast, but that's somewhat to be expected as the levels go up. With the Plasma Field to safely harass, it's fairly hard for Chuen to commit, of course, to just trample in, as the static link is always a possibility from Abed. They do have a lot of wards watching mid. Double wards on Talon just to watch the triangle and cliff area. Same thing goes for Blacklist watching around the river and the entrances. So they don't want any sneaking around. Ponyo.
And a big bit of trouble here. Ponyo, he'll go for the Nightmare. The cookie's off the mark! Oh no! They do find Gabby first. Now Tim's going to have to try to run as Akashi will start dishing out the damage. Of course, Tim's will be just fine, but... Or Gabby maybe just not anticipating the cookie to come here from Tim's, and it does cost him his own life.
And it does. Really good Nightmare as well coming out there from Ponyo to stall out a little bit more. And a nice kill for Akashi to find. And that does boost the Weaver's presence just a little bit more. Faster power treads, maybe the Falcon Blade into Javelin timing as well. Will clear out the sentry. Tims.
Oh, Tims. You know, Cookie down to the low ground. He's going to be okay. Weren't quite within range to get the Nightmare off here on Ponyo. Well, bottom lane, seems like Zhao and Jokem are going to find each other, but a nice little glimpse back on the Phoenix is going to ensure the Disruptor doesn't take too much damage. As now mid lane, Arbit taking a lot of damage on that Razor. Chuen trying to be as aggressive as possible now on the Primal Beast, but unable to quite finish off the job.
We'll buy him some space to at least clear out one creep wave for free, leading into faster level 6. So he will be able to threaten with Pulverize soon. And the phase boots aren't too far off for Chuen as well. That additional armor, the little bit of chase down with the additional move speed is going to be a massive help as well. Unfortunately, it does get the haste rune on top of it. So the Primal Beast can start to set up, if not on the Razor, then onto the side lanes. Abed, just looking to sneak away with a bounty rune, will walk under the Watcher. So she can't make any further movements out. And again, a nice little start on mid for Chuen. Just having the haste, having the phase boots coming in, could try to look for some play across the map. It just doesn't feel like the sidelines are really ready, right? Like, you've got the Slaughter stuck at 4, your supports are, you know, at around about where you'd expect. You wouldn't really want to force it onto a Centaur either, so maybe your best bet is just a solo kill on mid, although Chuen is rotating. There is good vision, though.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Chuen not going to be able to sneak in here. He's already been caught underneath that Observer Ward. Blacklist Rivalry, they are waiting on the high ground. They want to go for the fight, and Gabby's just going to casually stun them both up. Oh boy, I mean, Talon find out the hard way that they are not getting that Wisdom Rune. Oh, easiest stun of Gabby's life.
These wards from the side of Blacklist, again, it's been pretty on point in the last series. This ward already paying off as well, watching by the ramp. The angle Chuen takes, just not a good one at all. Even Ponyo already spotted out earlier as well. Severely punished by the side of Blacklist. 3-1 off the back of those 2 kills. Securing their own wisdom and allowing a little bit of bounce back or a little bit of more gains for Abed. Some room to play down mid. Not quite enough to push. That is one shortcoming of the Blacklist draft. Push potential isn't the quickest until the Nog is there to shove out lanes for you. They are chasing Gabby, but does just TP away. Triple bracers up. 1.5k HP at 8 minutes in. Seems very nice.
Middle lane. Chuen, Glimpseback is going to be there. Still okay though. He's a tanky boy here on the Primal Beast, and the help is incoming. WS coming in from the tier 1 tower. Going to move on to Genuel as they get the Pulverize onto Tims. Tims will drop. Zhao will drop. And Arbet, he's been held down here by a Nightmare. They don't have the Fiend's Grip yet, but they have plenty of control for the Razor. And Arbet is gone. 3 down for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. All off the back of trying to secure a kill onto this Primal Beast, but Chuen was just too tanky.
I like this read from WS to show up on mid as well. Double bracers on him. Also at a pretty high amount of HP on the strength. Power treads at 1.4k. Just needs to leverage that early corrosive haze. Can't really get action down bot, so we'll make it happen on mid. They are starting to surround that bot. It does feel like any lane that you connect Zhao and Tims on is a very high kill probability lane, considering how much control there is on Blacklist with a glimpse back in the cookie. Let's see if it does pay off. Chuen does bottle up.
Now going to find the Primal Beast here. The cookie is actually going to save from Tims. It's Chuen, maybe going a bit too far. He's going to try to onslaught, but gets ensnared here by Natsumi. No survival now as the Stampede is popped to try and chase any stragglers. They could find WS on the slider, but he's moving a little bit too fast. So instead, nothing else will come out of it, but they get a huge kill on the Primal. And that's going to allow Blacklist to slowly start to work on towards that bottom tier 1 tower if they so wish. Which they do not.
And they can just hang back and farm, relieve some of the pressure on Natsumi. He's had a pretty free lane regardless. The Naga about to hit that Yasha timing into the Manta can start to really accelerate and farm, as we know Natsumi loves to do. For now, you are getting a lot more out on Akashi. He does have that early Javelin, so he is looking to make a play onto the mid.
Blacklist Rivalry, they're going to show up. Powering going to go the way of Chuen. This Weaver is farming very effectively. Like, Akashi's found a hell of a lot of farm here on this Weaver. I mean, Natsumi's not too far behind, to be fair, though. In fact, he overtakes now the net worth board. And as time goes on, the Naga Siren, of course, is going to just escalate a lot quicker. It's just the nature of the hero. Not much you can do about slowing that down.
I think the big thing down the line as well for Talon is how to deal with all of those Naga illusions once the farm is up on Natsumi. The Manta is the start. Probably something like the Heart down the line is going to make things massively annoying for the side of Talon. Perhaps maybe an Ags on Chuen helps to clear out those illusions. It does feel like one direction they can go to get some clear, as doesn't feel like they're going to have a lot. The Maelstrom and Akashi can do some things as well with the bounces, but not enough to really instantly clear out what Natsumi will be trying to do later on. We shall see. Still a little bit of a slower pace. You are inching into the level 6s of the supports. You've got level 6 up on Tim's and on John Yuel, all nice and ready. So Static Storm Kisses are set to go. They are still lining up in a nice area, but there are wards now from Talon in the same spot, so they do spot out the double supports, and Akashi just back to farming right behind, way behind, between the tier 1, tier 2, playing it safe. I do like this understanding from the side of Blacklist to play aggressively with these level 6s, but with the same ward spot, it is tricky. These wards right by the ramp can be quite a nuisance. Smoke under it as well.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, smoke into the mid lane. Again, was under vision, so it's not going to be too much of a surprise here for Talon. They'll even scan it out, just to really ensure they know exactly where they are. Though Chuen going to get glimpsed back here by Zhao. By his tier 1 tower, so he's still safe. Though Tims will move on to the high ground, but does decide better of it and backs their way out again. There's no action to come, so don't you worry. We'll reconnect rather soon, and everyone will get to see that literally nothing's happened.
Just a lot of poking and prodding. Smoke does not pan out from Blacklist. The ward from Talon this time paying off. And it's back to a little bit more of that farm game. It's hard to tell who the farm benefits. On face value, it should be Blacklist. And you've got the Naga Siren just scaling into the Manta for free. No contest onto Natsumi whatsoever. You are getting room out for WS to find his blink timing. Blade Mail is fully done on Chuen. So it should be into something like the Eternal Shroud, if not the BKB afterwards, or maybe a Kai Sanj if it's feeling cheeky, or a Yules if necessary here for Chuen. Shall see. Level 6s are up on all supports, so both sides do have some play, but neither side are really finding the angle for play. Talon taking more of a backseat overall, compared to Blacklist again with that smoke out. Again, it does feel like this is highly beneficial for Blacklist anyhow, with the Naga Siren. You really don't mind at all. They will try to move out now. The smoke from Chuen and Ponyo. I'm not sure if that was under Cliff Ward.
Akashi! He'll time-lapse. He's alright. Talon will move in to help out Akashi in case he needs it. Here comes Chuen. He's going to catch out Zhao, but the song has been popped. Natsumi just wants to leave, or do they? They want to try and turn up to WS. They'll pop the Static Storm right on top of the Slider's head. The Sunray and Egg going to try and save his life, but it seems that they will drop. No, they won't. The Nightmare WS! He's going to make it out. Tims and Zhao are the ones down. Now Arbet to get jumped. Arbet, he will drop to Bird. Natsumi trying to get out of there, but there's no escape. Talon going for a little bit more now, chasing down Gabby, though Gabby will be fine, but no, he won't. WS jumps back in, finds another, and Tims just brought back. Tims is down.
God. Oh my goodness, that looked really awkward for Talon to start. The angles coming in, Akashi being spotted through the gate. It felt really awkward, but then the spell usage from Blacklist was also really awkward. Glimpse back with a song, allowing a little bit of distance reset there for Chuen, giving some time for Talon to replan that attack. Jokam does die in the egg, but that distracts. Talon managed to break that fight into a series of almost 1v1s. in such a tight spot. It felt like Blacklist should have been able to leverage that static storm a lot better, should have been able to find a position for better kisses from Tims, but it was way too close to each other. They want to play slightly spaced apart from Blacklist, and they were all too clumped up. And again, very staggered spell use out. Talon just basically breaks it into a set of almost 1v1s. And that's where this lineup shines. Individual control, single target control. AoE control, it's not as great. But they forced that focus of Blacklist to be so split apart they couldn't burst anyone down.
Very rough kind of affair now for Blacklist Rivalry. I think the initial Static Storm on WS kind of messed them up because they had the option for Akashi. They didn't take that option, and WS actually survived the whole time thanks to a nightmare out at the last second from Ponyo. And now 4K behind is Blacklist Rivalry. Talon officially in the lead for this game one for the first time. Smoke up as two up to the top lane. WS and Jocam going to start to join their mid. See if they can find Chuen and Ponyo. Now lines are being drawn out. They seem to want to keep going south. They might find Arbed here. Arbed on the Razor just casually farming by himself, but it looks like he may have been spotted. Akashi will rush over, but they'll barely miss out. The Razor able to make it out in time. Very close call as well, because you do have the Gleipnir available on Akashi. There's nothing to purge that off from Arbed at the moment. Though he is very close to the Manta style now, but did not have it at that second. It's Blacklist Rivalry. They're going to smoke up as 3, but they've already lost their mid-tier 1 tower. So there's not really much to defend any longer. They could look for a straggler, but everyone from Talon's already left. Nobody's left to really try and pick off here for Blacklist.
They did see Chuen under vision, but they could try a flank into the triangle. Not the most secure area for Talon. No wards to spot entry points. There are wards, but under the smoke, not going to matter as much. See if Chuen manages to back off.
We're just going to see Natsumi. He'll go for the onslaught, but it was a very short range onslaught. It's now the Static Storm.
The egg
dropped right onto Chuen's head. Chuen is down. A nice egg, but they're just going to leave. Blacklist, they pop the Stampede and they run away. Just out of range of the egg from Jocam. And Chuen, he actually had the opportunity to onslaught away, but he thought he could go for a quick kill onto Natsumi. And sadly, realized the hard way that Natsumi was not quite alone.
This ward giving him the false confidence to be secure in that area, not expecting the smoke. Again, right around a ramp area on the mid bot jungle area. And the perfect angle for Blacklist to find. You managed to get some good punish. Still, Talon maintained that 4K lead, but again, you're getting a lot of room out for Natsumi. Orchid being finished up here on the Naga Siren. You've got the Blink Blade Mail up on Gabby. And Abed does have that full Manta style up, so the Gleipnir's not going to be as effective any longer. They will find Tims, not the biggest kill in the world, but a pick-off you will take for WS to scale into that BKB. Blacklist not going to mind too much. Again, they're getting so much room out for this Naga. And I still question if you have enough as the Naga grows bigger here for Talon to kind of contend with. We'll find out down the line. Still some big spikes.
Gabby's very low on HP already. The chase is on. Gabby will drop. The song will be committed by Natsumi, but he's caught nothing. He has caught absolutely nothing. Gabby is just playing on the edge with low HP, but he ends up paying for it.
That opens up Roshan for Talon as well with a Slaughter and Weaver. And the amp damage rune. Not going to take too long for them to wipe this one out without Gabby. This is not something you can easily clear yourself into on the side of Blacklist. They will find a forward vision set up by Talon. They know the general area they're in. And again, no Centaur to be worried about for a few more seconds. It's going to take time for TP in. A nice freebie for Talon to build off of. Akashi with his aggression. Really good to see that coming out from his carry. Knowing the limits of that Weaver and how early it does spike out. With a maxed out Geminate attack, the output is still ridiculous, despite the Centaur being so durable. You hit that point now where you've got the BKB on Chuen. You should have your BKB on WS in just about 200, 400 more gold, not too far off. And you can start to consider bigger fights. You can start to consider movements onto tier 2s. Still Blacklist, playing as a unit. Still have all their ultimates ready here, outside of Song.
Yeah, but they're not going to find anything. I think they're probably just better off buying more time for themselves at the moment. Natsumi's certainly not at the stage in the Naga Siren where she can really start to join the team and, you know, be that big carry you're looking for. Akashi, on the other hand, he's very close to the full BKB being up. WS will pick up his own BKB now, so the Slider going to feel a lot safer in the middle of these fights. And once you've got Akashi's BKB, it certainly feels like it's time to go once again for Talon. Especially with the net worth advantage they have gained for themselves. So now we'll have the free shards out for WS off the back of that Tormentor. Yeah, I think they can just go. BKB up on Akashi, you just smoke up and start running at Blacklist.
Yeah, triple BKB timing is going to be big for Talon. Again, they've got much better egg positioning coming out from Jokam this time around as well in comparison to what we saw from Ponyo. They're setting up some forward vision now as well. See where Ponyo decides to drop his ward. The Watcher is there to watch his movement though, so not going to be as easy. Won't bother. Blacklist are avoiding, just trying to be annoying towards Akashi. That does send him back down. Back to the base at the least, so not quite farming as safely. And they know they're split up on Talon's end. So Blacklist could start hunting. There is a smoke out from Talon though.
The thing is, Talon are just connecting back to their Weaver. They'll just head back through the Twin Gates, up towards that top lane, and of course, yeah, if Natsumi gets spotted, he is probably just as good as dead, because there's plenty of BKBs to work through the song, and Natsumi is now caught, though. No, a nice mirror image. He jukes out the initial stunt, jukes out another one, but it's not going to matter too much if the chase does continue. He'll pop the song, but Akashi's on the chase with the BKB, and he is dead. Natsumi is down. He had some great dodges with the Manta and the mirror images, but it just wasn't enough in the end, as now Chuen wastes his BKB, trying to avoid the glimpse back. Not the biggest deal in the world, though. They're still going to go after that T2 top tower, and they've already found Natsumi.
Yeah, they find a big target they want. Akashi going to try to solo a Tormentor with just a bug and the Corrosive Haze. Shouldn't take too long. Are trying to regroup as they've found Gabby on a cliff.
Uh-oh. Gabby?
He's knocked down.
He went for a T-Ward. I mean, Gabby's definitely dead. Not 100% sure what the idea was. As Akashi now is going to find Tims at the top lane. Tims is down.
Yeah. Kills across the map for Talon. Big kills to find, especially on Gabby. Akashi's still playing forward. He does have Aegis for a minute and a half. I'll TP out now. They do have the forward vision here from Blacklist, dropped by Tims right before dying. It's not going to amount to much. Talon, 10k lead now, 6-15. Aegis, not that much time left. They haven't been able to really pressure onto the tier 2s, but they have taken some good fights. And again, slowing down this farm that Natsumi's trying to scale up into. We'll see if they can get anything more. Not that much time left on the Aegis. You are going to hit some bigger timings lining up. 2N going for the Eternal Shroud. Ags coming out for WS. Akashi still very open in his own build. Could opt for more damage if he feels the need. A Linken's doesn't sound too bad here either. So still lots of ways to go with a Weaver. Still threatening on mid just a bit.
I mean, Akashi's showing himself happily. Like, there's no real fear of him dying. Still 35 seconds on the Aegis as well, so he would happily invite a team fight if it were to come. Now, bottom lane, WS just going to get started on that tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Chuen going to show on the mid lane. Tims is going to show up as well, but it won't amount to too much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They do smoke up. Talon want to start moving for another fight. Heading up towards the top lane. Arbet is on the far left side of the map. But he's going to retreat. A scan does catch Natsumi's mirror images. Pings are coming out towards the far north where Natsumi is actually farming. Well, Ponyo and Jokam are right around the corner. Natsumi, though, heading back towards the top lane. Ponyo, he's got vision, I think, of the Naga. I think he spotted him. He'll try for Zhao instead. Zhao's going to glimpse away the Phoenix, but has been left behind to just die. Though he does manage to protect his Naga Siren, so Natsumi at the very least does manage to get his way out of that scenario.
And he finishes up that full heart. So these illusions going to be a lot tankier. Mind you, it's not as tanky as you'd expect. 2.4k HP, still somewhat manageable when the damage output does come in. They're clumping around bot. Chuen is flaying very far forward here.
Gabby going to get pulverized on the Centaur. He'll still try to fight back with the Stampede, but Chuen's got him. Arbed trying to drain as much damage as the Primal Beast as possible as Arbed. Forced the BKB TP away, is barely going to make it out, but Natsumi cannot do the same. He'll pop the song. He'll try to get out that way, but WS has his number. The BKB will last long enough. Natsumi is down. I mean, it just feels like they're not communicating here, Blacklist. It's everyone on a different page. They will lose another. Talon completely having their way with Blacklist rivalry.
That they are. It's a little bit shocking to see Blacklist so disconnected this time around, considering what we saw in their matchup up against TNC. It looks shaky. It almost looks like that first series we saw from them when they were knocked down into the lower bracket by Bleed. It's a little bit odd. You know, this is the one thing with Blacklist. The consistency can be a little bit hit or miss, especially in comparison to other teams. Big wins coming out from Talon. Again, breaking that fight into almost individual skirmishes. We'll find another tier 2 for the Troubles. Are lining up for more with Chuen. Good forward vision here.
Whopping. Can he get away? WS, he's going to catch him, but he does get the cookie away thanks to Tims. So Arbed does remain alive, but they will lose Tims in the meantime as Akashi, he'll find the mid-tier 2 tower. Running right into Gabby in a second as well down at this bottom lane. Gabby just committed his blink. Gabby is pretty far out. Akashi gonna get going. They'll silence him up. The BKB was there. Gabby is the one to fall by the looks of it as they will take him down. Arbed is still trying to sap away the damage of WS, and he might have his way with the slaughter, but here comes Chuen trying to find Arbed. Can he get the pulverize? Arbed trying to run. Almost there's Chuen. They'll get the Fiend's Grip. They'll find the Razor with the pulverize, but he's just so tanky. He'll still make it out. Chuen is still chasing with the onslaught. He'll connect. And with the trample, they will get the kill, but Gabby's going to buy back. He'll move back into the fight. Chuen's gone too far this time, but he's quite a tanky boy himself. But it won't be enough. He is dead.
That's a 3 for 3 in the end. With a buyback coming out, okay.
And not out of the woods yet either. Natsumi has already committed the ensnare, so the Jokam Phoenix will be just fine. Still pings are coming out. Gabby's going to find him on the Phoenix. Jokam, no Icarus dive for another 5 seconds. He does have Akashi around, but Akashi does not want to risk his life as Talon have now officially lost 4 heroes.
Big swing for Blacklist back, just off the back of that last fight. It's a 3k gold swing towards the side of Blacklist. It does cost the buyback on Gabby, but the kill on Jokam does help the cause. Talon have to be a little bit cautious about jumping in like that, especially if they're focusing on Gabby. It just takes a little bit too long to kill him off and to kill off Abed. They are also willing to just give Abed all the damage off the Slaughter and the Primal Beast, and it is causing issues for the follow-up fight, considering just how much output Abed can have while his VKB is up and running. So we'll have to respect all of those options here for Talon. They are still starting to clump up top. They are aware Roshan is up. Going to be there for a minute and a half still. You have the option for a nice quick Rosh. Scan does spot that out, that movement from Talon, but Blacklist are not in position to contest Rosh. Rosh number 2, Aegis Cheese, looking to go the way of Talon as well. Again, doesn't take too long with Corrosive Haze and the bugs. And Blacklist just, again, too far off to contest. They will find themselves an amp damage rune at the least. And they can try to threaten elsewhere, but this should give Talon the confidence to keep running and gunning as they have been.
Yeah, I mean, there's still one outer tower left here for Blacklist rivalry, so I think Talon could just go for the top tier 2 tower. That's definitely where they'll look to start. Whether they go high ground or not is a different question entirely, because they might feel like they need to just address some lanes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Or they may just want to fight before they try for high ground. In fact, they are going to go for a fight now, because you've got a 3-man smoke here from Talon.
Natsumi.
They're going to find Tims on the Snapfire, and Natsumi's right by his side. Oh, Natsumi, he might be the one to get spotted first. WS jumps in, they've got the stun. Chuen getting the pulverize the feature grip as well, locking down the Naga. Here comes Abed. They're going to try and help out, but Natsumi cannot survive. They will have to just trade with Ponyo. But now the chase is on for Abed. They would love themselves a Razor. If Akashi can get some vision, that is. But it seems as though he will not. As Tim's in the meantime will also die at a Joker.
Yeah, gets knocked up into the wrong spot. Good punishment coming out from Talon. Off the back of the Aegis, they still find a tier 2 top. So the high ground is certainly a possibility if they felt confident enough. Mind you, there is still Stong for the high ground defense of Natsumi. Respawn isn't going to be too far off. Half a minute. Should be enough time for a tier 3, but with Fortify, they can stall out for a little bit longer. Daedalus up on Akashi can rip these heroes to shreds. They spot them more.
They have found Gabby. Gabby's a big deal. You really can't afford to lose this Centaur. He does not have buyback available. He bought back earlier, or bought back rather, as he will go down, and that might just be high ground. I mean, Talon should at least have 1 Rax in the books now. Maybe even 2 with the 70 seconds without the Centaur.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There goes your mid-tier 3 tower. I think for Blacklist, they're in dire straits without their Centaur to initiate. They can't do it with just the Naga Disruptor. No. So I'll have to wait for Gabby to try and defend this high ground, but that should mean 2 lanes of barracks to drop, as they are getting prepared as well for the bottom lane of barracks already. Akashi will finish the mid-racks, and he's on to the bottom. They even already found Natsumi. WS just sending some warning shots out here against the Naga Siren, but unable to claim the kill quite yet.
No, they still have room for this tier 3. Oh, Tims?
Oh, Tims. Yeah, Tims just going down before the fight even breaks out there. He is going to buy back. And that's a song. That is a big song. Static Storm will come out. That's an Ag Static Storm to boot. They're all muted. They can't use their items here, but Natsumi's still dropping. The healing is just too much. Natsumi, Ratsu. They will save for now, and what a stunning from Gabby. Gabby takes down Chuen. Natsumi is still down. Maybe they can take Akashi a second time, but Akashi, he'll take down Tims with him. Can he get the Weaver out? Oh, WS. What a stun. Finding 2 targets. Akashi's alright for now. Abed is not. He'll get back to the fountain though. Akashi, he got glimpsed back. Akashi's gone. Jokam is gone a boot. They will protect their high ground.
They hold on. Talon diving very deep in the follow-up fight. Really great Static Storm setup there. The Naga Disruptor combination kicking in with that Ags up and Zhao. More than enough to take control on Talon. The healing is overwhelming, but Talon overcommit on the follow-through instead of backing off, dragging that fight away from the egg pop, and causes all sort of issues. Again, just great identification from Natsumi and Zhao. That's the coordination we've been looking for from Blacklist. Talon, they still maintain that 10k lead, but they are swinging a ton of gold every time. 5k gold swing for Blacklist off of the back of that fight. The butterfly for Natsumi not too far off. Going to cause some DPS issues and trying to focus now into Naga now. And Talon need to be disciplined. Still have that advantage. Roche, half a minute away. Well, 3.5 minutes away until we see the respawn. And that gives plenty of time for Blacklist to try to force something out here. Instantly smoking out with Zhao and Gabby, trying to take this angle from bot. If they catch a fight outside the high ground, opens up a quick potential into their own siege, onto tier 2s, into threatening tier 3s here.
Well, looks like Talon are just going to hold their ground here by the tier 2 bottom tower, but Blacklist Rivalry with a 5-man smoke, they want a big fight. They might just have their way with it as well. I mean, WS is hanging by the tree line right now. He breaks the smoke of Gabby. Do they realize? They do eventually. Gabby, he'll jump in by the tier 2 tower, finding himself a slider, but WS is still perfectly fine to be able to back his way out. As Blacklist Rivalry, they commit quite a lot to start that fight, but they get nothing out of it. Stampede popped. Blacklist Rivalry, they will run. Just a quick stampede to retreat. The chase is still on from WS, and he's going to find himself a disruptor. So Zhao will drop. Talon will 4-man smoke off the back of that. See if they can find any more.
These team fights for Blacklist without John Yuel's Ags upgraded Static Storm is pretty difficult. If they find an opportunity, maybe even force out the buyback from Zhao earlier than he'd like, could provide the advantage for Talon to feel a little bit more secure in this game. Again, they're not in a bad position in Talon, but they have bled a lot of gold back to Blacklist. So you have to be a little bit cautious as it goes forward. I love that read from WS. He had the shield rune, he could cop through. He forced out the static link, so it's gone and blinked away. Like, he knows the limits of that shield rune on the Slardar. Very busted, just because damage on barrier doesn't stop blink. Although, WS...
Getting the jump, or rather Abed is getting the jump. WS, though, still perfectly fine. They will not try to initiate on the Razor. The Talon's still a lot of patience. Maybe just having to wait for the next Roshan to really try to go high ground again, but Blacklist Rivalry, they are not going to wait that long. They're going to smoke up as 5. Through the top lane they'll go. Pings are coming out towards where Talon are, but it's still a long stretch of land they have to kind of walk across before they get there. Right through the dire jungle is where they'll have to go. Problem is, you would be playing into the wards of Talon, so it's not really a position you want to fight in as Blacklist Rivalry. It looks like that's going to be about it. I mean, they don't find the angle, they don't really find the fight they wanted. They will at least be in a position where they control the Roshan pit. And Roshan will tell us when it's going to respawn in 25 seconds. Here comes the rest of Talon.
Forward vision here as well.
Jump is there, Gabby. He's going to find himself a Bane, and Ponyo is down. A nice start.
All off this vision. Again, really good wards. Find a pick off. Make it a little bit less safe for Talon to consider Roche. They'll want to wait for that respawn. They'll want to wait for the grip to really get that hold onto one. Let's see if Blacklist overextends. If they do, Talon still has opportunities.
That's a fast Roshan. There's a 19-second timer on the Roshan. That's a bit of a blessing for Blacklist Rivalry. You would have hated to see a late Roshan as Blacklist, but they get the earliest you could possibly get, really. Just a matter of whether they're going to check the pit. And for now, they have not. So nobody knows Roshan's actually there. Well, Kashi going to try and help WS clear out some Naga illusions. Song is committed. Who have they got? It's going to be Chuen. They found Akashi as well in the back. It could be a great start of this fight if Natsumi can take one of them down. They'll drop the Static Storm right onto the Primal Beast. The Nightmare will save the Sun Ray is there as well. The healing is just too much. It is too much. Chuen will survive. Abed is the one to go down. They're onto the Centaur. Gabby's in trouble. Gabby is probably set to fall. And he is gone. 4 down for the side of Blacklist. They've committed the buyback on the Disruptor. Natsumi's still in a bit of danger, hides in the low ground, but he's got nowhere to go. He has got nowhere to go. Chuen is going to find him. Cannot get the mirror images up to the high ground. And that'll be Natsumi to drop. And that's a huge blunder as well, because they never even scouted up the Roshan. They probably could have just started the Roshan instead.
I get the pressure. They want to make sure the Roche is a free one. But to lose that position around her ward, Chuen, he carried the gem right to that area. They knew there was vision. Ponyo, Jokam on this goddamn Phoenix, man. Holy Locket, Psychic Headband Hotspot. That healing outdid all of Abed's damage. Completely. It doesn't help that there's so much armor now on the side of town. They've got an AC running on WS, they've got the full Shivas up on Chuen, plus the Uproar when he can cast that. Not an easy target to really focus down there. And the damage from Akashi with a shard is overwhelming. He doesn't even care about the durability of Natsumi with a Butterfly Heart. They just have enough to rip through. And Abed's the bigger issue up front anyhow. They'll take the top, they can start setting up for bot. Respawns from Blacklist are short, so they can go for the final defense here. The Talon now 32k gold lead, 16 to 34. And this Phoenix, you're seeing why. This is a top tier first pick. This is a first phase ban. That hotspot, man. It's so much healing. just add a little range and use the Holy Locket. Good God.
It's a lot. It is a hell of a lot. Talon, they're one game, or rather one racks away from winning out game number 1. Well, it feels like they're 1 racks away. Obviously, 1 racks will not just finish the game, but certainly puts you in a very strong position here for Talon. Blacklist Rivalry nowhere near out of the game yet, but they are getting closer and closer to having to give up this game 1. See if they can find a high ground defense that really allows them the big comeback they're looking for. It is just very, very challenging if JoeCam doesn't get caught initially. Like, these static storms of just being dropped on one hero to try and burst them down, and you can completely understand the logic behind it, but if the Phoenix is just left to Sunray and Egg the whole time, you just haven't got enough. And now Akashi, he's going to find Gabby on the Centaur. Gabby is actually going to turn around. They will find the Aegis of the Weaver for now, but the Phoenix Group going to lock Gabby down. In fact, they will silence Saponyo. He's going to back off, but Gabby is already gone. Here comes the Sunray. Akashi this time is going to die, but no, he gets the time-lapse with the buyback. He will time-lapse right after buying back, but it's the Song of Natsumi holding them back. Is Natsumi? Can he get away now? They'll lock him down with the Gleipnir. Meanwhile, WS, he'll take down Tips at the rock throw. Oh, it locks everyone down. Chuan setting up perfectly. They'll take down Natsumi. They'll find Arbit to boot. What a rock throw from Chuan. And that should be about it. There's no buyback on Natsumi or Gabby. And they'll call it. GG is called. Game 1 will go the way of Talon Esports.
Such commanding fashion as well from Talon. Really strong gameplay coming out from him. This is the coordination we were lacking yesterday from Talon, right? Like, yesterday it looked shaky. They didn't know what they were doing. They were very lost. It wasn't even constant aggression from Aurora, right? Like, they were sitting back and farming. Talon was just under pressure because they drafted, like, high-tempo heroes. And this time, the tempo did pay off. We see Akashi joining in for these fights. But the coordination from Talon's there. WS is a hero he can play make on. For Blacklist, they looked uncoordinated this time around. It looked very hard for him to come back in after a slower start. There were still some really impressive plays from Natsumi, Zhao, and from Gabby as well. Landing some good hoof stomps, getting some good setups. There was some really good teamfight potential with the lineup from the side of Blacklist. It just fell a little bit too short off the mark. Like, this Naga Siren pickup as well. You know, we were talking about the heart timing. I was looking at the HP of Natsumi. He had 2.4k with a heart, Mike.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Akashi, Akashi had like 2.2 with the Gleipnir and Dragonlance. Like, that did not feel worthwhile.
No, I mean, the heart just did nothing. Quite frankly, the heart literally just did nothing. The Naga Siren did not get any tankier really at all. It's a very interesting experience. I don't think Natsumi's going to be going back for the Naga Siren, I'll tell you that, John. I think he's well and truly had enough of that hero for this best of 3 series. And well, speaking of, John, it is a best of 3, so I think we can head off to a break, and right after that break we can be back with our Game 2 draft between Talon Esports and Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see you soon.
On something growing up, I dreamed just nothing. What are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't care of it. What a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. Upside down, I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth.
Betty gehen, schau die schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, ist so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second game of this best-of-3 series between Talon and Blacklist rivalry. And Jonathan, Blacklist dropping game 1 against Talon. Talon looking fantastic here to start us off for this best-of-3 lower bracket final. I can only imagine what you think needs to be changed up here by Blacklist rivalry.
It feels like a coordination issue coming out. It felt like they couldn't play their own game last time around. It felt like the drafting was pretty alright, except maybe the Naga Siren. It didn't feel the most impactful for Natsumi, despite having a lot of farm. So maybe something else in the pause one can help the cause here. We can take a look at the draft already underway for Game 2. Talon 1 game away from qualifying. Blacklist, of course, backs against the wall to keep that Filipino dream alive. do have the initial bans. First pick coming out for Blacklist, Talon picking Radiant. So Blacklist does have overall the advantage. The big fours are taken out though. Zeus, TA, and DK being taken out along with the Clockwork. Blacklist respect banning out that Phoenix, considering how much Joe Cam was doing with a hotspot heal. They will also take care of the Batrider. Will they take care of the Mars Axe? They take care of the Centaur instead. And they get to pick up the Shadow Fiend for themselves on Blacklist. Mind you, a lot of flex on the Shadow Fiend. Could be Natsumi, could be Abed. Open enough. It does feel like the mid lane for SF with the Shadow Mire does feel pretty oppressive to play into. So that could be one way Blacklist runs it. I'm hoping if it is an FSF mid, Talon do not go back for that Storm pickup for Chuen. It did not feel like it had a great time, even though you could play with a Remnant walking forward. It still is not comparable to the SF at all. They'll play it safe, take the Hoodwink out for Jokam. So they've got their own hold and setup now ready on Talon's end. Blacklist, it should be the offlane bans. Like, I don't think you care much about the mid lane matchups for the SF. It's got to be WS heroes here. Mars, Axe, LC, maybe even the Slaughter could deserve the respect ban. Who knows how Blacklist feels about that one.
5 seconds remaining.
We shall see.
Dire team back.
This rivalry back into the ban stage for themselves. Getting rid of the Keeper of the Light once again. So it just seems like most of the pressure here with the bans are still just going to be on to Chuen. Talon, they'll get rid of their bans pretty quick as well, as they do go back into the WS Slaughter. Assumedly the WS Slaughter. Wouldn't blame them either. He had a fantastic time on that Slaughter offlane last game around, so wouldn't quite blame them for wanting to just go back and run it back again.
Yeah, I do not feel like this is a flex pick into the Shadow Fiend any longer, but that also works against you. If it is a safe lane SF, you're going to have to deal with it as a Slaughter. It's not the comfiest, at least in the side lane. You can maybe rely on Jokam to land a Bushwhack setup to pressure the Shadow Fiend. Could be one way to go here. For Talon's end, and also for Blacklist, you don't have access to Clockwork, so there's no early souls to be found for that early level 1 advantage that we've seen Shadow Fiends really roll over with. I'm wondering what they'll want to pick up in their supports. Again, some strong stuff like Winter Wyverns there, but it doesn't feel as important when you don't have a mana-heavy hero. SF is theoretically a little bit mana-heavy, but I'm not sure if it's really a top priority to go Winter Wyvern just for that mana restoration facet with an SF. It does provide some decent team fight. Laning presence for SF into Winter Wyvern's pretty good. Into Slaughter, Hoodwink could be one way to go if you were running Shadow Fiend safe. The pool is still fairly open. There's this tiny pickup that's been ignored all day here as well. It could be flexed into support, could be a core pickup for either side. I think that's an interesting angle for both Blacklist and Talon to consider.
Well, we'll see. We really haven't seen Tiny at all today, it feels like. And it feels like he was doing really well yesterday. A minute left on the reserve time for Blacklist Rivalry. Heavy thoughts being made here for this second pick. Do wonder as well exactly where they're intending on putting this SF, but I suppose they'll just keep the flexibility open here for themselves. Not sure how well versed Natsumi is on position 1 SF anyway.
Disruptor.
Back to the Disruptor we go. I think that's fine. If you are laning SF safe, Disruptor SF is a pretty good lane. Instead, we'll go into the CK. So you've got the Phantasmagoria, the strong illusions for the CKs there, or the other one with more casino effects on the stun, on Reality Rift or the stun. I always forget which one, but it's a rather interesting hero right now. I don't think you're going to be worrying about Illusion Break, so I'm not sure Phantasmagoria is necessarily the way to go. So you could opt for the additional effect on the jump in. It can make it really hard and painful to play into that lane for the side of Talon. And it is a higher impact illusion hero overall, right? Like, in comparison to the Naga, there's a lot of output on the CK. It's naturally tanky, so you don't have to worry about, like, rushing a heart and still not feeling tanky. CK will always feel tanky. That does solidify the Shadow Fiend as her mid lane for the side of Blacklist, so that leaves Talon a few open options. Again, there's something like a Chuen Puck. There's the Leshrac still available there as well. I think either one kind of works out. There's a cheeky Zeus pick, not Zeus, there's a cheeky OD pick available for Talon. Again, I don't know overall how I feel about the hero, but into SF CK, it could be decent. with the Santis Eclipse and the Astral to break off fights. They'll start off with a Bane pickup once more for Ponyo. And they'll go into the Sniper. Interesting. I will say, if you don't take Ghillie Suit, and again, you take the Shrapnel into an SF, yes, it's a shorter duration. Again, you don't expect heroes to stand in Shrapnel that long anyway. So you get a shorter duration Shrapnel with so much more damage. Up against SF, it's a good way to balance out that mid lane magic harassment, if you are to go that route. I just really feel like Ghillie Suit does nothing.
Well, they're going to go for the Mars pickup here. That'll be Gabby's Mars in the off lane. He was having a very good time just earlier on with the Mars, so very happy to see this coming back out from Blacklist Rivalry's end of things. So Blacklist now going back to the ban stage, looking for any kind of position 1 to ban out for Akashi. They actually get rid of the Naga Siren themselves, surprisingly enough. Wonder what kind of hero Akashi will be looking for here in the safe lane.
This looks like a really good Lifestealer game for Talon if it's not banned out. Pretty sure Blacklist should line that up for their final ban. Lifestealer into CK, Lifestealer into Mars. You don't have the best illusion clear. At the same time, I'm not sure if it's completely necessary. You can go Mjolnir on Lifestealer, Mjolnir and Radiance. So it is feasible to still have some ways of dealing with illusion spam from the CK. Inbuilt Rage. No instant control to fully worry about. On the Lifestealer, you've got the vehicle and Slardar. So it should be a priority ban for Blacklist. Talon, they take care of the Shadow Demon. Maybe something like a Rubik could be annoying as well. Fairly easy to steal the grip from the Bane. Hoodwink spells are pretty annoying for Rubik to have as well. Wondering if that's something to consider. Mars Rubik lane is very straightforward, as we've seen it multiple times before. And again, there's a cheeky Tiny pick, which we haven't seen on support. We've only seen it in Pause 1. But I don't think support Tiny is completely dead. It just feels strong as core, but support Tiny can still work if Tims wants that route as well.
I don't think they have the room for support, but I mean, they do, I guess. I mean, I still think Talon, I like the idea of the Pos 1 Tiny for Talon, if they were to go down that route. Then again, they could also choose to just go back for the Weaver that they just ran, or, you know, just run it back again. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I suppose they'll wait for this final ban out. They'll get rid of the Tusk. You also have options like the position 1 Razor for Akashi, if they wanted to run that. Razor does feel quite potent right now against the draft the Blacklist does have.
10 seconds remaining.
Can work out. I would say the Tiny Lifestealer are a little bit stronger, but Razor up against a Mars lane is decent enough. There is Spear back to save the Mars, but it can line up. Like, Razor Bane is a really straightforward lane if you want to route on Blacklist, on Talon Sense, so Blacklist might have to consider that option as a ban as well. Not too much reserve time left for Blacklist. Do have their last pick here lined up, which seems like Tim's hero. They'll take care of the Lifestealer instead. Probably the most straightforward pick for Talon. What's your pick for the 4 for Tim's? Again, Rubik still fits in. Why do I have a sensation that Tims will want Wind Ranger? I don't know why I get that feeling. I hope not. It's not an amazing hero. We've seen Tims last pick Wind Ranger in Blacklist before. I just have a very strange feeling that's something they're considering. I hope it doesn't feel great.
That's a weird one. I hope not too, John. There is 15 seconds left here to make this final choice.
Talon Esports turn to pick
Okay. The sound cue almost kind of scared me there. I almost thought I heard the Wind Ranger sound cue. Anyway, thankfully not. We have a Grimstroke to come out here for Blacklist Rivalry as Talon now. Final pickup for them. Still looking for an Akashi hero.
10 seconds remaining.
I still like that Pos 1 Tiny idea. But it's probably not going to come out. But I do like it.
I think the Tiny works so well. Who was it that ran it? I think you saw TNC play it with Palos. It looked really good. He rushed Echo Saber into Shadowblade, Silver Edge. You can rush Moonshard again. And it plays off of it really well. It gives you illusion clear, some cleave to deal with the CK illusions. Really durable. Eats through the damage of the CK quite well with a craggy exterior. Lane's fine into Mars. I don't think that's a particularly impressive lane for the Tiny, but it's also not completely bad. with the Bane trading hits, buying you space. I'm wondering what talents ideas are. I mean, other options, Ursa Troll, Luna, somehow Gyrocopter's there, but I don't think they'll lean that way.
Oh!
Choose your
Okie dokie. I mean, that's one way to deal with it, I suppose. Pick up the Pudge. They did have 1 second of reserve, so it's not a random. Don't you worry. Akashi is going to take the Pudge for himself, and you know what? That is one hero that does tick all the boxes. It really does. You know, against the SF, against the Mars, against the CK. Pudge generally a pretty strong kind of hero to have against this style of heroes from Blacklist Rivalry. I actually like it, though I do have my doubts. But Pudge has felt pretty okay in this new patch.
Yeah. That he has. Both of his facets feel great. Fresh meat is the one Akashi will take, so extra strength on this member is pretty nice. You have some easy setups as well for some hooks in lane. You have the Nightmare into hook, which is, again, very straightforward to play with. You can maybe rely on WS and Chu-En to scale up. The Ags, Eternal Shroud, BKB for Akashi is going to be a really big timing for him. It gives him AoE control up against the CK. CK not one to really want to go Eternal Shroud, and Mage Slayer is somewhat feasible. I don't know if that's something you really want to chase down in most cores nowadays, though. You do see it every now and again. Almost feels necessary to deal with Akashi. I like this. It's an interesting set of picks from Talon and from Blacklist. It feels like it's going to boil down to lanes. It does feel like for Talon there's a lot of emphasis on Chu-En and WS and having a good time to really scale up. Because Akashi should find momentum early on regardless. You can always use the hook to regain some farm in case the early start is not going as well. But my main concern is the sniper. It's felt underwhelming in a lot of games we've watched. It should lane 5SF, but again, I just really don't like Ghillie Suit. It's so underwhelming. I mean, if the hero works without having to rely on a facet, I guess it's fine. I'm just not a fan.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, look, it makes enough sense, John. I know you hate the facet. I don't think it's that bad, right?
Yeah, but it only activates when you take aim, when it's turned on.
But it literally makes you unseeable in fog. Like, it's pretty, you know, in that sense, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, but ideally, you should be jumping the sniper anyway, in the back line, before the fight under vision or something. Right? Like, that's your ideal circumstance for the sniper.
But you can't see him now, is I think the point I'm trying to make here, John. If you can't see him, you can't jump him.
I suppose. No, it's only if he's in fog of war. Again, the ideal circumstance to jump the sniper is preset vision anyway. And, you know, you initiate onto him. You're not hoping to just run into him, right? Like, ideally, he is always under vision when you take those fights. Anyhow, I don't know. It's just weird. I've not seen a circumstance yet in any of the games where I'm like, oh, the Ghillie Suit definitely saved him hitting from the tree line.
I don't know what to tell you, John. These players, they like the Ghillie Suit. Well, what can I say?
Sounds fun. It's a pretty cool named facet, to be fair.
Very thematically correct.
Who wouldn't want a Ghillie Suit? Yeah, who wouldn't want one? I think those are cool.
I think the thing that makes the shrapnel facet kind of bad is the fact that it lowers its duration. I don't think
at the same time, how long do you expect players to stand in shrapnel anyway? Level 1, people are willing to because the damage is so low. But at level 1, what damage is it? 100?
It's vision plus area denial. I don't think it's about the damage at all.
It's fair, but, you know, to win out lane against this harassment, that shrapnel could have made a difference. Still, Abed shouldn't have too hard of a time. Relatively easy to find all of these raises. Chu-En down to half HP, and Abed is just laying onto him. One more.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Just like that.
I mean, it's,
no counterplay.
Mid-sniper. It's mid-sniper. What are you going to... You know, I can't say I didn't expect this to happen.
Yeah, this is the important one for them to really win out on Blacklist. Have this running start for Abed. A solo kill like that should set a really good tone. I don't expect Chu-En to have that much play. Maybe when you have take aim, but we're talking about, what, 2 points in take aim to really have that spacing. That's like level 4. I don't know how you're going to feel until level 4 there for Chu-En. We've seen what happens when he's off to a slow start. But at the least, Abed is out of mana, only has the 1 mango left, so the same play isn't going to be coming out. I think Chu-En understands it as well. Still, the bottle's up early off the kill. Abed, as long as he gets the water runes and the bounty runes down line, should be in a very secure spot. Can take a look at the other lanes while all of this is breaking out. Taking a look up top, you do have Natsumi on the CK along with Zhao on that Disruptor, up against WS in the Slaughter and Jokam on the Hoodwink. Fairly straightforward lane for WS and Jokam. Same thing goes for Zhao and Natsumi. You have some aggression that can apply on both sides. The CK is a very durable target though, so more than likely you are going to try to gun down Zhao. But he does have a lot of range and distance to play with, so closing the gap onto that Disruptor is going to be a taller order. And again, there is threat here from Natsumi. Once he hits level 3, going 1-1-1 with Reality Rift, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to just jump WS or even Jokam if he's not too careful. I love that they cut the tree line here as well from Blacklist, just to ensure no places to really scurry around and to play with Bushwhack with. So not many options for Jokam to really try to work this lane out.
Well, how's this bottom lane going? They are actually making a jump right now. Ponyo. Well, Gabby's the one in danger now, trying to go for the kill, but it looks like Gabby's going to be punished for it as Akashi able to secure the kill. Tim's not out of the woods yet either. Beautiful hook here from Akashi. Ponyo will be there just to soak a bit of XP, I think, and Akashi eventually should have it, and he will. 2 kills to go the way of the Pos 1 Pudge, and that is horrible news for Blacklist Rivalry.
And that's not going to feel great. A little bit more strength to play with in the lane for Akashi. Just the Gauntlets of Strength already has 900 HP. You managed to land a spear.
Oh, Gabby, no!
Oh boy.
He tried to mess around with the Lotus Pool, but missed the spear anyway. Well, he got the spear, but he missed the timing. Doesn't matter, Gabby's okay. He loses most of his HP, but he does not die. I was very confident he was about to make a walk of shame back, but not quite.
He is fairly durable with 2 bracers, but compared to a Pudge with just a Gauntlet, again, they have the same HP. Nice hook again from Akashi.
A Stroke of Fate will connect though, ensuring that Tims will not allow Gabby to die, but Gabby's getting very, very close now to just losing his life if he's not too careful. Akashi very good on the hooks, finding the perfect angles. Is now top lane, Natsumi to go down. Trying to get aggressive onto WS, but WS with the bash to the deep having his way with him. And the only winning lane right now for Blacklist Rivalry is at the SF lane in the mid lane for Arbed. Apart from that, both side lanes are going quite poorly.
I feel like Blacklist can build off of this. You know, Chuen's going to be dead weight for a while. Their playmaking, there is a lot of playmaking to be fair from a core Pudge and Slaughter. Just depends on those timings. But Abed's going to be a great launching point for Blacklist once he can connect. Maybe off the first power rune at the 6-minute mark, maybe the second one at 8. Both options are fairly feasible here for Abed. Love the confidence from Abed. Look at that. Just chasing down Chuen.
And he can't. There's no TPs to come. Abed just having the freest game of his life thus far in the mid lane, finding another kill. And, you know, no TPs coming in to try and help him out either. It's a pretty rough affair for this mid sniper who is still at level 4, where Abed's about to hit level 6. Top lane. Natsumi's been caught again. The Bushwhack is there for Tims, but they don't have the follow-up. Zhao is there with the glimpse back. So WS could not finish the job off, but Natsumi not having a great time is now Abed down a bottom lane. Does secure a kill onto Ponyo.
Yeah, just stuck a little bit too far forward, trying to, I don't know, secure this area. Look for, I suppose, a bounty. Keep that chase up on Tims. Does get punished. Abed is feeding off of all of these kills so well. 23 Necromastery charges, bonuses for each hero kill, lots of right-click damage to play with, lots of magical damage to play with. Yeah, no early answers here from Talon. You're going to have to wait for more levels up to be up on WS at the least until that's ready to go. Again, they can just play off of the SF more than anything else here on the side of Blacklist. They are sacking their side lanes quite a fair bit. Akashi and WS having a great time, but you aren't lagging too far behind in farm for Natsumi and for Gabby, considering these deaths. You are still finding some build-up, but you are certainly lagging behind. Let's see if they can keep that bullying up on Chuen. He has dipped into the jungle. There is good vision here from the side of Blacklist. They do spot out Ponyo camping for the 6-minute rune. And will still deny off the illusion anyhow on Jokam. And that's important. You have to slow down the SF. You have to take away any sort of runes that Abed can play with, as he is fairly terrifying right now. And maxed out raises, has the Requiem ready, level 2 Presence of the Dark Lord, some good minus armor to play with his right clicks. Not something you want to see on the side lanes right now from the side of Blacklist.
It really is just the Arbit show right now for Blacklist Rivalry. All the pressure on him to make this game look a little bit better. At the very least, the side lanes have slowed down now. We haven't seen any kills happening ever since the last couple down at that, rather up at that top lane. So Ponyo's going to try and swipe away this Wisdom Rune from the dire end of things. See if he can sneak up before Tims gets there. He does have the Nightmare, so it shouldn't be the hardest, but a nice silence out from Tim's going to make it hard, and Ponyo will get stunned up. Arbit's going to rotate. Akashi's here as well, but decides better of it. But Akashi now going to be left behind. Oh, I guess the Pudge going to find out the hard way that he probably should have just stuck to farming.
Really good rotation. Just bring Abed in to find these kills and to secure the Wisdom, knowing that Talon would want to contest. Not going to be able to find Ponyo at the least, and that does buy some space for Chu in mid. Poke and prod on the mid, tier 1. Not the quickest progress for the sniper, but it is some map pressure at the least. There's still some good vision out from the side of Blacklist to see that these stacks are being taken away, so they can contest and are in position to force a fight here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, somewhat, but Ponyo just holding the high ground. Tims going to actually move in onto the Hoodwink, but the Nightmare is going to make it so he can't really follow up with that Bushwhack. The Bushwhack actually going to land on 2 now. But Tims, Joe Cam still dropping. Arbit from the backside does pop the Requiem, and that's going to be 2 supports now going down for Talon. Ponyo does at least find Tims before he does die, but it's still a very nice trade. Arbit able to get a mega kill streak now on the SF.
Again, every kill he finds is bonus Necromastery over the limit. 25 now on the SF. Getting 75 additional damage, more than an amp damage rune right now. They do manage to clear out the top tier 1 with WS at least, so that space isn't fully going to waste. And it is a little bit concerning for how much Abed is getting. And he is rushing the Blink Ags, so he's looking for the blow up, knowing that it's going to be all about tempo here for him to buy that space out for his other cores. The Blink Ags is going to be terrifying once it's up. See if that timing lines up. Talon 4-6, still maintaining slight net worth lead, but Abed has truly eclipsed everyone, and there has been enough space for Gabby and Natsumi to catch up with the rest of the course. They're not lagging too far behind from those side lanes now on Blacklist's end. See if they can keep finding more.
Nice glimpse back from Zhao. Nothing that can be done to help out either. The silences from Tim's going to make it impossible to follow up as Abed finds another kill now, looking down towards the bottom lane where Gabby has died, but they are still trapped within that arena. Won't matter though. Still the TP's not quick enough to allow them the turn potential, and of course Gabby was already down. So no point trying to force that fight.
Nice little pickup for Akashi. 3 stacks of the flesh heap up, a little bit more strength to play with. And helps him scale faster into his Ags timing. You know, once the Pudge does have the Ags, it's going to be an interesting counterpoint to the early Ags of Abed. Which one will feel more effective? It's going to be down to just how well Abed can initiate. He is switching out for the Eul's instead, so going for Blink, the old Blink Eul's Requiem play. Rather interesting we've gone all the way back to this. But we you know, I've been crying about not seeing mid-SF Magic in a long time, so it's going to be interesting to see how much Abed can keep snowballing off the back of these item timings.
But I like it. I think the Magic SF's always a treat to watch, and I think there is plenty of scaling available if you can just keep the CS going for yourself. Sure, the player like Abed, you know, you're able to get the right blinks with the right Requiems, and suddenly, you know, somebody gets blown up in the middle of a team fight. It is not a very nice feeling if you are that victim. Natsumi, top lane, a little bit cautious here as there is a couple heroes from Talon ready to go, but it's like he's going to have Tim's regrouping along with Abed up at this top lane. They did see Joe Cam there for a moment. The Joe Cam looking to just retreat is going to show himself. Going to find out the hard way. Abed is there. It does land a nice bushwhack, but it may just not matter. So Abed now picking up his 7th kill of the game.
27 Necromastery, charges 701 on the SF. Doesn't even have to use the Requiem there. They are spotted through the gate with a ward. Akashi has to be careful.
Akashi will run, but Ponyo cannot. Ponyo will die. This time Natsumi will secure the kill for himself. The game continues to get worse and worse here for Talon now as Blacklist Rivalry taking the net worth lead their way, and Well, that bottom tier 1 tower, of course, not going to be lasting too long here.
Got the output. Again, Abed just playing so aggressive with his early start. Is going back for the axe instead of the ult. So he changes his mind once more. Wants more of that damage on the Requiem. It's going to be such a quick timing. Maybe around 15 minutes in. Another smoke out from Blacklist. Still have all of their big spells available. Could line up into a nice push onto the mid-tier 1. These supports from Talon are so under-leveled. Jocam's still 4. Hasn't had the most room to really try to soak up.
Mid lane. The T1 mid tower going to melt very, very quickly here to Blacklist Rivalry. There's no contest to be had by Talon yet. It does go back to the fact that your mid just was a complete failure, really. Like, Chuen has just not been able to join his team and help out at all on the sniper. Still so low on the net worth graph as well. Just barely just trying to farm up a Maelstrom for himself, but it's just such a slow process. It's just the recovery is just not going to be there for like at least another 15-20 minutes, it feels like, for the sniper.
It's going to be a long ride for Chuen. At the least, you have the blink of WS that you can maybe play off of. Again, you've got this Ags timing for Akashi that's only one part way into the blink BKB. That can offset some of that control that Blacklist does have on hand. They'll smoke up on Talon, use WS in the front line. They've got the grip ready, along with that fresh blink of WS.
Radiant are scanning.
They're not going to find anyone yet. I mean, Abed. He's a big target. Blink stun is there from WS and the Fiend's grip. No messing around. Chuen will take the kill, and that is a very important kill for him to take. So he gets about a 1k gold out of that. He desperately needed that gold for himself, and Abed, he's a huge pickup. I mean, 7-1-2 now is the score for the SF.
Yep. And that should lead into the faster Maelstrom for Chuen, which again will allow that recovery, which felt like it's going to take so long. That helps speed the process up. Great read from Talon. Very good patience from Ponyo to slowly creep his way up the stairs as well. Not having the smoke broken on the flank. Don't know if the Natsumi is a feasible target without that grip, so not going to be gunning for any more. They have managed to buy out all the space in the world. For Akashi, Ags is pretty much done. So the upgraded Rot is set to go. An overwhelming amount of magic damage very early on here for the Pudge. Just needs some of that durability on top with BKB and the gap closing with a blink. Still, Blacklist completely smoked up as 4. Arena ready, Soulbind ready. Requiem with a blink Eul's is set to go as well. And they even find an Arcane Rune for Abed. Everything you could ask for before this fight breaks out.
They're running right towards Chuen. I mean, even though his net worth's nothing impressive, he has caught up quite nicely, being a great kill if they can get it, but instead they're going to find the Hoodwink. Jocam actually still not dead, just standing his ground. He will accept the death eventually as Akashi going to get glimpsed back into the mid lane. So he cannot be here for this team fight now as Ponyo's just trying to run, but a nice arena. Gabby has caught a couple. Chuen is the big target. They'll pop the Requiem, and that's going to be a couple more to go down here for the side of Talon. And they really should have probably just got the hell out of there as soon as the glimpse back on Akashi made the team fight very uneven, but Ponyo was just way too far forward, and Chuen, I believe, had the save your buddy syndrome.
And it did feel like. Still, Ags is ready on Akashi. Just need to find a way to gap close. They know Static Storm, Arena is down. Requiem not too far off the mark, considering again Arcane Rune. Not sure if that opportunity will present itself. A big timing up now for Natsumi. Full Orchid up. Can take easy control when he does find a straggler around his area. For the side of Talon, really the big hurting point is still Chuen. The sniper just feels like it's going to take forever until it's really relevant in any way, shape, or form. Perhaps once you line up the BKBs on all 3 cores, that's the time for Talon still. Smoke out for Jocam and WS. They did have a forward ward up top by the mines. Could try onto Abed again. It feels a lot more difficult without the grip.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're looking at Tim's mid lane. Chuen will just go ahead and try to take the tier 1 mid tower. Blacklist Rivalry not around the area, not too interested in trying to defend by the looks of it.
Dire's middle tower.
There goes your mid tier 1. So they'll let that go for free. course, Blacklist found the opposing tier 1 a long time ago, so they don't really care too much about losing the tower. The Talon's still having a hunt around on the northern side of the map, but find nothing for their time. Blacklist rivalry, it seems pretty obvious that they are smoked up here for Blacklist, because they are just grouped up by their triangle. Trying to make sure nobody gets picked off. And in a couple minutes, you're going to have the 4 SF Ags up on Arbit. So, they could just wait out for that and just go for the next team fight straight after. Like, you've got even the blink on Natsumi coming very soon as well. Yusifter on Gabby. Like, there's some very big key items coming here for Blacklist rivalry, which does mean they don't really need to rush for a fight. But they see Chuen. The pings are coming out from that mid lane. They see the sniper. But it seems like Chuen's going to get to the high ground of the triangle and he'll be okay.
So it's all about caution for side of town. For Blacklist, it's all about just keeping the scaling up. The scaling potential for Talon just feels very indirect here in comparison to what Blacklist has. Again, Ags and Akashi is great. We haven't seen its impact yet. He's not been able to put himself in these fights. There's that blink for Natsumi you were mentioning, so gap closing for the CK a lot easier now as well. They're doing a great job of just cutting the creep waves with a Phantasm Illusions on top of everything else. Just cutting off to prep for mid, to slowly shove in. The Talon don't really have play. They do poke and prod on Tims, but no one to really follow through from. Their wards are nice and aggressive, just hasn't really aligned for anything on Talon's part. And again, in a slower game, Blacklist is happy. It's Talon that feels like they have to play up-tempo here. And again, the scaling is just very indirect. Your Sniper is probably your best scaling hero. Your Pudge will hit a wall at some point, especially as BKBs and magic resistance start to kick in here for the side of Blacklist, if that's something they even consider. They do have control around a Roche Pit, but it doesn't feel like a quick process. Even with a Corrosive Haze, your right-click damage is limited. Blacklist are running under the wards, so there's an option. Talon smoke up.
They certainly do smoke up. WS trying to wrap through the back. Might just find Tims first. They will find him. The Grimstroke will just melt as Natsumi blinked forward, but they don't want the fight. Talon actually retreat, not opting to make the jump in on Natsumi. Surprisingly as well, by the way, because you already found the Grimstroke. You probably could have taken the follow-up fight. Maybe just not confident to take the fight, not knowing where Arbit is currently standing. And, well, they will just use the twin gates here, Blacklist, and they'll get the hell out of it.
It is scary to force the 5v5 from Talon onto Blacklist. Again, Arena, Static Storm, Requiem, just way more AoE control coming out from the side of Blacklist. The BKBs aren't up yet on Talon's side. You'll have to wait. Ponyo.
Well, it's Natsumi that blinks away from him. Both sides almost kind of just terrified of each other right now by the looks of it. Lines being drawn towards the top lane by Talon, so it looks like they want to try and apply the pressure onto that T2 top tower. The Blacklist are kind of doing the same thing down bottom, and they are going to find themselves a Bane. So Ponyo, who stuck around down to that bottom lane, does finally get punished for it. It seems that the TPs are going to come in to try and make sure that top T2 does remain defended, as Natsumi's having a look for a rift, but gets bushwhacked immediately by our Hoodwink Jokam. Still, they are coming in from the sides as well. Gabby going to help out. They'll lock down the Slaughter. WS does not really have any kind of play. He is dead.
Getting the big pickups they'd want here on Blacklist. Does cost them the Static Storm down bot. Again, doesn't feel like Talon really wants a big team fight anyhow. You can just use it for bonus pickoffs here on the side of Blacklist. 7-14, 5k lead for Blacklist rivalry. As they can set up for Roshan, take the gate across. They've got the output to do so, if they so wished, but might be looking for more targets. Akashi.
Well, yeah, they're going to find Ponyo instead. Akashi might actually go for the fight, tries for the hook back on the Bane, but doesn't quite get there. So now it's definitely Roshan time if you are Blacklist rivalry. Just wait for the whole squad to get towards the pit. I feel like this really does all go back to that sniper pick, I tell you. Like, you just got absolutely wrecked in the mid lane. And there's just no play now for Talon apart from delay the game and just wait till you hit a bit of a spike yourself. But that is about where we are. It's Blacklist rivalry, they'll have first dibs on the Roshan. They'll take it pretty freely. No contest whatsoever.
Yep. No issues for Blacklist. They've got all the damage in the world. With Natsumi on hand. Nice Aegis to play with. Instantly using Gate, trying to snipe someone up top. They do have good forward vision. They spot out Akasha clearing, but he will back off right in time. These BKBs from Talon have to kick in. This is the important tool for them to actually even consider a fight. They'll spot out Jokam.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice easy pick off here on Jokam. He can try his best to scurry away from this scenario, but it really won't matter. He will drop. So Arbit's going to find himself an illusion rune to pick up, and it's still a very, very kind of slow game between these two teams now. 7-16, but Blacklist is well and truly in control. I mean, even the farm game kind of just favors them, I think, with an SF and a CK on top. Like Chuen on the sniper, I don't really know how much impact he's going to have, even with all the farm in the world. So considering Natsumi does have the blink to just break the gap every single time on the sniper, it will make life hard. And now Ponyo going to get caught in the tree line of that mid lane. Will just get annihilated by Arvid. There's nothing to be done. Blacklist, they can safely look towards that mid tier 2 tower if they so wish. But lines are being drawn for the bottom tier 2, so they might go for that instead. Or maybe Gabby might even just find Chuen. In fact, Chuen will see Gabby blinking south. They'll miss out on Akashi as well, so Akashi gets a TP away. So successfully making their way out is the side of Talon. But I think that's the only real gameplay here for Talon. Just don't get caught.
Pretty much. They're banking on some sort of high ground defense play. Again, they've got Hook. They've got some repositioning skills. Can work out nicely. But I feel like this just boils down to a lot more teamfight than Blacklist. Again, Static Storm, Arena, Requiem. They've got good control with Soulbind. They've got really easy single target pickoff with Natsumi and Abed. You don't have any of those tools on Talon. You don't have the minus armor synergy with a Weaver Slaughterer this time around. There's no real forward play for Chuen. Spot Gabby, but he's way too tanky for them to even consider with Nightmare. It just feels like the best bet for Talon is on the high ground defense, try to get a good hook with Akashi, and hope that everyone else from Blacklist isn't able to follow through.
Now Blacklist looking very good here. Just through the twin gates up towards the top lane they'll go. Not able to find a fight though. You've almost gotten to the stage where Akashi's going to have the BKB up now. So times can get a little bit scarier. The problem is Blacklist seem more than happy to just farm up their own items. Of course you've got a Shiver's Guard on Gabby. Shards to be built up on Natsumi. All this time is probably going to allow Zhao to eventually pick up the Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. It's not like the farm doesn't go both ways. The BKBs are coming for Talon. In fact, the only BKB they're missing on their cores is going to be Akashi's. It's just at this stage, how much of a difference is that going to make? It's looking pretty negligible to me.
I think it still does make a difference. As it does make it so that your main concern will be Natsumi's physical output, and to an extent, got Abed, how much he does, with all these Necromastery stacks. Even though he's gone full on magical, of course, does still have a good amount of right click damage to pump out. But it does allow some play, especially for the front line of the Pudge and of the Slardar, which is really the big important parts here for Talon's equation. Sniper is really just something in the back to dish some damage out while the front line gets work done. We'll lose a tier 2 here. Blacklist shoving in with no contest. Less than a minute left on the Aegis. So not too much time, but more than enough to just take control of the triangle, get some more forward vision down. Take control of the triangle, and just keep shutting Talon out. If you are inching towards the Mjolnir time of Chuen, it's a decent amount of damage there, but just doesn't feel enough. Like this early spike for the Pudge feels like it's something that's already been eclipsed. And BKB is up, but we'll see if it's successful. Smoke out from Talon.
They're running right towards the side of Blacklist Rivalry, but they don't find anyone, as Gabby's actually going to catch JoeCam down in the bottom lane on his own. And I guess at least they know Arena's down and Gabby's not around in the mid lane. Might be able to find Tim's, and they will just Fiends grip him up immediately. They do not want to mess around. I think Talon just need the space to farm right now, so they'll be happy with that kill. They'll be able to venture out of their base and find some areas of the map to actually secure some farm for themselves, but no, in fact, they're going to go for another fight. They didn't really need to pop any BKBs for that kill onto the Grimstroke, of course, so onto more they will try. A nice Dire scan out is going to notice them in their Dire triangle, though, so chances are nothing really comes out of this rotation for Talon. And Blacklist Rivalry, they're not going to pop their own smoke either to try and go for a chase. They're just going to let them walk away.
Yeah. Maybe try to bait out with some illusions of the CK. Phantasm popped out by Natsumi. They are still holding the position by the tier 1 and are grouping up hard.
Oh, Gabby. Jump is there. They got the Nightmare off Akashi in the meantime. Forced to pop his BKB, but needs to get out. Too much damage from Natsumi. Chuen may just be left behind here as he can't outrun them. He'll try for a BKB TP away. The glimpse is not going to be enough. WS, however, he'll get left behind. So will Ponyo, and they're both going down. They are both dead. All you got out of that was Tim's on the Grimstroke. Hell, even the chase top lane onto JoeCam. They want to try and see if they can find the Hoodwink again, and I think Gabby's just about to. Oh! Gabby! Whoopsie daisies, just kind of blinks north of JoeCam. Completely avoids the Hoodwink, I guess.
Yeah. Is a little bit of a bailout. The chase isn't over, though. Natsumi's still running around looking for more. At least Akashi does manage to bail out. With that triangle control, very easy for them to reposition here on the side of Blacklist. 9-20, 10k lead. Smooth going for Blacklist. They've got the full Yashakaya up for Abed, Woody Ags. That reduced cast time on the Requiem. Combination up front here.
They'll finally find JoeCam. JoeCam, in fairness, he's buying a lot of space for his team. Just constantly creep skipping, not allowing Blacklist to really get to the high ground. They will finally find the pesky Hoodwink. But it is certainly allowing some time for Talon to get out of their base and try to get some farm going here on their cause. Just the thing is, you saw that last fight. Even with the BKBs up, if Natsumi gets the jump in, none of it matters. They've got so much right-click damage. They're going to head down towards the bottom lane. They'll see Natsumi. It'd be a massive pickoff if they can get it. Akashi's going to jump in, dismember immediately out, and they've got the Fiend Grip to follow up here by Ponyo, but where's your follow-up damage? It's not there yet. Natsumi, he'll get the strong Dispel out from the Grimstroke. They'll still chase down the CK. Natsumi maybe to set the fall and does. This could be the fight that Talon's been looking for. They'll rush for Abed, though Abed will just jump away with the Yogasul Totem, and now Akashi may have gone a bit too far. He does go down. Scabby will survive. Natsumi's back into the fight. He brought back on the CK. He will get a Bane for his trouble. A bit of a shame for Akashi. I mean, the fight seemed like it was going pretty well, but just unable to finish off Gabby and unable to catch Abed. It's just... he just melts. He has not got enough tank ability on this Pudge.
Not quite. Only the 4 stacks from the laning phase. 3 stacks from the laning phase, +1 off that kill. Not very tanky here at the moment. No armor source as well. Trying to go for the Shivas. That should help with the durability, but not quite there yet. Blacklist, really great positioning out from the supports. Getting the follow-through static storm there from Zhao made a world of difference. And cutting off Talon and trying to get that subsequent chase, especially as the BKBs faded early from Talon, popping it for that initial pickoff. Blacklist can start to position for Roche for a little bit of a fight top. Roche will spawn down bot. Try to see if anyone's straggling up top. Talon playing a lot more defensive, hanging back. Again, do need a lot of these armor items up to really stand a chance at this point. Even then, it does feel like the only spot where Talon can shine is in pickoffs. When it comes to the wider fights, it just doesn't line up. Blacklist, the smoke is a very long walk.
It's a long walk, but they're almost by Talon now. Ponyo might just break the smoke of Natsumi, but they barely avoid each other for now. Natsumi eventually going to see the Bane, but tries to move in. Ponyo trying his best to avoid this gank, but probably won't work. And yeah, the hook A little bit short. Nice try, at least. At the end of the day, if you only found the Bane out of that 5-man smoke, it's a pretty decent deal for Talon. Problem is, Roshan's available.
It's going to be a nice quick take once more for Blacklist. No contest coming out here from Talon. Roche with a banner. Should lead to an easy high ground siege. Got the full heart running on Natsumi. 3.5k HP with an armlet on. Got the damage. Doesn't take too long for this one to melt. Talon. It's so hard to see the angles. And it feels best if they can find a way to split this up into individual pickoffs and try to break Blacklist apart from the 5-man that they want to take. It's just, I don't see Blacklist being that disorganized that they would just run in one by one. Aegis goes the way of Natsumi. They've got the banner up. All they need to do is knock on the last mid-tier 2. And they can set their eyes onto the high ground. Talon. Again, best bet on high ground. Some pretty sick hooks from Akashi, but that's easier said than done here.
I mean, Aegis will go the way of Blacklist. They're still just going to group up here in the mid lane, and lines are being drawn to the mid-tier 2 tower, of course, of Talon. And one or two bad team fights for Blacklist could throw this game right back the other way for Talon, but it just hasn't been happening at all. Blacklist have been very, very conservative with the way they've been playing this game, and very clean so far in Game 2, as Arbit now has a full refresher orb available. Even better for the SF.
Jeez. Double Requiem.
Oh, they caught WS with the shivers, I think. Oh, no, they didn't. WS is alright. Hook off the mark. So Blacklist still not finding the fight they're looking for. Paying a lot of respect here to Talon, just not willing to dive into any kind of awkward team fights here. They are still holding a pretty massive net worth lead. It's not too much of a rush here for Blacklist to try and make. I do get somewhat concerned about Blacklist giving too much time here to Talon. You know, you are going to get to a stage where maybe Akashi has a bit more armor, and perhaps those Phantasm illusions don't hurt as much, but I suppose we'll see. I mean, Akashi's working on towards the Shivers Guard now. You know, it's coming along.
It is. It's progressing. He's been trying to get this for quite some time now. You're also going to get more damage out from Chuen with a full Daedalus coming out. Should have enough for the Crystallis at the very least. But the Daedalus is still a long ways off. But once that's up, high ground can be a little bit tricky. Still, you are tanking up even more Natsumi. Full overwhelming blink up with a heart and armlet. And they are smoked up on Blacklist. Can go on a nice hunt here. Akashi is showing under the creep wave. Oh, he's walking up.
Well, he is certainly walking up, but a nice blink away. Akashi's alright. Barely avoids the gank that was incoming. Blacklist do at least find a few D wards while they're around, as now they're chasing for Ponyo. Ponyo does get a nice little nightmare off onto Natsumi and just continues to run north. While Akashi actually gets away with his own wisdom rune. Just gets the hook off, and somehow nobody from Talon dies. Like, Blacklist have been roaming the map for I don't know how long trying to find a successful fight for themselves, but the best they're getting is this Bane. And the worst scenario is the Bane just gets away and nothing happens.
Yeah. And this is such an important stall for Talon. Again, I don't think Blacklist is under too much time pressure. They've got really good scaling. The solutions from Talon don't feel like it's all there. At the same time, you did bypass BKBs on your cores here on Blacklist's end. And if you are durable enough in Talon to stand up front, there is still some good magic damage to throw out. And Chuen in the backline once he has more up on that sniper. Mid-tier 2 gone. They still hold the Aegis. They've got the Roche banner as well. It's a nice easy siege onto the high ground. Not even fully committing. They've got an immune card here. Why bother throwing heroes out?
That's fair. They'll get the banner. Blacklist are being, again, very, very patient here. Just not willing to rush the high ground at all. WS gonna actually get his BKB off in time, avoiding the Requiem of Arbed, and high fives all around. He'll be fine to get out, as now maybe Talon venture out into the mid lane and try to find a fight knowing that Arbed is not there. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll just go back into their triangle and continue farming.
Yeah.
Take their outpost back as well while they're at it.
Build into that Shivas, build into the Silver Edge for Chuen. I'm surprised he didn't fully commit for the Daedalus, but maybe wants a way to try to weave out, just in case he's jumped by someone like, say, a Natsumi. So he will at least have an escape mechanism outside of just a concussive grenade. They're hanging on to that high ground, Talon. They've done a great job for the past, it feels like, 17 to 20 minutes. Blacklists are constantly on the hunt. They want the pick-off. They will find one, but again, it's just Ponyo again. And Aegis actually expires. Talon have stalled long enough. Blacklist might have to consider another Roshan.
Oh, it's a very interesting game. Very frustrating game, I'm sure, for Blacklist Rivalry.
Look at Jokam. He's going for the Daedalus. He knows what's going on now.
Yeah? I like it.
It just takes me back to old Talon. Remember when the game would look atrocious and Q would become a carry? Jokam's gonna try to be that. Oh, goodness. The more things change, the more they stay the same, Mike.
Poor old Q. Things that man had to go through.
Him and Kato went through a lot.
Yeah.
Hell, a lot together.
Radiant are scanning.
We're 38 minutes in now. Still 11 to 25. Still a 17k advantage, but none of it matters if you can't find each other. No. It's a game of cat and mouse you're watching here, ladies and gentlemen. We aren't watching Dota 2 anymore. Here we go again. 5-man smoke out from Talon. They're going to head through the top lane. Pings are coming out towards the northern side of the map, so it looks like they're just trying to relocate to farm the area, but maybe they could hope for somebody to try and farm this creep wave, which appears to be what they're doing. But Blacklist aren't really split up either. I mean, it's mostly just Arbor that's splitting up from his team. The rest of the gang is usually just together as 4. And this smoke, sadly, will once again amount to nothing.
They get to retake their outposts, I suppose, for the nth time. And retake triangle control, some pressure on the bot lane. Blacklist just slowly shoving in. And again, not fully committing. They are starting to work their way into BKBs. Natsumi working to his own. So that should put a damper on Akashi's output. And this pudge is all about magic. It's going to be down to Chuen and WS to try to pierce through once the BKBs are up. Doesn't feel like the easiest thing in the world. Side of Blacklist, they're doing a great job of pretty much choking out Talon. Like, despite all this time, the lead is still growing for Blacklist. There's that BKB mentioned for Natsumi. You're one part away from the full Ags for Zhao. So the Static Storm is definitely going to cause a lot of issues for Talon. I think that's... when this Ags is up in the Disruptor, I think that's the point where the game feels really... almost impossible, I think, for Talon's end. Unless they can somehow get consistent hooks on Zhao. But he's hanging way far back with a blink. Probably never going to find him.
Well, I think they may have noticed WS around the area. A lot of pings coming out. See if they do check the tree line here. In fact, they'll just get to the twin gates. WS actually going to show up, takes a watcher for himself. Oh, I think they saw him. They saw him at the last second. Do they go back through? No, they will not. They'll let the slider go.
Set up for Roshan, only a few seconds away from the spawn. Safe objective for the side of Blacklist. Have that secondary life to play onto the high ground. And again, no pressure for Blacklist. They can sit back, take it easy. You've got the Crystallis up in Jokam, so he can start to be annoying. Not fully yet, not until the full Daedalus is scanned out, but is deciding to swing back anyhow. One pick off into Roche here should end the game for Blacklist, though.
Well, looks like they're going to find a hood. They get Jokam again. It's just the support's getting caught, but it's something. Maybe you can force a buyback here from Jokam. The rest of Talon aren't even in the base right now. They're running around the mid-tier 2 tower. Chuen's going to try and burst down the tier 2 tower here as the sniper. Blacklist Rivalry seeing that, of course, they're going to move on to the high ground now, right onto that tier 3. And now Talon forced to defend. See how they get this one done. Arbed in the tree line, ready to go for that big Requiem whenever. Here we go. He's found WS. He's found himself a punch as well. They'll make the jump in with the double Requiems. Akashi's gone, and so is WS. No buyback on Akashi. None available. He's 80 gold short. The jump is there past the tier 4 towers. Natsumi, though, may get punished.
That's the damage?
He'll get the Wind Waker off. Natsumi, however, has dived too deep. Now a huge bushwhack on 3. Ponyo wants to keep going. They'll get a nightmare off on Gabby. Sharpshooter's going to land onto Januel, so Januel is down. And they have successfully defended. Tim's is not out of the woods yet either. Tim's, he'll blink. WS has seen him though. Oh, but no stun. No bash, no stun, no bushwhack, nothing. Unfortunate.
That's actually a massive win for Talon somehow. Barely so in terms of net worth trade, but it actually opens Roche for them. No buyback on Natsumi. They can't. They'll go on to Roshan. They've got the damage for Chuen. The sniper, as long as you have a corrosive haven from WS, the damage is good, and they will take it. They get to sneak back in, Talon. Not out of the woods fully. Lots of towers still to protect Blacklist on the high ground. Still a 21k net worth lead for Blacklist as well, and there's smoking running into Roche, but it's just a little bit too late. Someone has to pick up that refresh. Alright, WS does. They will get the hell out of dodge. And they hang on. That was sneaky from Abed. Right in the tree line. Does force the arena out only onto 1, allowing Chuen a good position to stand back and lay the hits on. Let's see if the smoke can amount to anything from Blacklist. Again, a little bit too late for the Roche. Jokam trying to sneak whatever farm he can. So close to that full Daedalus. Should have enough, actually, if he wants to buy out without buyback.
Tim's
shall see.
Tim's will avoid the crush that was there from WS. I mean, the Hoodwink, it does become a concern the later you go on. Like, especially that level 20 and 25 talents. The -4 armor corruption plus the 2 acorn shot charges. When you've got, like, a lot of damage, it can really, really hurt in the middle of a fight. Yeah, I mean, you just commit both charges immediately without the teams realizing what's happening, and next thing you know, just everyone dies.
Oh, they're gonna force a fight here.
Smoke up.
Talon.
They've got the Aegis to play with. WS, he's jumped in, forcing out the Static Storm already. Meanwhile, Akashi dismembered, not really going to work out on Gabby, but he gets a hook on Tim, so Tim's is just going to melt to the damage output of Akashi. That'll be Tim's gone, but Ponyo is down. Natsumi going a bit too far. They'll dismember up the CK.
What?
He's still got his BKB going, but Natsumi looks to die.
What?
Natsumi is down. Gabby is still trying to fight with the hook.
Wait, what?
Akashi's got him. But he's going to back off, I think, here, Akashi. The fight's over. 2 buybacks committed. Zhao, he'll go for a kinetic field out. Hook is there from Akashi. Maybe he's gone a bit too far. And Akashi is indeed going to die.
What the heck is happening? Damage output from Talon is actually there. And this build-up on Chuen has paid off. And Corrosive Haze is doing a ton of work to enable that. That and the magical damage out from Akashi still hurts. Especially if you can focus down with that dismember. 15 to 32, still a 19k lead for Blacklist. But after all this effort, again, the high ground's still fairly secure. Only the tier 3 bot falling. Talon have been hanging on. They do lose the secondary life. It is a little bit riskier now to try that same move again. Blacklist having good overwatch right around the mid area and in the forward area of mid as well, right by the tier 1. Can try to spot out smokes and rotations. Does feel like they have to wait for that next rush, and they cannot allow Talon to find it once more. Of course, you can't always just look to force the issue. Ag Static Storm from Zhao is going to cause a lot of hurt in the middle of these engagements. Shall see. But Talon hanging on. They have an 11% chance to win. Blacklist still heavily favored, of course. But somehow they're picking off Natsumi. Now maybe, Mike, without the center of Gavi to save Natsumi, it falls apart.
I mean, that might just be the case, honestly. And it feels like Arbit's the real carry of this game here on the SF. He's 15-1-10 at the moment. He's trying his absolute darndest to make this game 2 work. you start to get very worried if you are Blacklist soon, because, I mean, Chuen's working on towards the full Daedalus now. You know, and he's been lacking a lot of damage on that sniper, but it's slowly starting to ramp up. You talked about the Daedalus earlier about with Joe Cam. I mean, he ends up building a Chrysalis and just decides to go into the BKB instead, which I think is absolutely fair enough. BKB now available in the Hoodwink, so he's not quite as easy to burst down. I honestly believe like a couple more defenses on the high ground, and this game just turns on its head. In fact, top lane. Abed's been caught by a Nightmare of Ponyo, forcing 4 rotations to ensure he does not die. He'll Wind Waker away. They'll have a look for Ponyo, but Ponyo's right through the Twin Gates. And Talon are still finding ways to buy more time.
This is outrageous. This is... I can't believe it. An entirely different roster, and what we're getting is pretty much peak Old Town.
Just say it's same shit, John. That's a different day, same shit.
Exactly the same. Oh! This could be it.
Here we go. Oh, jump is there. Akashi, who's he going to go for? Natsumi, he's very far forward already, trying to go after the Bane. They do get Ponyo. But they've already found Zhao as well, the Disruptor. Here comes the Requiem from Abed, and what a Requiem it is! With the arenas out from Gabby, they absolutely melt. Now finding Chuan. That'll be another. And this game now should be over. I would argue that the cat and mouse games are done.
That should be it. Abed saves the day with the Requiems. You managed to get that good positioning out, playing under the obs. Do manage to ruin Talon. They have buybacks on 2, but none on WS. And that feels like a very integral part of allowing that damage from Chuen to come in. We'll buy back on the 1. Can't really hold the high ground with just 2 heroes, though. Should be able to find a Rax off the back of this for Blacklist. Bot set to fall, mid to follow. If they could find everything if Talon don't buy back on Akashi. Just no play for the sniper.
Well, mid tier 3 tower going to go down as well. There's no real defense to come here as Blacklist Rivalry looking to take this game 2 and force it to a game 3. Here comes the final defense. Akashi's going to buy back. The whole of Blacklist Rivalry immediately retreat towards the top lane where the final lane of barracks is standing. Hex now available on Abed. Talon not out of the game yet, but Gabby's looking to move in and he's found an arena. He's got the sniper locked down. The Nightmare's not going to save either. Chuen is locked. He is gone. Akashi's trying to fight this one out. Abed will just Wind Waker away. Now Natsumi will take down the punch.
That should be it.
That is it. You've got to call. We are going to a game 3 whether Talon like it or not.
That they do. The Pudge last pick, an interesting idea. Doesn't quite pan out for Talon. And again, going back to the sniper just does not feel great. Abed with a runway start. We'll see one last attempt here by WS. But without the backup of Chuen or Akashi, this does not feel like something they can get done here.
Well, they jump Natsumi. Natsumi will just happily stand it. Oh, Natsumi's dropping.
Wait, what?
Natsumi's actually about to die, but WS is gone and that'll be it. I mean, WS, he's hitting like an absolute truck, but it doesn't matter in the end. GG is cool.
A great plays out from Blacklist, all stemming off the back of this amazing start for Abed, bullying out Chuen. The sniper solution up against the SF. It did absolutely nothing. There was no play at all for Talon on the mid, and Abed just shows us why, you know, people used to dream about him doing well, Mike. People used to dream about him winning TI. With that kind of performance coming out from Blacklist, it looked like a really great bounce back from game 1, a really great draft coming out, great understanding of, again, setting up these team fights, snowballing off of one hero. For Talon, they have to leave the sniper alone. They had options like Lina and Leshrak still in the pool. They opted for sniper again. They have to let it go. It's not working out in almost every game we watch. It just got curb stomped by Abed. I'm wondering now if SF has to be a first phase ban up against Blacklist because Abed is just doing too much work.
I don't think you need a first phase banner. I just think you've got to choose your mid pick a little bit better. Because there's the sniper, you saw but he could just run him down every single time. Like, once the razors were available, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to run you down. There's nothing you can do about it. we've seen multiple snipers in this new patch being picked up, and they all feel very, very lackluster. It's always the same crap. You know, you Maelstrom into the Dragonlance, into the Mjolnir, and then they just lose every single time. It's like, it's time to move on. New patch, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are going to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 3 between Blacklist Rivalry and the side of Talon Esports. We'll see you all again soon.
escape. Don't scream now. You can't 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 escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our final game of the night. Of course, the final game for the final slot of the Esports World Cup for the SCA closed qualifiers between Blacklist Rivalry and the side of Talon Esports. Jonathan, what a series we have on our hands. Of course, Game 2 going the way of Blacklist Rivalry, so we get to see a Game 3 between these two teams. I mean, how the hell are you feeling, sir?
Feeling pretty excited. We had quite the show last game from Abed, curb stomping Chuwen, the sniper idea not working out for Talon. The Pudge was doing decently enough in lane for Akashi, it just couldn't scale up to the point where it could really terrify the team. The timings just felt all stalled out from that slow start from Chuwen. So we'll have to see what the considerations are for Talon this time. They will ban out the SF. And they do have first pick overall, so that should force the TA and Zeus bans from Blacklist, along with maybe the Phoenix. So we'll see what options Talon will be left on first pick. And they picked first pick. I believe Blacklist did choose Radiant. DK Zeus already being taken care of. Talon, what secondary picks do you want to remove? There's the Centaur of Gabby that could be an issue down the line if you're not going to take it yourself. Wondering if that's something to consider as well. Again, they have first pick, so they can consider all of these options. Take care of the clockwork first. It's got to be the TA being taken out here by Blacklist, surely. Feels like those are the most straightforward options. TA, maybe the Phoenix. There you go. Very much understanding how powerful first pick is and how powerful all of these heroes are in first pick. Talon, I really feel like the Centaur of the Moors has to go if they're not considering that pick first. Because Gabby's been doing a lot of work with both those heroes on the offlane.
One more ban to go. God, I just hope we just don't see a sniper again. Man, this hero just... Every time I have to watch it, I get very sad, Jonathan, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Doesn't feel great.
It's the most boring gameplay ever, isn't it?
Stomped. It really
no,
is.
I mean, I like seeing sniper lose. I don't understand why anyone wants to pick it these days.
It only gets exciting when you can pick, like, Conda Divine. Conda Ags is when it's exciting. I'm surprised Talon keep prioritizing the slaughter for WS. He did have a decent enough time, even in Game 2. It was, again, a bit of a slower start. But I'm just surprised this gets prioritized over stuff like, say, his Mars, over the Centaur, even. It's just a little bit shocking. But maybe they'll look to tie this in with a Weaver pickup once more for Talon. Go for the minus armor. We'll have to see. But out of all the first picks, Slaughter is the most 50-50 in comparison to Centaur, in comparison to Zeus, DK, TA, and Phoenix. The Slaughter is the one that, yes, it's a solid first pick, but over something like Centaur, I just... not completely sold.
At least it's not a sniper, John. That's all I'm happy about.
If you'd first pick a sniper, you definitely deserve to lose, to be fair. That would just be Talon entering the game and tapping GG at minute 0. That would be the equivalent of a first pick sniper, almost. There's the Centaur.
Go for that Centaur.
Nothing too
Not
surprising.
Too surprising. Oh, we're finishing each other's sentences, are we? It's very cute.
It does make sense. I mean, even the word again, like you could save Natsumi, you could grief Abed. There are multiple options here for Gabby if the Ags will present itself if the game goes long enough with Roshan. What do you want to take care of now from Talon? There's the Hoodwink Centaur combo that is annoying. Kind of have to just take care of all of these laning setups now from the side of Blacklist. There's the Shadow Demon as well that tends to be popular. I think those are the two that stands out as priority bans for Talon. We'll see if that's the mindset they have as well.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
Final ban-outs to come here. Talon. They'll focus on the supports, and so will Blacklist Rivalry for now. Grimstroke going to be removed here for Tim's to boot, so they don't want to have to see that again. I wonder if Blacklist even considered maybe banning out the Hoodwink that Joe Cam was playing last game, because it did seem to be quite annoying for them to just chase the whole game. I mean, maybe they aren't too concerned about it anyway, but Hoodwink does still seem to be quite popular in this patch. They actually ban out the Weaver instead, and they'll go into the Shadow Team. No real big surprises.
Yeah, Shadow Demon Centaur. It's a really good target for Disseminate as well. 15% more HP. Considering how much HP Centaur gets, it's an actual huge amount of HP for him to find. You've got the Centaur Shadow Demon lane. Disruption into stun, very straightforward. You've got stacks to play with for Blacklist. Really fits the bill on a lot of marks for Talon. Not having access to Weaver already makes the Slaughter feel slightly less than ideal. And the game 1 combination is just so damn strong. You don't want to have to deal with a minus armor stacking. I wonder where else Talon will start to find that. We'll go into the Io pickup. And into the Marcy as well.
Here we go. I
mean,
as long as it's not a core Marcy. If it's not a core Marcy, I'm okay with it.
It shouldn't be, right? Like, this surely is WS Slaughter. You're going with a Jocam Marcy. Slaughter Marcy lane can be strong. There's some good gap closing. You're going to have to wait for, like, level 3 for it to really be comfy with longer range and rebound. But there is some good chain stun and reach. And this is one way to amp up and play off of that Corrosive Haze. Blacklist will just go into the Troll to set up a steady lane for Natsumi, into the Slaughter, and into the Venomancer as well. Double melee into Veno already sounds like a nightmare for Talon. So it's not going to be a fun time if Zhao just constantly lands those Venomous Gales. And he should be able to. At the same time, if you do manage to get the jump into Veno first, it is a fairly easy target. So Talon can try to feed off of that. I'm wondering what pause 1 they'll want for the Io combination now. Seeing the Troll on hand. Can you even flex the Slaughter? Because it feels like a really good Axe game right now for Talon. Outside of the Shadow Demon potentially saving. A Troll into Axe never feels great. But Chu and Slaughter mid just feels like it's going to be bullied out by Abed, by whatever he wants in mid as well. It's a little bit risky.
Well, Talon, they'll go back into the reserve time for their 4th pick. To come, hopefully. Yeah, the Marcy Slaughter lane does seem okay to try and deal with what Blacklist Rivalry have got going for themselves. It's Talon. They are going to go for a Coddle, so Chuen will finally get one of the heroes that he feels comfortable on. So the mid-keeper of the light to make its appearance now.
Yeah, not something we see too often at all. Do you have the Solar Bind or the Recall? More than likely, of course, you're going to be going for Solar Bind as your pickup. And the Shard is actually kind of crazy now on the Coddle. 2 charges with Solar Bind, much bigger heal, 100% at max level of Spirit Form. So there's a lot of utility there. It shouldn't get bullied out in lane as well. So that is one shining point now for Talon. And again, with Kritzkrieg from the IO tethered up onto something like the Kotl early on, there is a lot of burst play to come out here for Talon's side. It is highly tempo-based, though. I'm wondering what the win condition for Akashi will be. Talon taking care of some mid matchups, taking care of the puck. There's Lena Lesh, I suppose, that's left in the pool. Blacklist should be taking care of those core options. I don't know if you want to ban out Lifestealer. You do have the Centaur on hand, so a Lifestealer plus IO lane could be annoying. There you go. And again, like tiny cores consideration, but I don't know if Talon would even lean that way. Maybe a Faceless Void can line up here for Akashi. Might be the safer ban considering his comfort on that hero.
We'll find out. Bans to come out now, Blacklist Rivalry. They'll get rid of the Lifestealer, and this time they'll get rid of the Tiny to boot. Talon getting rid of the puck for now. So full focus on Arbet. Not too much time left on the reserve. 37 seconds here for Talon.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Things are obviously very easy when Arbet can just pop off in the mid lane as he did in last game. The Chuen is playing another hero, by the way, that can really fall apart quite quickly if it doesn't get off to the start it's looking for.
It can. I'm wondering if Blacklist will get the early block as well on the mid camp on Dire side. It feels a lot easier to kind of keep that one blocked off for a long time. It will cut down on the Kotl's catch-up potential as well.
Talon Esports
It will take care of the Ember matchup on top of that, so leaving Lesh Lena. What's your win condition here for Talon with the IO? There's a CK that can come out. I don't know if you really want a Luna into a centaur lane. It doesn't feel like the comfiest. There's a Shadow Demon as well, with the illusions he can take from you. CK might be the best bet. If you want to go that route, just good old CK Slardar with IO. Lots of rundown potential, really good sidekick carrier as well. They will take their time. They keep digging deep into reserve time for these last picks. And it will be the Gyro Copper. Alright. So they're running it back like Aurora would. IO Gyro. It is a strong lane. You've got the rundown potential with magic damage. It is also a very decent sidekick carrier, so you are happy enough with Marcy. It's an inoffensive pick. It's also not the craziest pick for Talon. It does feel like they have to play fast. I do feel like you're going to get outscaled from Blacklist with how tanky the Centaur will be, and how strong the Troll can be, especially into a siege, if they do find a good team fight. So, lots of factors to consider for Talon with this kind of draft. If it slows down, I feel like Blacklist just have it in the bag.
Well, it depends on what Arbit picks up now, I suppose. Blacklist still a minute, 5 seconds reserve time left. Both sides one game away from proceeding to Riyadh, and of course, do you need visas to get there, John?
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
at least for the Filipino players, yep.
All right, so the real challenge hasn't even started yet for either side. Basically, as soon as you
that challenging of a visa, to be fair.
Okay.
I don't think it's that tough, but you do need a visa, as far as I remember.
I remember we were at the Talon team house, and the Pokemon Unite guys managed to qualify to the Hawaii tournament, and just like the celebration was cut very short once they realized they still needed to apply for visas. It was
yep,
quite sad to watch, I want to say, John, because it's just like, well, what are they meant to do? You know? Oh, no, not this, man.
Yes,
not this.
Yes, this. This is it. You've got the Pangolier for Abed. It makes sense laning into a Kotl. It should still be a decent lane for Chuen at the end. I still feel like Blacklist does have like the superior scaling. But now, considering that it's Pango mid, I feel like Chuen can maybe find a little bit more than you'd want this Kotl to find. Pango has faded into obscurity, of course, in this patch. He is going for the quicker turn radius on the Pangolier as well. So nothing crazy like the double jump on the Pangolier. I'm interested in seeing how this unfolds. If Talon manages to work the Slaughter Marcy lane and slow down Natsumi, get a stronger start for WS, and Akashi has a stable farming time up against Gabby, there are big things that can happen. I think the one shortcoming for Blacklist is scaling on your supports. It's really mainly on Tim's. I think the Venomancer starts to lose its bite once BKBs are up, but you can never count out the Shadow Demon with the Demonic Purge. So you have some good options there. It's going to be an interesting one. A very different draft from the first two games. Very different draft from what we've seen this entire qualifier. I am just surprised we run it back to the Pangolier, considering, again, options like Lina Leshrak. But, you know, maybe Abed proves us wrong here, Mike.
Oh, I think it's just the Coddle matchup. It's just the classic Panga versus Coddle mid. It seems to be something we see very, very frequently against the Keeper of the Light mid. So, you know, as much as I hate seeing Pango again, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Bring it back. We'll see what it does here for Blacklist Rivalries. We do have our final game of the night. By the way, John, this is probably the one game where I wouldn't have minded seeing the other facet for Venomancer. It would have been pretty funny watching Plague Wards with a Rolling Thunder, but sadly, again, we're not going to get it.
No. They need to buff the Plague Wards on that facet, you know? Give it like 10 more damage.
I bet you they will.
That actually sounds really busted.
I bet they'll do it.
Would be
too.
nice.
One day you're going to be like, oh, I told you so, Mike. How great is this facet? And I'm like, John, they changed it about 10 times before it became useful, but you're gonna run away with it. I know you. You're going to drive me nuts for a solid couple of weeks.
You know me. Just like Lion Manadrain, Mikey.
Yeah.
Just like Lion Manadrain.
It only took about 20 changes for that to be effective, but
it was so good. So good.
You were right,
I never
John.
take the Mandarin facet, by the way. I take Fist of Death now.
I mean, Fist, you can't say no to Fist. I mean, you literally pimp slap people. John, how can you say no to that?
3 stacks. 3 stacks of finger. 3 stacks off your first kill if you're lucky. It feels good, man. It feels so good.
It's nice. I'll give it to you, John. It is nice. Did you? I mean, you never predicted that part, to be fair.
No, no one could have.
How could you predict that?
How could you predict? How could you predict Lion would be slapping everyone? No one could have. So happy if it happened, though. Still breaking into these lanes. No excitement. 2 for 2 in the bounties. Nothing too exciting here. Do you see the early clump up for Talon? Not going to pay off with no one showing up in lane to block. And they will just block these creeps as a unit. Why are there 4 heroes down here from Talon? Just get the early clear on the range creep.
I think they just wanted to get a kill going early on, but it doesn't come for him. Oh, the body blocks from Nuts. Oh, he gets it. Natsumi gets the body block that he wanted on the creep wave. So with that, the creep equilibrium is in a very ugly place now for Talon.
Yeah, should be able to find a lot more now. For Natsumi in the initial 2 waves, considering lane control, going to be a little bit rougher for the side of Talon. They do at least snipe Zhao's courier, which is actually important for the Mango. So he only really has maybe 1 or 2 uses left of the Gale. Jokam will cop it and experience high-end gameplay from Zhao, of course. But he is trying to get the pull and should still be successful. It is painful with Poison Sting on top, but it's not enough to really stop Jokam at the least. It does cost the Blood Grenade on top, so you will still get the EXP you'd want here for Jokam and for WS. But again, no threat onto Natsumi for the farm. Is freely just going to build up in this lane. And double melee into Zhao is just not going to be fun at any point in this stage. Maybe by level 3 again. With level 2 rebound, you could start to threaten, but until that point, this is just going to be all the way for Blacklist here down bot.
How's that mid lane going? Arbed and Chuen going at it here on the Keeper of the Light versus Pango. I mean, to be fair, we've seen this quite a few times. You know Chuen's just going to keep rotating over to clear jungle camps. Unfortunately for him, however, they are blocked, so he has to buy some sentries to sort that out. Only 1 camp being blocked though, so not the biggest deal in the world. Just a little bit of a nuisance here for the Coddle.
Still manages to get the 1 stack. Well, it doesn't actually stack the other camp, but we'll have it open, at least for the taking later on. And, you know, when he doesn't leave mid, he does have superior time clearing out the creep wave. Not much Abed can really do to stop that, as to be expected from the Coddle. So this earn time is going to be key for Chuen into the Spirit Vessel. Abed, if he does get some support rotations in, can set up. And with the facet, the level 6 rolls should be pretty scary to play into. With that decreased turn rate and increased turn speed, move speed. The lower duration might be painful, but it doesn't feel like the biggest deal in the world. We'll have to see down the line. Still, the last lane we haven't looked at as well. Up top, Ponyo Akashi on Io Gyro. up against Gabby
Ooh, Joe
and
Cam.
Tim's on the Shadow Team.
Oh, poor old Joe Cam. Trying to get out of here. No chance in hell. No chance. He's gone. Januel gonna find the kill, and sadly, now you've got a walk of shame to make.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you get for dual melee into the Venmancer lane. It's not going to be easy to even just get the pulls back. And WS is not healthy here either. You get Xuen dying to the neutral.
We're also being ganked,
At
so
least
it's,
he denies off.
yeah, he does get the deny off here. Not the biggest deal in the world for him, but it does mean Arbit just has a completely free lane here on the Pangolier, and might be a cause of concern because the timings for the Keeper of the Light, like the urn is going to come out soon, but I kind of wonder where he heads to find those initial charges. And even his XP on the Keeper of the Light's nothing really that impressive yet. Still just stuck at level 4 behind Arbit.
Yeah. All the lanes are actually going atrociously bad for Talon. Akashi's farm slowing down. WS doesn't feel like he has a lane. And even Akashi, he did go for homing missile and flat cannon. Doesn't have the barrage, so he can't even try for the rundown early on up against Gabby. Gabby does offer 2 points in retaliate though, so that does make it hard to commit anyhow.
Gabby, on top lane. He doesn't really care for any of the harassment talents trying to deal to him. He's actually just tanking through it. The retaliate probably hurting them more than he's getting hurt. Tims will eventually make his appearance back into the lane. Because Gabby, he's going to be fine no matter what. Like, this Centaur is just too tanky at the moment. This stupid Bracer build-up is a bit too ridiculous right now for any Centaur players out there, and he'll be just fine to stay. I mean, you're definitely not going to see any kills here from Talon up at top lane.
No, it's going to be difficult. At least with the sustain of the Yayo, you can stay in that lane as well. Jokam snipes some two big couriers. Natsumi. Gale misses as well.
Whoopsie daisies. Natsumi now in trouble, and WS will have it. That's a big pick-up to find. Sadly, just nothing landing correctly here for Blacklist Rivalry. Happy days, though, at the very least for the side of Talon.
Again, they snipe 2 couriers on top of that, slowing down the initial boots for Zhao, slowing down some more additional items here for Natsumi. They do lose Akashi's courier up top as well from Gabby just chasing down, getting the pull-off. But you are, again, finding some relief for this pretty atrocious lane for WS. Again, you are still in a very happy state considering laning phase for the side of Blacklist. They're already invading early as well to try to stop Chuen, dropping another forward ward to watch when that Kotl will farm. Having so much vision on the top jungle already will be warded off at least. And you do already have that urn up for Chuen. So once you hit 6 with a Solar Bind, should have some play. They are doing some good harassment onto Gabby. Never enough to really kill him off, but enough to at least make him pull back from the lane. Still has 15 charges on the wand, so can just maintain presence. I think the big difference is really just how much you have to babysit down bot.
Jump out from Jokam, though Jokam's very, very low, so he might give his life away for this kill. He does go down, but Chuen is here. They want those initial earn charges, and they are going to get them. A nice start here for Chuen. Problem is a lot of TPs incoming onto WS, means that WS may have to die as well. Though Januel will die to boot, so Chuen does get himself a very nice kill, but now Arbit's here. And that should mean another kill to go the way of Blacklist Rivalry, as Chuen has no way out. A very strong rotation coming out from Arbit, ensuring they still find the better end of these trades.
The amp damage rune, the output of this Pangolier is way up there. And again, it's so easy now to land these rolls with that Thunderbolt facet. Duration being down doesn't feel like the biggest deal. It's much easier to just maximize what you have on hand early on. 4-3, Talon finding some trades back, but still overall a very happy time for Blacklist so far. Abed top of the network early, Natsumi not too far behind from Chuen. And WS and Akashi having a very slow time. And Gabby as well not having the fastest, but it is a Centaur. It just needs like, Blade Mail Blink, or just really a triple Bracer timing, and it's going to be set. So not too much pressure there for Gabby, just really needing the EXP. I think for Talon's part, we have to see some more from Chuen, right? Like I like the rotation down bot, Spirit Vessel not too far off, but he has to maintain that tempo once that Spirit Vessel's up. The moment you step off the gas, Blacklist will overtake you in every step. Again, your bot lane's already kind of shot up, your Marcy's stuck at level 4. Like it is slow going on some of these side lanes here.
We'll try again. Rebound was there onto Natsumi, and Chuen has shown up, but they are not going to find the dispose they wanted from Jokam. Tims was there with the disruption just in case they required it, and they certainly did. I appreciate the aggression coming up from Talon here with this mid-keeper, but it seems like Blacklist are going to try and cut off Twen here. They'll find the power in. Well, they won't, because it's up top. Keeper's going to be fine. Ponyo will actually just deny off the illusion, of course, not allowing Abed the free bottle refill. And now you do have the full Spirit Vessel up on Chuen. See if you can keep the kills rolling, because it does feel like Blacklist are very well prepared to fight back every single time he does rotate.
They are. Jocam
does go down. Zhao able to pick up a kill on the Venomancer now, and I mean, not too much to write home about, just to support Jocam kill. Bit of an attempt here onto Gabby, but of course with the IO Gyrocopter, Gabby's not going to die. He's perfectly fine to just walk out of there and continue farming up that blade mail.
I really like this build from Gabby. Just 204, not even bothering double edge. Knows he can just clear out the creep wave normally. And just has no kill threat onto himself. So not allowing any weaknesses to be exposed onto Talon. Blacklist still keeping that tempo down bot. An aggressive position being taken by Zhao. Trying to scout out. Does, I believe, spot some of the stacks, but not able to contest yet. Still buying a lot of free space for Natsumi. Battle Fury slowly being built up. Cornucopia already up for Natsumi here early on. Happy days for the Trolls so far. And for the rest of the Talon chorus, it has been a little bit slow going. Abed starting to pull really far away now on that Pango, considering all this early activity. The Diffusal only about 150 gold off. And once that's up on the Pango, things can go southbound very fast. Like, there's a lot of play here for Abed. That's going to be a really good launching point for them to keep that aggression, keep that counter-aggression up against what Talon would want to do with his tempo here.
A bit of a down period here in the action. So we are going to find a nice little regen rune here for Jocam. Blacklist will finally smoke up as 3. So they want to try and head up north towards Akashi, but it's going to be a bit of a walk up. Twen's trying to farm towards Boots Travel right now, so probably won't be around to try and defend this top tier 1 tower if Blacklist do commit. Akashi, I mean, they are getting a little bit closer here to the Gyrocopter. But they won't want to go too deep. They're not by the T2 tower. Instead, Blacklist Rivalry just going to commit for the bottom tier 1, and they should have their way with it as well. I don't think Talon are going to bother even trying to defend this. We'll probably just let it go down for free.
Yep. They know this is a strong point. They see Abed with the Diffusal. It's going to be really hard to fight into that one at this point in the game. We'll rotate mid, smoke out from Talon as well with Chuen. Wants to use the Spirit Vessel somehow.
He's going to find himself Shell. Getting any kill's a good kill right now. The problem is the Stampede has been popped and Chuen's actually just backing out. Not 100% confident he's got the kill here, and Zhao is actually perfectly fine for now.
That
I think he was
very
strange. A little bit, I think he was concerned about them coming in from the back. Or having the rotations onto the tier 2 tower, but yeah, it cost them the kill altogether.
I mean, he didn't dispose into the Illuminate, I think is the bigger issue. It didn't quite connect. So, Zhao is perfectly fine. A little bit surprised. Just off the mark on the aiming there for the side of Talon. Nice dodge, of course, for Blacklist. They can set their sights onto mid. The gank up top did fail, but they've got this push potential now. Again, max out Retaliate. It's a little bit slower in the tower siege, but there's really nothing to stop Gabby with a Blade Mail max Retaliate at all at this point. He's just free to take it. Talon just don't have that play yet. WS does have his blink up, but the follow-through just doesn't feel safe. At least not until maybe you get more in Akashi. Almost reminiscent of what Aurora were doing yesterday to Talon. They're trying to replicate it here now. Stalling for time. The one thing is that it just doesn't fit into what a Kotl wants to do, so we'll have to see down the line. Triangle Invasion already out from Blacklist. They spot out the stacks. Could try to clear it out with Abed. Not going to force it just quite yet. And Talon, again, they're maintaining net worth. But it does feel like a very fine line to walk. Scabby now, with a blade mail, already has it blink up. Even more angles for them to take, and they will just eventually clear out these stacks. Abed can get a nice gold injection into the build-up to the Ags.
It feels like a very similar kind of conversation to what we had with Savage, right? Like, Blacklist might be thinking, like, if Talon want us to just farm, we'll just farm. You know, they're the ones that have a bit more of a timer, I'd imagine. Like, the keeper, the mid keeper's just feeling very lackluster at the moment. It's just fighting farm, but it means really nothing if you can't abuse it. I think Natsumi on the Troll will be more than happy to just play a very slow game. I'm not exactly sure how concerned you really get about this IO gyrocopter as time goes on here, but it seems like Blacklist are just more than happy to just keep this farm game going. In fact, they'll smoke up now. Lines being drawn towards the Marcy.
Not the biggest pick-off, but anything you can find is good. Talon as well, trying to chase something down with Chuen and WS. Just on the opposite sides of the map, with no one there.
Well, they pop the Stampede. Joe Camp is going to try and use the pig out, but it won't really work in his favor as Gabby is going to catch him. And Joe Camp will eventually die to the Centaur. Talon, they have smoked up to Burt, but their smoke doesn't really amount to anything. They won't find themselves a nice target. They could try for the top tier 1 tower, and it seems like that's probably what they'll do.
Just get a nice objective to take, maybe allow you to sneak into the triangle a little bit more. They do have to repair their lanes. There is a threat of an imminent push here from Blacklist, which again, they can achieve quite fast, especially if Natsumi chokes up. Overall, again, a really good game state for Blacklist. You've got the full Battle Fury up for Natsumi going to the Yasha. Could consider the Manta here just to get a Dispel off. And Talon on WS.
Could be in a bit of danger here, WS. He's going to try to run, but they'll get the Noxious Plague out, and looks like he's got no way out of here. WS is just down. Yeah, this feels a little bit lackluster on Talon's end here, John. I'll be frank with you. Just not seeing what the game plan is.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad from Talon, quite frankly, as well. I get the build-up. It's coming out for Joe Cam with a BKB, so Marcy BKB is going to be there. It isn't like something fast like what we see from Sin Q off a strong laning phase. You are lagging behind in WS's farm. Chuen, his impact's not really felt. Like, Blacklist have complete control. This could be another runaway game for them.
Feels like it right now. Tim's, he'll go for a disruption to the gyrocopter. Akashi's still going to be allowed to walk away anyway. It's not really any kind of setup, but Blacklist again just seem very, very confident being able to just farm for the moment. On top of the net worth board is Akashi, but it is just Akashi. The rest of his team is struggling quite a lot when it comes to the net worth department. As mid lane, they are trying to make the jump on Gabby. Gabby's popped his blade mail. They'll relocate, but a 4-man hoof stop is out. Does he have any help incoming? Arbit's going to try and get there with the Rolling Thunder, but no. They do get the Centaur. It was a kind of a close call.
They do manage to change them just enough that Stampede fades at the tail end, so at the least the hoof stomp isn't really able to do much for Gabby. And they also dodge out this gank attempt up top that was lined up for Akashi and Ponyo. So a nice set of events coming out for Talon, evens out the game a little bit more. They do need a lot more to keep rolling here. You need the BKBs to come out for WS. Octarine coming out for Chuen. There is some teamfight potential if he can farm into the Shard plus Scepter. The Will-O-Wisp can cause some issues. It does feel like it will melt really fast on Natsumi though, all things considered. And again, you've got some good save options here on Blacklist side. There's some key items still waiting here for Blacklist. Full Ags for Abed, not too far off. Manta again for Natsumi into the BKB. Plenty of defense for this troll to play frontline. Nothing to really worry about, again, with the coverage that you are getting here from your Shadow Demon as well. Talon, like this investment into the Marcy BKB, it has to pay off somehow. My concern is you could easily just Demonic Purge the Marcy. Whether or not the Marcy should be the target for that even, probably not. Probably not an early concern at the very least. Still, net worth is even 7-4. Let's see if Talon can try to repeat playing around to relocate. Again, very reminiscent of what Aurora did yesterday. Look for opportunities. Don't force anything out. Keep farming up in the gyrocopter. And play for the long con.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A lot of faith being put into Akashi to be able to carry this game for them. He's got the Ags up now in the gyrocopter. He's still well and truly ahead of anyone else in terms of the net worth department. Natsumi behind him by about 600 gold.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane a group up somewhat, but it's just defense from Tims and Gabby.
Radiant's
Top lane pings are coming out. Januel looks to move into that Dire jungle just a little bit, but well, I bet Natsumi now going to show up as well, seeing the gyro, but it's a question of whether you can actually get close enough to actually kill him. It seems like Blacklist is slowly becoming a little bit more impatient with the way this game's going, and I mean, they are searching for kills, but Talon doing a very good job of just completely avoiding any kind of kill to come.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. I like the itemization in WS, going for the halberd. Easy solution for the output of Natsumi. So, not feeling like he really needs a BKB. Wants a way to stop the troll from getting things done. Still, Roche open for Blacklist. They've got control up top. Though we will go into the pit, and Talon probably not willing to fight in that area. So a nice objective to maybe open up more objectives to take here for the side of Blacklist. Does not take too long with the troll on hand. With that safety net again, you can start to really shut Talon out from finding anything on the map. Although, Talon are still sneaking around with smoke, but it does go too fast.
It does go too fast, but maybe they can hope for a big fight. WS going to see Tims. It's a nice target to start on, but Tims will get the disruption in time. Arbit's going to go for the Rolling Thunder. The two-man hoof stop as well, right on the relocate of the IO. Ponyo might just drop. They've got the control of the gyrocopter to boot. It's not looking too great for Talon. Akashi finally able to get some hits in, but it means nothing. They just completely... Oh, Natsumi though! Natsumi does get caught in the troll. He did not have the Aegis. It's Arbit who picked it up. So a 2-for-3 trade, still in the favor of Blacklist. Oh, I say 2-for-3, it was a 3-for-3. Tims ended up buying back.
Yeah. It's a big swing for Talon now. 1.4k gold going to Blacklist, 2k for Talon. Only about a difference of 600. But you are starting to see some play come in for Talon. The output on Chuen is still significant. Again, no one went for early BKBs, so you still have a lot to pump out. And with the sustain that Ponyo is providing onto Akashi, he does not care too much about the Blade Mail. His own BKB is not too far off here on Akashi. With a sidekick as well, there's just a lot of regen on hand for the Gyrocopter to play with. We'll go on to the Tormentor, find a nice freebie for themselves. We'll get more utility on Jokam with a rebound. He has more angles to consider now, as he can jump onto the enemies, jump through the enemies, so you're not stymied by just waiting for your allies to be up front. Again, the BKB is slowly inching here for our Marcy. I think the way to go for Talon is really consider Jokam as the actual secondary core, rather than Chuen. Chuen will cap off at some point. Jokam will take cover, will kind of take care of the responsibility of scaling at that point. It's going to take a long time, but they are aligned for it with that BKB pickup. 2k lead now coming out for Talon, and for the side of Blacklist, again, you're not in a bad position yet. You still are farming up. You've got the full Lotus coming out for Gabby in short order. You've got the Mantodon on Natsumi. He's going for the full BKB. Natsumi will have to pop Battle Trance to clear out the Tormentor, but we'll find it nice and quick for his team. Abed has the full Ags now. Was not available in the last fight. So he has way more presence with that Rolling Thunder. And he can really start to melt down heroes like Chuen if he's not too careful. It just feels like this now, it's starting to come down to just execution. Who manages to get that good jump? Who manages to get that setup on these team fights? Last fight, it felt like Talon isolating out Tims, removing the save. But Blacklist, again, it's a lot of steady options. Blink Hoof Stomp is available. You've got Disruption to save. You've got the wards to scout around. You've got Abed with full Ags. Only really needs Octarine Blink to really feel secure now as the Pango. I don't think Blacklist should be worried at all.
Doesn't really feel like they are. They're still pretty much controlling most of the map. Big 5-man smoke though from Talon. Maybe they're finally ready to get going. So head through the mid lane. Joe Cam will deal with the creep wave. Talon will actually make their way into the Radiant jungle instead now, heading down towards the bottom tier 2 tower. Yeah, Akashi's going to show himself, so they give up on the smoke. They're just going to try and maybe force a fight by this tier 2 bottom. Otherwise, they'll just take the tier 2 tower. It seems like Blacklist Rivalry, rather than going for the defense, they'd rather just slowly siege the top tier 2 themselves. And I say slowly, I do mean very slowly. They're not really committing any bodies for it.
They're holding on to an area where they have really good obs at. Yeah, nice aggressive ward by the cliff. They can see any approach Talon would want to make. And can kind of pick and choose their fights. They are a little bit blind down bot, although there is a forward ward watching the area that WS was farming in. Will be able to back off in the nick of time though, as the collapse is there. Time and Aegis, only about 40 seconds left. Not able to really find a tier 2 off the back of it. Now we've got Jocam's BKB up on the Marcy as well. So further options on the initiation to follow through from WS's jump in. Have to see if it pays off. They are playing under the vision of Blacklist on that cliff. Pink coming out onto the wrong area. And Blacklist for their part, again, you really don't mind playing the long game. BKB for Natsumi, just lacking the recipe. Shivas for Abed coming out next over the Octarine that he was queuing up. Should allow even more presence to try to melt through the softer targets on Talon. Aegis will expire, but you're not too concerned on Blacklist about that.
No, I don't think you are. We're still 10 to 7, 24 minutes in. Neither side's really met each other, you know, in what feels like an eternity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still the farm game just continues as Blacklist Rivalry now. They'll go for a 4-man smoke up. We'll see if they can actually catch anyone though. They'll see Akashi would be a great target, but they don't. I'm sure they don't have the faith that they can burst him down that quick. They're still running towards him. Still got his 9-second BKB charge ready to go here on the gyrocopter, but Gabby's going to find him. The hoof stomp is there. They'll try for the gyro. Akashi gets the BKB up in time, but needs to go for the fight. Natsumi's in with the battle transstone. They've got Akashi down. Not a good start at all for Talon as they've lost 3 for the price of 1. WS going to run. He'll make it out, but it's still a fantastic trade here for Blacklist Rivalry. And even with the IO to back up the gyrocopter, they just did not have enough.
There's no lifesteal just yet on Akashi. The full Daedalus isn't complete either. So his presence is really limited. WS couldn't come in with a halberd as well. No security of something like the BKB. And that was Talon getting out a good scan as well to spot out that initial movement in. They hold a very awkward position right by the stairs, not even on the high ground for Akashi. And they get punished severely. Also, this vision still from Blacklist still standing on the cliff. They got glimpses of Jocam. They know the general area Talon was playing in. And they just clean up. 2k lead coming out for Blacklist off the back of that. Talon on the back foot once more. And it does feel like their options are very limited. It's down to just waiting for Akashi to finish up this farm into the Daedalus Satanic. Try to get this Ags up on Chuen. Maybe get this full Ags up in WS along with BKB, and then you start to feel more secure. But if you don't manage to disarm Natsumi, then he's just going to rip you guys apart in direct head-to-head. There's no sustain just yet for this gyro.
No, there ain't nothing. It's just all on Ponyo to keep him alive, and that's certainly not proving to be anywhere near enough yet. WS pretty nearby the side of Blacklist. I mean, they might have a look. Natsumi is going to make his appearance around the area, realizes there's no ancient cap, but does not check north. Blacklist, I mean, they're still gripping up. It's going to be a 5-man smoke rotation. There's no vision to see that happening. Running right towards the Keeper of the Light. In fact, Akashi's a closer target. They might find him first, and they do. The BKB was there in time, though. This time, Akashi, he's still copped the battle trends of Natsumi, still being forced to man up here against the Troll Warlord, but there's no manning up. He's down. Once again, the gyrocopter just dies so quickly here off the back of the setup of Gabby. They'll find JoeCam to boot. Arbet's still going. WS sticking around, trying to find a kill for himself, but it's not really going to work out for him. He just needs to get out. Try for the TP. Looks like he'll make it. But you lost 3 for 1 again. And just Akashi just is unable to survive any kind of initiation here from Natsumi, even with the BKB being committed. It just means nothing.
They need WS to stick around with this IO gyrocopter. They need to play as a unit. Without this arm, again, it's a free game for Natsumi to just face off against the gyro. The halberd is the difference maker here from Talon, and it's just not there. Again, he was camping down bot, he was clearing out the Ancients, late to the rotation on that engagement from Blacklist. Blacklist, for their part, controlling the top Roche area, respawn in around 2 minutes. We'll be hanging around top for only about a minute at that point. Full Ags for Chuen could change the name of the game here for these engagements, at the very least. Some utility with Will-O-Wisp. But with the BKBs up on Natsumi, might not be the most impactful here for the side of Talon. Just very scattered from Talon. They're trying to work the entire map, trying to get this farm. Maybe once Akashi gets Satanic, things could change. As of now, it doesn't... Again, it doesn't feel like it.
Here we go again. 5-man smoke here from Talon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Running right towards Gabby. They might find Arbed. Arbed, he's alright. For now, not showing. Talon, though, still right behind the Pangolier. I mean, Arbed would be a fantastic target to take down first, though he does swash away at the right moment. The Illuminate going to kind of give away the positioning here. So now a counter smoke from Blacklist Rivalry, that they are going to find JoeCam first. JoeCam, he'll pop his BKB in time. He'll survive the initial initiation. Meanwhile, Arbed with the Rolling Thunder just scouting out the back, not finding anyone quite yet. JoeCam will finally go down to the Pangolier. Arbed looking for a little bit more, will run away from Akashi, as now Natsumi with the Stampede will rush with the Battle Trance onto Akashi. Akashi needs some help, but it's just not coming. It is just not happening. Gabby will give him the tip. A double kill for Natsumi's. They'll even find WS and Ponyo. It's just every single fight is the exact same thing. Just pop Stampede, run towards the damn gyrocopter, and pop Battle Trance. Every single time.
WS used his halberd way too early, without the commitment from Natsumi. So there's no bailout once more for Akashi. The Illuminate revealed the smoke from Talon as well, allowing that counter smoke from Blacklist into this Roshan. Nice easy take coming out for Natsumi. Full Satanic up now for the Troll as well. There are no solutions for the Troll. Like, absolutely none outside of the halberd. And WS, he has not been getting the halberd usage in the way they want to here. A messy set of engagements for Talon. Very clean from Blacklist, looking sharp in this game number 3. With this Aegis can really threaten the high ground. Only one outer tower left for Talon. Akashi's queuing up the Divine. He knows that it's starting to get to that point where he just has to pray to outdamage. The coordination feels lacking. It's falling apart from Talon. And Blacklist just keep growing stronger and stronger. This reliance on the tempo from Chuen never really came out. The Ags is doing minimal work with a spell immunity on Natsumi. And with the roll from Abed even. They just do not care about it. Will find themselves a nice Tormentor at the very least. They'll get 2 solar bind charges up for Chuen. A lot more healing from the Illuminate, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. Blacklist in such strong form. Again, when this team comes in from the lower bracket 2-0 into the lower bracket finals, they just look insane. And certainly showing up here today.
It's a pretty tough time here for Talon in this game number 3. The Blacklist Rivalry still looking very, very strong. They are still going to pay a lot of respect here to Talon. They're not overextending. They're not trying to rush high ground. They're playing a very clean game here, Blacklist. Just keeping the advantage they have worked quite hard to get. I just don't see the items that are going to make the difference yet. Like Akashi, maybe once the Satanic's up, he can actually fight back. But even then, I think you are really at the stage where you just require that Divine Rapier damage. It is really just starting to feel that way because the whole game is literally just on the Jaro. Like, nobody else can really help him at this stage but him. Like, you've got an Io, but that's about it. Natsumi's going to show mid lane, but he has no fear in the world. Nobody's killing the Troll Waller at the moment.
No. And it just feels like there's so much pressure on WS as well to enable that fight for Akashi. We got this arm. It's not coming out in the right targets. And if they don't manage to nail that disarm on Natsumi, and the Troll has the freest game of his life. Last outer tower for Talon falls. The high ground can commence with the Aegis. We'll play it safe in Blacklist, see if they can drag anyone from Talon out. They are starting to clump around Akashi with the TPs. Akashi.
Pops the BKB, just needs the TP out though. There's no two ways about that. He'll have to let Ponyo go. Ponyo will happily take the sacrifice for the greater good. But man, oh man, it's just not getting any easier here for Talon. So now Blacklist Rivalry can just head right through the middle or top lane, depending on what they're feeling like. I highly doubt they're going to go for anything like high ground yet, but they do have 2 minutes in the Aegis to think about it. Either way, they could just keep the net worth advantage extending. Which might just be the play here against the draft of Talon. But I would love to see an attempt at high ground.
They are keeping the lane shoved in. They can try to look for some punishment. Not quite finding it yet, but slowly but surely chipping away. Natsumi will get started on the tier 3. And again, a Troll makes short work of these objectives. 2 lives on Natsumi as well. I do not see an easy way for them to contend with that on the side of Talon. The items just aren't there. The Satanic's still not quite up for Akashi. He's trying to get his courier out the long way. Again, already down to half HP from just Natsumi hitting away.
Here we go again, Natsumi back down to the bottom tier 3 tower.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower, it's not going to last too long at all here for the side of Talon. They've got to find a way to defend this. Still a minute on the Aegis timing, so they are just patiently waiting. Jump is there, Gabby. He's found himself a target, and it's going to be Joe Cap. You've lost the Marcy already. No chance to pop the BKB that time around. And, well, with Blacklist getting the melee barracks, they won't risk losing their Troll. They have left Gabby behind, but Gabby's got the Stampede, and it looks like he's going to be fine anyway, as they actually take down Ponyo. And now the Io's gone for 45. He does at least have buyback, but he might be forced to just pop it for one last team fight.
Let's go that way. Akashi?
Well, jump is there again, Gabby. He's going to find Akashi. There'll be no follow-up to it, though. Akashi is perfectly fine to back his way out. In fact, they're the ones trying to be aggressive right now towards the side of Talon.
Dire are scanning.
Now, Talon going to retreat. 1 rack's down now. They'll 5-man smoke up. I mean, it does feel a little bit on the desperate side, this smoke, but see where it kind of leads them. They are heading across the map to the wrong side of the map if they wanted to go for a big fight. So what's the idea?
Have very few options.
Well, here we go. Lines are drawn back towards Blacklist. Smoke pretty close to wearing off. Wards are placed here by the side of Blacklist. It's a very good position for them to fight in. Zhao does get caught first, but he gets the 4-staff away. So now WS is in trouble. The rolling thunder rolling right through onto Akashi, controlling up the gyrocopter. Akashi, he's got no play here. They'll still find Gen Yu up, but the buyback's going to come out. Akashi finally pops the BKB, but who can he actually hit? Chuan is down and Ponyo has gone to boot. WS will fall, and now Akashi's a sitting duck. They'll pop the battle trance. They'll have their way with him.
No buybacks.
That whole team fight, he just got kited. Like, Arbit just stunned him 3 times before he pops the BKB. And he had no one to hit.
Yeah, it's falling apart. Talon, no buybacks. Straight onto the tier 4s, but Natsumi around. Not going to take too long. Blacklist looking like they'll get that road to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and Talon falls short of the mark once again. And that's
there
it.
goes WS,
no
and that's
buybacks.
it. GG is
GG's
called.
called. 2-1
Rivalry.
victory for Blacklist.
They have done it. Blacklist Rivalry. Congrats to the boys. They're on their way to the Riyadh Masters, Jonathan.
Yeah, quite the redemption arc for Blacklist, considering how their other qualifiers have went. The Filipino squad does manage to rally for the big one. And they will be joining Aurora for the 2 slots that Southeast Asia gets. Talent, unfortunately, again, falling short off the mark yesterday and today. Had a good showing in Game 1, but again, some of these drafting IDs from Talent just don't seem that great. And Blacklist, well, that Filipino pride is going to carry through at the very least. I'm sure a lot of fans are going to be happy seeing that come out. And I'm looking forward to how they do on the land, because when it comes to the land, Southeast Asia hasn't been doing too hot. Aurora's been struggling. Blacklist, when they've gone on, has been struggling. So hopefully this time around on Fresh Patch, with this revitalization of Blacklist, it could end up better. We shall see. But quite a journey for Blacklist, getting knocked down into the lower bracket in round 1 and storming through that lower bracket with a vengeance, going 2-0 in their last series, 2-1 in this one, showing that they are up there in Southeast Asia.
And that was a pretty wild start, yeah, for Blacklist Rivalry. Like, I don't think they were quite expecting to be knocked down after that first round against Bleed, but it certainly did kind of pan out that way. And you know, I mean, obviously they've made short work of everybody they've had to go through. You know, IHC, Neon Esports, TNC, all of them proving not to be much of a challenge for Blacklist in that lower bracket. Talon did put up a fight, obviously forcing this to a game number 3 here in this lower bracket final, but sadly not quite enough here with this game number 2 or 3. And again, props to Blacklist Rivalry, just kind of getting it together and making it work and proceeding through to a pretty big land, Jonathan. Riyadh Masters is a land everyone wants to be at for the very high prize pool for Dota 2, so we'll look forward to seeing them and seeing how they'll do. But yeah, there you go. Aurora, Blacklist Rivalry, they're the 2 teams that'll make it from the region. Happy days, Jonathan. I dare say we probably want to try and maybe, I'm not sure, kind of work on the gameplay a little bit, because it did feel like it was a little bit on the slower end of things. You know, I get a little bit concerned going into Riyadh that SCA might be sticking to this very slow style of gameplay, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I'm hoping for the best.
Well, let's see if they can adapt. Again, there should be some time for scrims right before. And, of course, there's time to sort out those visas. Again, shouldn't be too tough for Saudi. And considering the backing that Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup has, it shouldn't be any problem for these guys to get in there. We shall see. But overall, pretty exciting. The matches have been great in these qualifiers. I'm not too sure if we're going to have an interview. I'm pretty sure both teams never responded. So we shall see. We shall see in a little bit while if anyone comes in. I'm not sure if they'll take any of the guys we suggested. By the way, Abid never says yes to interviews, so we shall see.
Abid's not saying yes. There's no way. I'll literally eat my sock if Abid says yes, Jonathan. It's not going to happen. I highly doubt we'll ever see. We'll never get to interview Abid, John. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. It's all right. You know, maybe one day he'll be washed or something, and maybe he'll come crawling back to us. Maybe. Highly doubt it. I think the guy's perfectly fine to just go on with his life. We'll see if we get an interview, Jonathan. Obviously, I think we're not allowed to ask any questions about the physical drama that happened. Sadly, which is, I guess I probably should be a gentleman and not ask anyway, John. But you know how I am. I like to instigate. It's my favorite thing to do.
Yep.
I won't ask.
We could give it a try. You could insinuate certain. There are ways to ask without asking, Mikey.
If I was there in person, I'd ask them straight away. I'd be like, "What the hell happened? Come on, boys, what happened?"
They wouldn't be allowed to talk about it anyway. Funny.
Yeah.
What a patch, huh? Had a lot of new heroes pop in. We end up with a Pango mid that works out for Abid. To be fair, that faster Rolling Thunder did feel extremely obnoxious with how well it could chain stun. So I guess Pangolier is still on the menu there, Mikey. Still up there. Maybe we see it prioritized in other qualifiers as well. But the more things change, the more they stay the same.
I really hope that. You know what I do wish? I really wish we could just go back to not having this huge map anymore. There's just too much places to farm. Like, there's just too much space to farm. Oh, we do have an interview. And apparently, we have the one. I can't believe it. No, I'm not going to eat my sock
right now.
Abid's come. Abid's come. Is he actually? Am I being trolled? Is Abed actually coming for an
I
interview?
don't think so.
I mean, they're
I'm
telling us
hoping
he's
it
coming.
is. We shall see.
He's
we
here,
do have
apparently.
Abed, and we should have
Is
that
he here?
interview.
Bring him in right now. Oh, hello, Abed. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
It's happened.
Hello,
Abed,
hello. Hello.
Congratulations on your victory here. So how the hell are you feeling?
I was actually just, my whole body was shaking like a few minutes ago, but now I'm chill. Yeah.
I mean, I've got to ask. I mean, first of all, we're very happy you've joined us. Why have you joined us, Abed? You never want to talk to us. Why is it you finally decided you want to talk to us in an interview?
Yeah, I've been just waiting for this moment the entire time. That's why I've been dodging. But now I'm here.
There you go. He's in the right moment. I mean, talk to me about that game one. Obviously, game one didn't really go your way. Do you want to break down to me what went wrong in that first game?
I think game one we definitely have the draft advantage, I would say, but I guess we were just feeling the nerves, or like we just couldn't read their map movements somehow. So I think we just didn't get to make our own play, and then we lost.
Were you at all nervous as well? Like you guys got knocked down in the lower bracket. You guys got knocked down to in the round of one. Were you nervous at all, or did you know you were just going to steamroll over every team anyway?
Not at all. I wasn't nervous at all because we prepared like for a long time for this tournament, and I was very confident personally about our gameplay, game strategy, and just like our Dota knowledge this time. So I was very confident.
Go on, John.
All right. I'm curious, Abed. What did happen in that upper bracket round one? What caused that slower start here for you guys on Blacklist?
Yeah, I don't know. That wasn't us. I just don't know what to say. That wasn't us.
I have a question about the previous series. You know, when you were going in for TNC, was there any added emotion for the guys? Was there any extra motivation in that one?
It just felt like another series for me personally, but I couldn't say the same for my teammates, Gabby, Tims. Like they're all pretty good friends with those guys, so there's, it's a little bit fun.
Fair enough. And I'm curious, what are you looking forward as you head into Riyadh now, into the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup? What's the expectations like for the team, and what's what teams do you look forward to playing to as well?
Well, first of all, we're all gonna take a break and just do random stuff for a bit, and then once we're getting close to Riyadh, we'll just treat it like every other qualifiers that we played and just prepare the same. And for the teams that we're looking forward to play against, I don't know, probably the European teams, just because we haven't qualified in a while, and yeah, we just want to play against everyone.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, I mean, with that, Abed, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory, sir, and we can't wait to see you at the Riyadh Masters.
Thank you. See you guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
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 That was the lovely Abed. John, I got to be perfectly honest with you. I had no idea what to ask the poor man. He's baited us this whole time. He's led us on for years. He's never given us an interview.
Yep.
And the one day I'm like, there's no way. There's no way Abed's going to talk to us. He never talks to us. And the one day he decides he's gonna log on and talk to us. Oh. What do you do? I mean, how did that happen, John? Who got him to talk?
Wouldn't be able to tell you, Mike. All I know is you have to eat the sock now. You have a sock on hand?
I'm wearing Crocs. John, look, I'll prove it. Hold on. I'm wearing Crocs, all right? Here you go. Wearing Crocs. No socks
such a
on.
shame. It's so good to hear from Abed again. He's a talky enough guy. I didn't want to instigate too much there with all the good stuff. It's a good mood. There's no need to ask about anything that may or may have not happened in the behind the
I'll
scenes.
ask him in person.
What we do know happened. Yeah, we'll ask him when we see him again. Still, big win for Blacklist. Finally getting into the big one in this LAN. Well played to them. Unfortunately for Talon, they missed their ticket. We'll have to try elsewhere with upcoming qualifiers for other tournaments. There are big ones coming up relatively soon. Still, that's it for Southeast Asia. What a journey. Again, Blacklist making it all the way. Talon just getting knocked around in their last 2 series. A great showing from all of these teams. Aurora looking the sharpest, of course, just having a near perfect run in the upper bracket. Blacklist having that confidence to run through the lower bracket, looking to be in fine form. We'll have to see how they measure up against those European teams like Abid was talking about, Mike, but it is exciting to see at least 2 Southeast Asian teams there at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm very happy to see these 2 teams making it through, Jonathan. We've got some teams to support here at the Riyadh Masters, and oh my goodness, I can't wait to get these games underway at the Masters as well. It should be a hell of a time, as I can see people in the chat saying Mike's got to eat his sock. Look, I don't have any socks around me, alright? I promise I would do it if I did. I don't have. I don't wear socks, John. Alright? I don't have the damn socks. Anyway.
You've got to post it on Twitter at the least. You will have to do it. You are caught on stream. Someone clip it. Then Mike LaPhoenix said he would eat the sock and instantly has to. Alright? There it is.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I also appreciate everyone's referring to him as One Punch Man, which is...
Was it just one? Maybe. Maybe more. Who knows? Who knows?
We'll leave it at that, John. It is MLP Dota's trying to expire. That is it for the STA Close Qualifiers for the Esports World Cup and for the Riyadh Masters. Thanks everyone for tuning in. There is some more qualifiers going on the other channels, so go check those out. But apart from that, it is MLP and John. We'll catch you guys next time. Bye-bye.
No one took